Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the North American Strikers League. We're here in Week 7. It's been a long season so far. We're 2/3 done, and I'm here with Obscure Breads, Merchant, and Gramella. How are you doing?
Doing good.
Yeah,
Happy
doing
New Year.
great, Saya.
Doing
Doing
great.
great.
Yeah, and as we're heading into Week 7, first of all, Gramella, what's the state of the league right now? Because looking at the standings, it's still pretty close.
Yeah, this definitely has been the season with the highest parity. Um, I think it helps that, like, for example, Kainoob's sort of not around, sort of, and no one really knew what the meta was for like 5 weeks, and everyone kind of played their own thing, and so I think you ended up with people like playing things that beat other things, but then their style lost to other things, and no one figured out what was best and was like optimizing that. So a lot of like star power at the top, uh, and just kind of everyone doing their own thing and ending up really, really close.
Yeah, Merchant, last time you were playing in the league was all the way back in Season 3. Does it feel like really different? I guess what's the main difference?
Yeah, it feels completely different, like, for a lot of reasons. Like, first reason I would say, I think back then, there wasn't the like, you could pick duplicates, like, you could, pick the same, striker on both teams, so there wasn't that, like, denial, uh, mechanic, so I almost always was guaranteed to pick either, like, Vice or Luna, right? But now with this, new season, I feel like I have to like it forces me to like learn these new strikers. So like now I have to pick up like Finney or Drakkar. Um, and also like just I feel like the level of competition has just skyrocketed compared to like those early seasons. Um, so yeah, it's really like forcing me to personally become like a better player and lock in. So yeah, it's been fun.
Yeah, and Breads, you've been in nasl for quite a while, but this is a season where you're Twitch chatter. You're not a starter. How does it feel?
It's been so much fun kind of just like watching the games. Like I can just sit and watch all the games instead of having to worry about my own. So I get to really be like a really nice spectator, a good cheerleader for the teams I like. And it's been less stressful, so it's been fun. I've been enjoying the bench.
All right, and moving on, let's talk about the elephant in the room. Let's talk about the brawler patch. How is it? First of all, Gramella, you are very close physically to someone who may be responsible for a lot of this. What are your thoughts on the patch?
I just want to shout out the patch council. They did a great job. They they really put in a lot of work. They put in a lot of hours on the patch, and I know that there's some people that don't know what they're talking about out there, spreading discontent. Um, but the patch is really, really exciting, and we're gonna see. I mean, as a spectator sport, I think nasl today will at least be very, very fun to watch. And that's really like a testament to the strength of who we're putting on to lead our balance changes. Um, but it's a bit of an explosive patch. I'll say that much.
All right, and Merchant, you're known for your picks that have a lot of damage. But how do you feel like you're gonna be doing in this meta?
Yeah, I feel like the game plan is kind of the same. Like still deny like if we're going for the KO comp, like still deny the uh the stagger awakenings and uh yeah, I've only played like one scrim on the new patch, so I haven't really got a good feel of like what the new strat would be, but uh
Yeah,
yeah,
but
we'll
just
see. I mean, new
speculate.
game.
Just like throw out, what maybe Bozo Bunch's ideas are today. Like just give some, like
Uh
maybe.
I think Droplet is definitely gonna be playing a lot more X with
Oh,
the
okay.
siphoning
Okay.
wand.
Yeah.
I don't know if
Cool.
I should be
Awesome.
telling you that,
Yeah, that's great. Really.
Oh, all right,
but I
quickly.
think that's gonna be a new priority for him. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Well, let's move on.
Cool.
Let's move on. Breads. You're a big momentum boots enjoyer, right? How do you feel
Yes.
that like it plays in a match where everyone's gonna take one and everyone's gonna be slower?
So I played one game on the patch yesterday, and it did play out kind of how I thought. I get to see like all the forwards just kind of duking it out in the middle, and then you slap on the boots and you kind of just walk past them. You know, get to make your own things happen while they play League of Legends.
Yeah, I guess that'll happen. And finally, our final topic from coordinator Liari is blaming Dropletto. Wait a second. Okay, well, Merchant and
Go.
Breads, you've played with him in the North American Strikers League. Grimella, you've played with him recently in Striker Club Prize Fighters. I guess, do you have any thoughts on Dropletto, I guess?
Yeah, you guys take the lead on this one. I'll bring up
Yeah,
the rear.
yeah, I can go ahead. I mean, I can't go like flaming my team right now. Like he is, I gotta glaze him, so I'm about to glaze him. Just get ready. But yeah, I mean, I think it's no doubt that he's obviously like one of the best strikers in this game, and I feel like playing against him before I like even met him, like he was really like intimidating to play against, like, especially like when he pick X. But then like now playing with him, like is I was just so surprised to see like how nice of like a teammate he is, like how supporting and he's just very uplifting for the team, you know. So that's been really nice, and yeah, I mean, it's been working out for him. So yeah,
I can't believe you could say that about another person.
it's crazy.
How horrifying.
Got a glaze, but yeah, no, I've loved playing with him. It's been really fun.
All right, well, Breads, do you have any one sentence answers to the question?
For Nubledo, let's just say the Zen has come a long way.
Mm. Mm.
Grimella, one sentence. What are your thoughts?
Drop's awesome, and we watched a movie earlier this week, and it was fun. I love Dropletto.
113 minutes?
131 minutes.
30? Wow, okay. Well, no wonder
I
he
know.
thought it was a scrim.
Yeah, real.
All right. But now we're on to the extra questions. Quickly, Grimella, why are you named Grimella?
I mean, Saya, you're clearly not a Grabler, which is okay. That's an understandable fault to
This is for
have.
the audience here.
Well, then the audience clearly not Grablers, so just got to get them on the Grable hype train. Discord.gg/Westgord, available there. Go read up. You can find the answer to that exclusive question there.
All right, Breads, why are you obscure?
I really just like breads. Like anytime I go into a bakery, I just love picking up anything I haven't tried before. Trying out new things wherever I go. So, and it just sounds good.
Yeah,
So it's just what I end up sticking with.
and Merchant. You're Merchant, but why?
Yeah, I played a lot of FIFA before playing Amazing Strikers, and my friends like I was known as like the low driven shot merchant, but I mean that doesn't really make sense in Amazing Strikers, so I just said merchant. But yeah,
And speaking of names, right now, can you think of your favorite and least favorite player name in nasl? I'll give you like a few seconds, and you gotta tell me like briefly why. Purely off of the name. That doesn't have to be the person itself. Shouldn't be the person itself, honestly. But what's your favorite and least favorite player name? Because there's plenty of discourse about team names. I think there's a pretty good consensus on which team name people do not consider very highly. But player names, that's a different story.
Does I am the milkman count?
It does. But is that your favorite or is that your least favorite?
That's my current favorite. It's funny. I love the funny factor. Especially hearing it on cast. I am the milkman.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad on cast for sure on that one.
He is the milkman. But Gramella, do you have any ideas on your favorite and
Yeah,
least favorite?
I think it's hard to choose from two of my favorite. I think it's either Joker or Shapeshifting. Those are both like just I think really solid, kind of like clean names that I don't know, sound nice, kind of get you thinking about an interesting concept, and then also are just like good to have as a player name. My least favorite name, I don't know, NXCD maybe. I hate that name. That name is just a bunch of random letters. Like, what are you doing? Just say something about yourself. But no, NXCD remains an enigma instead. So
Speaking of, actually, I should probably release this one day, but I have a video from Arizona LAN about EKC and like some other people talking about how they got their names. And NXCD is just 4 random letters. Crazy.
I hate that guy.
Well, Merchant, do you have any ideas?
Yeah. Let's say my least favorite. Thinking I was playing with him last week. But the thing is, he goes by like multiple names, so like I never know what to call him. Like I love the guy, but I don't know if to call him I Gret, but you know. But I'd say my favorite though, it's got to be probably Fudgy Waffles. I feel like I just love. Like I feel like every time I just say Fudgy, I just put a smile on my face. So that's a nice name.
Yeah, and now I think about it, pretty parallel to Obscure Breads. Maybe the West Coast does things to people. But
Yeah,
Breads, we never
true.
got your most hated name. Who do you hate, but only for their name?
Let's see. Let's go with Fudgy Waffles, just because it is close to my name.
The
Be a little
beef.
contrarian.
All right. On that note, let's get right into predictions. So our second match of the day. Actually, let's go backwards. Give me a second. Okay. Let's go backwards. No, let's not go backwards, actually. Let's go from the first match of the day. Let's change it up. First match of the day, it's Showtime versus Demons Raw. Merchant, who do you think's going to win here?
Um, Showtime, I think, is gonna win. They just from what I've seen, I feel like they look like the more well-rounded team, or they have like the experience playing together and stuff. But yeah, Showtime.
All right. Next up, Gramella, Showtime or Demons?
Okay, so I've heard that there are some rosters being fielded today for these two teams. And let's just say that there are certain players on certain rosters that I just hate. So I think Demons are going to take it. They got my boy Fudgy. They got maybe some other boys on that roster, but it's a Demons Raw sweep today.
All right. Breads?
I'm gonna vote Showtime, but I think this patch might be pretty strong for Demons Raw, so they definitely have a good chance.
Yeah, I'm gonna vote Demons Raw here, because I believe in the patch. I don't necessarily believe in the team, but I believe in the patch, and I gotta agree with that one. But moving on to the second match of the day, it's PPL versus Bun Bun Bonanza, and let's go to Breads again. Who do you think's gonna win here?
I'm gonna go with Bun. Let's go with Bun Bun.
All right.
I think they can. I think they can win today.
What about you, Merchant?
Yeah, I agree. I think Bun will take it, but I think it'll be close. I think they're both really good teams, so it'll be a fun game.
Like Gramella? And any reasons?
I think it's a PPL sweep today. I think we've seen the things that Liara and Lilybun have been yapping about this patch. They're clearly going in pre-tilted. PPL did the pre-tilt thing last patch. They know how to deal with it. And they're gonna kill them, they're gonna KO them, and Bun Bun's gonna crash out so hard they'll be fielding 3 subs against us next week. So I think it's a PPL sweep.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna continue my trend on thinking about the patch and the patch only. I'm gonna give it the PPL here and stop thinking. Right, but moving on, we're heading on over to the third match of the day. It's Weez Little Bees versus Return to Form. Let's get this one out of the way quickly. Merchant, who you got?
I give it to Wee's Little Bees, just solely based off of their last week's performance against Hungary. I feel like they're feeling good. And I think RTF lost last week, so just based on the momentum, I'm gonna give it to Weez.
Or Grimella?
I think it's a Wee's Little Beast sweep. They have the best brawler in the league. Depending on whether or not Trevor's in, they got the best goalie in the league. They also have Carmine. So yeah, I mean, this team, they're ready to steamroll and take their win.
Or Breads? Who you got?
Does anyone know if it's main roster RTF today?
I think it is.
I'm gonna say RTF then. I believe in them. Main roster RTF like just looks like a strong team like week after week.
Right.
So I think they'll put up a good show today.
Hey, you're in the chat. Tell me real quick, is Trevor playing today? My prediction hinges on it.
Oh.
Yes?
Trevor's in.
It's a Wee's Little Bees sweep.
He's sweep. The milkman is here.
All right. And now we're heading to the second to last game. Aris Kitten Club versus Hungry Like Nephew. This is like match of the week potential right here, honestly. But famous NXCD hater. You go first.
It's a Hungry Like Nephew sweep. They're ready for this week. I think they really have some good plans in store, aka shoot people, and I think they're gonna do some good shooting.
Yeah, this is gonna be a pretty damage heavy game. Both teams pretty comfortable with it. But Merchant, who you got?
It's gonna be tough, but I gotta give it to EKC. I think just this whole season they've been going crazy, so like I don't see them stopping now. So especially with the new patch changes. So yeah, I'm gonna give it to EKC.
All right, Breads.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. This is an EKC patch if I've ever seen one in my entire life. So gotta put the Kitten Club up on the board.
Yeah, if EKC can't win here, I don't think they could win, and I think they can win here. So let's go with EKC. But the final game is probably the one we've all been waiting for. It's Sundubu Strikers versus the Bozo Bunch. And you know what? I'll go first. I'm picking Bozo.
Smart decision, yeah. I agree. That was
Yeah.
a game.
You agree too?
Hey.
You're picking Bozo as well?
I think we're putting Bozo on the board.
Yeah. All right,
Yes.
Grimella, how are you feeling now? You're outnumbered.
I don't think I am. I think it's a Bozo Bunch sweep today. Big win for the Frogs. Ribbit. I think they've got a great read on the meta, and they're ready to put us in the dirt. It's a Bozo Bunch sweep.
All right, and with that, match one's coming up very, very soon. It's going to be Showtime versus Demons Raw, and we'll see you right after this short break. I hope Demons is ready.
Welcome everybody to the North American Strikers League Season 6. And we're getting on here to Week 7. A lot of big matches coming up here. And we're starting off real nice with Showtime versus Demons Raw. Showtime, of course, sitting at a 4-2 record in the current season. And Demons Raw is at 2-4 right now. So we see a little bit of an upset here. Demons Raw takes it. We'll see some nice movement in these standings. I'm joined here by Slav. And Slav, why don't you go ahead and tell them what we might be seeing here? Some changes maybe in the roster or two?
Yeah, I think both sides are actually not playing with their full main roster. You have the side of Showtime running Cardbox in net, which is not something I've seen before. So I'm going to be curious to see how well that one's going to work out. On the other hand, you have Demons Raw, who are not playing with Gumi today. They are playing with Frightfully Fresh. So both sides fielding one substitute as we're going to get into the game, and we'll see who of them is going to adjust better as we're starting on a night market game together with 1-2 punch and fight or flight. So this game could go a lot of ways. I feel like, oh, double siphoning, there it is already.
Yeah, right? Way more people taking 1-2 punch right now instead of the fight or flight that I might thought that we would be seeing here, though. And yeah, really interesting. Keep your eyes on Cardbox. Kind of a big role to fill here, though, for Barcode, but we'll see how it goes on here, as only one barrier goes down here for Demons Raw. He's right on through the middle, but can't seem to follow up. Well, Cardbox almost gets there in time. Not much more than just healing in the center stage here for Xianzhu. Frightfully Fresh going to move up here with that Whiplash, but can't seem to get there in time. Does a little bit of damage to Snake, and now actually becoming the kill target here. They might be able to find themselves one of these power plays, which will make this point way easier.
Most definitely. You do have a lot of damage coming through continuously, though, and you see that in that double siphoning one, those 2 1-2 punches picked up as well, because Snake is kind of just fighting to stay on the map, trying to stay alive. As damage gets traded back now, though, Joker also getting quite a bit low here as the flip comes out from Fudgy, but doesn't find a target as they're going back into somewhat neutral play around the middle of the map.
Nice lifeline there, hitting both Xianzhu and Joker, keeping them nice and healthy here. Fresh responds back quickly there with some 1-2 punch Whiplash there. The ball's going to get a little bit fast here, though, as the overtime is going to roll over. Fudgy Waffle's kind of out of the play now, completely staggered out. We can't seem to get the ball past Snake right here, though. 2 flips for the side of Demons Raw. The power play finally rolls over here. See if Showtime can get the ball, although Cardbox can keep that speed. Actually looking at killing Snake as well, maybe making a double power play. Give a couple of moments of only 1v3. Nice redirect there by Snake. It's actually going to be Demons Raw opening up the first gate. And Fudgy Waffles actually slams their face right into that one. A little bit too fast there. It's going to be Demons Raw first blood on the point.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate timing there with the Rose Warp. Cardbox not able to react to it, not able to get the flip out either to defend it, but still having that flip into this next point could be another pretty strong point. Meanwhile, Xianzhu just fighting for his life, actually, as Snake is just dumping abilities onto him. Gets incredibly effective as well, as both teams are now down on one barrier. Flip has to come out from Cardbox as the barriers still stay alive, but Xianzhu really hoping to make use of these now abilities now to get some of that HP back.
Yeah, and then just because of those abilities, just because that little bit of healing, Xianzhu does stay on the map and is just about unstaggered, although Snake does get a nice dash punch combo to secure that barrier. Joker has a chance here against Fresh, who has no cooldowns left, does actually get the thing open. Fudgy Waffle is going to help here with Fresh defend, flip right in their face. It's going to be really just a read at that point. You are too close to the goal. Showtime, the Joker, taking the next point.
Really good patience on the flip there, will get the point in, but the downside for the side of Showtime currently is that energy disadvantage that they're in, because from Demons Raw, almost all of them have flip soon. Frightfully Fresh still a decent bit away. Snake does get it there as well and gets a power play now for the side of Demons Raw, and they're not going to leave up that pressure as damage gets found across both teams again, but the second barrier drops. Frightfully Fresh now trying to run up as well, help with that pressure, but doesn't quite find the result they were looking for. As one barrier drops now, Showtime are trying to equalize this, but they're still very much fighting an uphill battle.
Yeah, I would say that everyone in this game is pretty much making really good use of the 1-2 punch here, making regular characters like, well, all these characters do pretty good damage, but making regular characters do, hey, just about 20% more when you do a little bit of a combo there. Almost finds the goal there. Fudgy Waffles trying to fight their way through Xianzu. Snake running around, getting some orbs here, though. We got Fudgy Waffles spending that ult, but Joker gets on out of there with the flying away. Snake is now fully staggered. They're trying to get a kill. Snake, nice positioning there. Doesn't get hooked by the crooked leverage, but Cardbox busy with that piercing shot. Not going to be able to flip the ball to safety. Another point there for Demon's Raw. Fudgy takes that credit.
Yeah, just barely too far out on the field there, not able to get in touch with that core anymore, and Fudgy does a really good job punishing that positioning there, as Demon's Raw now have 2 flips to themselves to maybe find this first set for them. And looking at how the game overall has been played so far, it's just very much like everyone throwing hands. Like, I don't know, the HP bars are just going so fast, so consistently, and so are the barriers actually. Snake takes both of them.
Yeah, wow, I really love the aggression there from Frightfully Flash. They ran on up there and did not leave, got the flip, really set up the positioning there for Snake to get the second barrier. And that, like you said, really quick 2 barriers. Fudgy's in there, making it so difficult, but Snake also is going to be covering that bottom clear. Demon's Raw, pretty handily with that point there, takes this first set. Fudgy Waffles, probably the best player on their team to get the first pick.
Yeah, nothing insane that's jumps out to me, though. A matter of fact, actually, Fudgy might have to consider taking something away from the Now here, because Now does have a lot of good options in this draft. Super Surge finding its way onto Fudgy's going to help with that damage output and that kill confirm, but the Monumentalist on Xianzu with this Now, together with Siphoning Wand and other Awakenings that could come down the line, could actually be quite a big problem. So we'll see how that's going to pan out, as otherwise, there's just largely like a little bit of size, a little bit of movement for Cardbox, just kind of quality of life awakenings being found for each player here.
Yeah, they definitely, I'd say Demon's Raw definitely made the decision like, yo, now is not going to be a problem here. Although, man, did they find a quick kill right there. The Joker totally on that one to secure this power play here. 1 barrier goes down. Cardbox maybe trying to find a situation where they can move up and help onto this next one, although Fudgy finds himself alive now as they do get it. The ball is kind of just escaped. Oh, another kill here for the side of Showtime. Looking really good for them. Xianzu gets the ball on over to Joker. Fudgy Waffles and Snake going to try to hold for their life. We got Goliath right now. Gets the rocket on in there, but hits not a really great angle. And another kill. Showtime, that's 3 for this point right here. Now they're looking at Joker, but no one can get there in time. Right through. That was actually just the strike of gods there from Xianzu. Everyone surprised by that one. Nice one there, Xianzu. Point up.
Yeah, a really good like rotation in the way of just playing for KOs consistently to keep the power play up. Showtime just doing such a good job at executing that, as of right now, Demon's Raw are the ones to look to get the power play into their own hands. Stroker's down to stagger. Cardbox playing an incredibly aggressive line there. Takes 1 barrier and loses 1 for it, but I feel like that's a fine trait that you're going to be going for. Stroker still tries to hold on to life here. Gets taken out by Snake in the end. The Pummelers are going to come through now as well with that speed buff. So the side of Demon's Raw are definitely looking to make use of this power play, as Xianzu has to hold out for survivability. Snake finds the first barrier, the second barrier there, and now back on in play is Joker, and gets the recovery drone out as well.
Getting some of those resources out. Fudgy Waffles can't make it there in time. That's a home run for sure. Love that emote. Piercing shot to get the ball right on through as well. Sends the ball down to Fudgy Waffles and Snake. Frightfully Fresh going to try to find some situation here with that pendulum swing. It's not going to work out. Joker on the front lines. We do have an ult here from Fudgy Waffles. A flip as well. Sends it on through. Goes past everyone. Cardbox can't get there in time. Fudgy just found that spot, especially with the 1-2 punch, making it just a little bit faster. Was probably what they needed to get that point. That was clutch.
Yeah, those angles are really hard to see and react to if you're on the defensive end of it, because they just bounce off of the edge just so perfectly. So very well played from Fudgy there, as again damage. Like I feel like we're 2 seconds into the point and Joker's HP bar is just gone almost immediately. And I feel like that is going to be something that's going to keep up the more the game progresses, because we're going to find more damage awakenings as well. Those gears are going to start scaling even more. That Siphoning Wand obviously just being such a strong gear as of right now, and you can just see it in that damage output that we're seeing across the game here, as almost at any point in the game someone is down to very little HP.
Yeah, I mean, on point starts, I see the Joker just kind of run in face first, maybe looking for some damage, and everyone is just like, yo, get out of here. Although Xianzu says get out of here, spends that flip with a primary combo, although Joker helping get another kill there. Cardbox getting involved with that one as well. The double, triple power play, a complete ace. So rare to see an ace in this game, but there you go, man. They are focused on getting these kills. Showtime, well-deserved point. No one to defend.
Well, Shianzu and Joker, neither of them have evades, so if damage finds its way on top of them, they're just gonna have to take it, but they don't have to worry about damage if they just win every strike war. Just take both barriers as swiftly as they do there. Really well played. Snake now returns it with a dash punch, with an ultimate as well, to almost get the score in. Doesn't actually quite find it in the end, as now Snake, again, holding on to dear life. There's just so much damage that comes out so fast each time. The hook from Kazan gonna be enough to take him out fully. As we're now in a power play for the side of Showtime, they do try to find the score, and Frightfully Fresh holding on defensively pretty well, but the piercing shot around them will do the trick.
Yeah, 1-2 punch there. That's going to be basically a red ball in before overtime with that piercing shot. Nice one there from Cardbox. Joker going to be the most active player that point. Gets their first pick here. We do have Size Kazan on the board. Team player could be pretty interesting as well. Don't see anything too much crazy. And Stinger, I mean, that really could play into exactly what they're trying to do, which is kind of smash. Although Joker decides to leave it on open, lets Luna get Deadeye, but we're probably not going to see Joker denying anything like that. Stinger actually ends up falling on down to Frightfully Fresh. See if they can get a little bit more damage there. Ends up going for the specialized training, which is pretty fair. This used to be like a really long time ago when Kazan was even before his change, before his whole overhaul. This was like insane, bro. This was insane. Now it's pretty good, I think, but we'll see if it plays perfectly into their damage. I mean, we could see the kills are just being exchanged left and right, so any kind of damage is probably what they're looking for.
Yeah, most definitely. That spec is on. It is gonna hurt, especially together with explosive entrance as well, so we'll have to see how it goes in. But just generally, the entire game's just so much more damage coming through, right? Across the board, Deadeye, Stinger, Glass Cannon even itself as well. Like, it's gonna be so much more difficult and so much more important as well to time your evades and make sure that energy economy that you're holding up is gonna be managed well, because if you don't have an evade and they get a good spot on you, they can just take you out for free, and then power plays are difficult to defend properly as a barrier drops. But again, another power play for the side of Showtime. Yeah.
Okay, this was an insane point. Joker was just nothing but a super menace, and then they actually got him, but he got both barriers, and then another kill exchanged as well, and another kill. And now we have just a simple 2v2 for just a moment here, a couple seconds until Fudgy Waffles is up. There they are. Next one coming up, Joker. Fudgy off by a literal pixelation right there. Actually, Frightfully Fresh is going to get on through Joker once more. Now we're in overtime. Things are a little bit rough. Joker steals it away from Fudgy Waffles and gets that press the point passive, man. Oh my, that was a sick point. Like, I loved that point, man. We love damage.
Damage, and it's here to stay. I feel like the crooked leverage there from Joker just gets it around Frightfully Fresh, and there's not much you can do at that point if you are in that goalie position. But almost immediately off kickoff, another KO being found now. Snake this time creating the power play for Demon's Raw. We'll see if they can make something with it.
Yeah, I feel like Joker is, for the most part, just getting in there, being just a bastard, doing all the damage he possibly can, and I think this time Demon's Raw was like, okay, we're gonna stop him immediately. And they pretty much did, although Snake now looking at a complete staggered bar and finally finds himself on off the map here. 2v1 against Fudgy Waffles in the midfield here. Sends it on up to Joker, beats the pendulum swing with a simple strike. Gets another one in there. Strike reset. It's going to be good enough to get that barrier. Cardbox almost chokes that one for just a moment here. Flip from Frightfully Fresh goes for a crazy angle. Top spin. Not enough to get it through. Snake flying in there with the flurry. A crazy hit there. An assistance with Cardbox and Shianzu made that pretty insane to get it on through there. Showtime is feeling themselves.
They're playing really well, and they're now one goal away from taking a second set for themselves and getting themselves another draft where they're going to get priority on the Awakening. So we'll see if they can pull through with it, as Fudgy already down to half HP and not really keen on using these evades here, because you do have that flip soon. You do want to use that if you can, but I don't know if you have the choice to wait, because even more damage finds its way onto him as well there again as the attack does come through. Second barrier not found yet, and the KO now finally with that specialized Kazan. He just flies, man.
Yeah, oh my god, insanely unlucky angle there from Showtime. Shianzu ends up using their drone, smashing it against the side, and hits a crazy angle, steal that barrier from Cardbox. Now we get an ult here from Fudgy Waffles. No one really in there to take the damage. Frightfully Fresh wins out on that situation to get the ball cleared just for a moment here in the hands of Joker. Can't seem to maintain control, and now Cardbox. Guess Snake just has no moves, gonna back up here, look for damage, that's what they're doing. Backs up, looks for damage, helps with the kill. The power play has now commenced here. Back pass on over to Frightfully Fresh. trying to get the ball somewhere, trying to get the ball covered. Xianzhu covers that barrier nice and perfectly. Snake approaching as fast as they can with that flip. It's in. Somehow it's in. Showtime. Cardbox finds perhaps a crazy piercing shot. Hot shot, 1-2 punch, insane core speed. Takes the credit here, takes the first awakening, and Showtime is looking good.
Looking real good. And Estelle gets the first pick here as well. Wonder where she's going to go with this one. As you do have the missile prop, you have the heavy impact. Bulk up also a pickup not to be underestimated. Size finds its way into Frightfully, which makes sense. Makes the defense event for Erasmus a lot easier as the heavy impact finds its way onto Xianzhu. And I don't know, Nao's not necessarily known for being a KO character, but if I'm looking at a Siphoning Wand, Monumentalist, heavy impact now, it's gonna start stacking up. So not only do you have an incredibly rough time trying to get past the midfield of Xianzhu there, you're also now gotta be wary to just not die for it.
Yeah, she's gonna probably bring some damage here and get some cooldown on that heavy impact. That orb is just so big now, and man, really quick, while we're chatting it up, the Joker finds himself on out of their Snake. Great double on the front side there, has a cooldown to go with it. They evade, just not quick enough, not in position quick enough to get that evade strike from Cardbox, and that was quick work Demon's Raw made of that entire point. Getting Joker out of there, getting that ball right in there. The double from Snake was enormous. Demon's Raw deserved that one.
That's what you got to be looking for, right? Get those power plays and then translate those or convert those into goals as fast as you possibly can. And they tried it again. They got a KO onto Joker yet again, but they can't find the barrier. Cardbox and Xianzhu doing a really good job defensively here to still hold on. We'll see if they can get something. The barrier does actually drop now on their side as the Joker's trying to get a little bit fancy up front on that Kazan. Does not find that goal just yet, but the pressure is not slowing down. The HP bar from Joker is disappearing rapidly though. As the flip comes out now from Xianzhu, it does not find its way past Frightfully just yet.
Yeah, honestly, I'd say Joker's getting a lot of value at Explosive Engines, if not just the distance, right? Getting owned and then being like, okay, I'm going to fly on over with my dash perk to the next orb. Keeps himself in the game too, doing so much damage. Got so much value out of their evade recently from dodging 2 ultimates. Now both barriers are down here at 4 Demons. Rostron's going to try to put it on in there. Flightfully Fresh smacks that with the Whiplash. It's not going to be good enough yet. Cardbox sacrifices the barrier to get one of these kills here. Power play. Most likely worth it for sure. We'll see if they can make it work. 1-2 punch, smashing the ball into Xianzhu's face. Joker getting as involved as they possibly can. Pops the orb, doesn't really seem to get the ball. Holding the line here, Demon's Raw, as they knock Joker down to nothing. Grab the last barrier, send Joker on out of here. Cardbox can't make it happen. Fudgy Waffles maybe has a chance to get in here with the boost, with the whammy. See if it happens. Nothing just yet. The ult comes out. Just an evade. See if Snake can grab this one. Can't make it happen, and 3v3 again.
They're back in play now. They're trying to find the goal, but the defense from Showtime is still holding up as the HP bars are just gonna get nuked continuously. Just before, I don't know where Joker's HP bar went. Fudgy just kind of decided he wasn't playing the game anymore, and that was that. But we'll see how it's gonna pan out here. Back in neutral, both sides trying to get past each other, but a well-timed dash from Fudgy will actually be enough to secure the goal here for the side of Demon's Raw, as they're now 1 goal away from forcing a set 5.
You know, there aren't too many situations of what I would call anxious adrenaline than watching Luna dash right at you, and it's like, what do you do? Is there so many situations they have to deal with? Although double barrier here from the side of Showtime, gets a power play as well. Frightfully Flesh going to steal that barrier, at least with the pendulum swing. Cardbox smashing it against the wall, try to give it right to Joker. Spends the Death's Touch to get in front, and a nice kill from Snake. Lots and lots of damage, uses the flip, spends the flurry to hold the ball for just a moment, gets their strike cooldown. Snake kind of soloing the moment right here. Passes on to Fudgy once again. Xianzhu just trying to get a little bit closer here with that flip. Gets pendulum swung. Yeah, this is going to be possible curtains. Extreme curtains as Xianzhu decides to stun first before sending the flip on through. Now that is ingenious gameplay here. Xianzhu keeping Showtime on the board for this set.
Yeah, and it's just a really smart play as well, because you gotta think about it. Frightfully Fresh, he's gonna want to take a step back to give himself a little bit more room to react to a flip like that, which means he's gonna hug the edge. Xianzhu just knew that ahead of time already, said, you know what, I don't need to hit the strike just yet. I can just walk up, take the KO with my primary, and strike right after it, and it worked so well. And that's just kind of like that game knowledge and game IQ as well that you know from Xianzhu. So we'll see if that's going to be enough as well, and if they can keep up the pressure here to maybe take the set. But as of right now, Demon's Raw are trying to take Joker out of the game. We'll see if they're going to have success with that before the side of Shianzu and Cardbox will find a score here.
Yeah, Cardbox getting really involved again with the aerials, and the eject button combo is getting them so close to the goal to make things happen here. A flip from Frightfully Fresh, nice. Cardbox gonna save it with the Rose Warp. A flip here from Fudgy Waffles, not gonna find a great angle. Joker getting involved again, even though they do not have full health, kind of being a little bit evasive here, decides to go straight for Snake. Doesn't seem to make it happen just yet. I don't know, I swear he top spun the other direction, but we saw the kill, and that's fine. Okay, Rose Warpington. Literally warping into another reality where you've defeated Pudgy Waffles in Mortal Kombat. Cardbox, the winner for this point.
I feel like I could have seen that go both ways. Like, either you get that incredible angle like Cardbox did, or you just get hit by Luna and get scored on. But fortunately for Cardbox, it worked out for him as one barrier now falls. Snake uses the dash punch for it, as the Rose Warp will come out, trying to get the pressure going here, but it's do or die for Demon's Raw if you don't want to be losing this map. So they gotta be applying more of that pressure, and you can see that already, because one barrier is down. They're still looking to get the second one and will find it.
Yep, Snake grabs that first one here. A lot of pressure here from Frightfully Fresh here. Fudgy Waffles does help out in the goal zone, though. Very necessary. Snake always sitting on the speed gate. Very necessary for Juliet to make a really effective plays to get on in there as quickly as they possibly can. Joker, okay, almost gets the perfect 1v1 there. Cardbox almost helping. Frightfully Fresh survives here with the assistance of Fudgy Waffles continuously. They, oh man, keep this point up. A flip right in front of the barrier. Oh my god, Joker almost gets it, but was a little bit too eager. Literally frames away. Snake flipping into the Crater Maker. Joker trying to stay alive here as well. Overtime kind of rolls on over here, though. Cardbox really involved. Snake gets the kill, gets the point, keeps the speed. 1-2 punch. Snake keeps it up for Demon's Raw. Entering game, or set 5 here, though. This is kind of big, you know. We're seeing like an insane amount of kills. It's fast, like with 1-2 punch all over the place. It's not only there's kills and the damage being exchanged, but the ball is going at like insane speeds. We can see the barriers are non-existent. These barriers are crying. They cannot do anything other than die. So it's like super fast-paced gameplay.
You know, it's gonna help with like kill-heavy, fast-paced gameplay, Adrenaline Rush, Prize Fighter. You know,
Yeah.
like some tame awakenings that they don't really have that much influence. You know, so yeah, I mean, being picked up all around here. It's cooldowns, it's size for the Kazan, which is going to help quite a bit for Joker as well. Unfortunately, it makes your hitbox a bit bigger as well, so it could backfire a little bit. And then obviously, the Adrenaline Rush finds its way into Frightfully Fresh, which honestly isn't going to get a lot of that those KO credits, but you're not going to want to let that drop down to anyone else. And the Prize Fighter could be starting the stack as well, as Fudgy already has one stack on it.
Yeah. Prize Fighter is definitely like a silent killer, where it really doesn't feel like it does a lot, and then just out of nowhere, you die frame 1, and you're like, what happened? Oh, he's got 3 stacks, that's 1 million power. Snake wins a huge situation there, biggest interaction against Shianzu and Cardbox. Gonna take the first one. Demon's Raw clawing their way back, taking that last set, and possibly taking this entire game, dude, from the depths.
It didn't feel like it at the beginning, but it's getting really difficult. Okay, well, that's the way to get a KO lead. Really well played by Snake. He's just such a threat around these edges. It's just continuously finding KO after KO and just being so difficult for the side of Showtime to deal with, as the damage on the side of Showtime has slowed down a little bit. They've been playing a lot more control heavy. They haven't been able to find any of these KOs that they were able to find earlier in the game. Matter of fact, they're struggling to even stay up as another KO gets found by Snake there. Barrier not found yet. But surely that's just a question of time, as the pressure's just continuously being built. Really well defended still from the side of Showtime. And the barrier does not drop, as now Joker back on the field immediately, though, getting damaged again down to half HP.
Yeah, incredible defense there from Shianzu. Cardbox, careful, buddy. Keep that barrier alive. Joker completely taken out once again. This seems to be Demon's Raw's main deck right now. Definitely dealing all the damage that they possibly can to Joker. And I was going to say, I really like Snake's build. Actually, I feel like the extra special is going together so well with what they're doing. The Flame Flurry is just doing so much damage. Snake finds himself unstaggered there by just a moment. Cardbox can't find the angle, ends up losing the barrier. Big for Demon's Raw, sends over the Crater Maker. Oh man, Frightfully Fresh smashes that one in overtime, a little bit extra power, 1-2 punch, just goes straight on through. You can see Adrenaline Rush is actually activated and gets, even though it was kind of like after the point, gets that cooldown as well. So they probably have full cooldowns for this point too.
It's definitely another KO being found. Also, Fudgy Waffles up to 4 prize fighter stacks now with this new patch. So that Luna's gonna hurt even more than she did already. And yeah, Demon's Raw, they're just looking to close this out now. They have another power play. They're finding KOs so fast and so consistently. It feels like there's gotta be some kind of like really strong push coming out from the side of Showtime to find this game, because the longer you stay in play, the more damage is gonna find its way on top of you. And that's not really gonna help you a lot when you have someone like Snake running around just farming KOs off the edge like he is currently.
Yeah, I gotta say, hats off to Joker. Like, I'm not sure what he's doing, but he is surviving what is definitely a triple Demon Raw onslaught. Like, you can tell that they are triangulating his every movement, but he's still on the board, not even staggered right now, finding their way to get to these orbs, using the flying away too, completely out of energy now though, but man, that was 57 seconds of just being owned, and he survives that whole time. Fudgy Waffles, nice with the boost, gets that final barrier. Now it's the time to Demon's Raw to just finish this game. They have the power play. Joker's on their way back, has full cooldowns for sure. Fudgy Waffles smashing the ball. 204 power, Deadeye activated Super Surge. I mean, they are incredibly strong. Cardbox has nothing left, and that's it. Demon's Raw take that game. No one can get there in time. And that might just be the side effect of using all your abilities to destroy the opponent's health bars. You sometimes find yourself with no cooldowns there, and Demon's Raw squeezes that one in there. I mean, I felt like for the most part, like, it seemed like, Snake was doing all the damage, and, like, I don't know, Fightfully Fresh was helping, like, finish off kills, but, like, Fudgy was so powerful that game with what they had, although Joker was also just hitting all 3 plays. It was like, Joker goes in, all 3 players try to get him, he just does the maddening descent and just deals like 1,000 damage to everyone, so it's like, what a game. That was actually lit.
Yeah, that was very damage heavy. I don't know, if you guys like damage, this might be the patch for you, because the lowest damage number in this game, 27,000 on Cardbox. Also, you see the difficulty of Joker just even staying in the game. He's sub 100 redirects, and that's not because he played it badly or anything, he just didn't get to play. There's just so much damage being tossed out by Frightfully Fresh, Fudgy Waffles, and then Snake as a KO in the end. Like, there's just not much you can do to interact with the core. He has a lot of damage to him as well, which means he did do a lot of that fighting, that brawling aspect of it as well. But it's just difficult, and you mentioned like core speed as well throughout the game. It's just so fast. It's just so difficult to deal with, and especially if you're on a pick like the Estelle in that net, if you don't have your abilities to cover the entirety of the net, it's just very difficult to hold up the defense, and quite a few times you saw that downside as the core snuck his way through Cardbox's defense there. As, yeah, I mean, Demon's Raw deserved first win in this game. We'll see if they can keep up that energy, and if we're going to continue on that damage overall.
Yeah, I don't think it's a surprise to anybody that, like, Awakening start is damage. Maybe the map start helps damage a little bit. Demon's Raw looking good. People are like, Demon's Raw looking good for the most part. Yeah, no, they clutched that one out. Showtime had a nice start. I liked what they were doing at the beginning there. And I feel like I liked what they did. I feel like everyone pretty much did their job at the end. It's just like some really tight situations where the core is just flying, sometimes you've just used your movement to like stagger somebody, and now, hey, Joker can finish them off in just a second, but then like, that's my Rose Warp, it's gone, just situations like that become really rough when it's like, okay, we have to do damage, we got to use moves, and it's tight. I could see, if they literally replayed that whole game again and Showtime won, I'd be like, yeah, that made sense too. So close game, really exciting, a lot of action in that one, but either way, we are gonna move on to the next map here, though, which is most likely gonna be. I actually didn't see it. Smile. Did you see it? Smile.
I didn't happen to see it either, but
It's
it
Gates.
is gonna be Gates. Okay.
That's
Interesting.
Map.
It could go a lot of ways here. Like, you could just again have another like KO menace across the field. That could come into play if you have a really strong Awakening for that department, or you could play a lot more control heavy. It really, I think starting Awakenings are gonna define a lot in this game now, to see where it's gonna go.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like movement speed, just like on a surface level, it feels like movement speed, like the basic one on this map is like really important. Just being able to get around is so like because everyone has access to like basically two angles, right? Like you can send the ball just kind of forward, or the portal is like basically like touching a barrier for the most part, and sometimes it's really close to the open goal too. So being able to, I think, get around or just have like effective range, like Finny secondary, or like the rose warps and the piercing shots, affecting the ball from farther range is going to be really important here, though. And we have our monumentalist size start here, built different. Probably, new patch. I'm not really sure what's broken as heck, but maybe we'll see the now ban though. Xianzhu, I've heard pretty good at now, but is this really confirmed? I don't know.
Yeah, there's some rumors going around that it might be a good pick for him. So we'll see if it's gonna be taken off as well. Obviously, Monumentalist now, we saw parts of it in the last game as well. It does have a lot of value. I feel like on a map like this now also has the hidden added benefit of just shutting down portal play by putting down a primary, walking away, and then enemy can't play through it anymore. It's at least more difficult for them to play through it, and especially. I'm going to be intrigued to see where the character priorities are going to be here, because both of these awakenings are good, but they don't scream characters at me, right? You have the now on Monu most definitely, and surely with Build Different, you have a lot of brawlers that benefit really well from it. You have the Kazan, you have the Rasmus as well. Obviously, Julie is really good with it as well. So. But nothing like there's not really like a clear image that's being painted in front of me right now as the bans do come through now being taken off. I don't think that's a surprise to anyone. And Vice being taken away from Showtime, Vice obviously being an incredibly strong character in this current patch.
Yeah, definitely trying to banish some of that damage as well. Although, yeah, picking Finny, pretty good as long as you can get that big finish onto the barriers with Monumentalist. That sometimes gets both barriers, sometimes spends 5 cooldowns. I mean, it is just a really effective way to use that big finish. And now we see Luna setting up shop once again here, though. Going to be pretty interesting here, combined with the Estelle. Just kind of good. Cardbox might be sitting on that Estelle here, though. Xianzhu maybe getting this Luna. I'm not entirely sure what they're going to go for. I've seen Luna Brawler before. Sometimes Luna's only Brawler. She can kind of gets around in like a slow way. It's interesting. She kind of does some stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, she can slot in pretty much anywhere, and I feel like especially in a game like this as well. I feel like on a map like Obscura, Luna, she fills like a very specific role. I feel like, and that's just with the Crater Maker. You can just completely shut down an area of play. And on a map like Gates, where you find yourself so often in these tight little corners, it's interesting to see how that's going to interact with it as well. As Zentaro Juno gets locked in for Demon's Raw, yeah, I think they're going to do a bit of damage actually, because I can only imagine that's a double siphoning wand on Zentaro and Juno, and yeah, that's going to hurt to go up against, especially this time around. You don't have a now that can at least heal you up every once in a while. You're just going to have to take it or evade it.
No now, no Atlas. Pretty normal map. I mean, you do have the portals. There are situations where you actually can stand onto the portal when you are staggered and survive a little bit longer there, though. It's a little janky. I've seen people die in a lot of different situations, like on the portal, in the portal, whatever, though. But Kazan, I think, is a great pick here. We did see it do a lot of work last game, even though the team did not seem to clutch it out. I still think it was quite good. Joker is definitely going to be slamming that Kazan again. Size Start 2 is going to help quite a bit, and we'll see how that one translates here to some of these points, some of these barriers here, though. I'm really interested to see how many big finishes we get. Like I said, place that thing on the barrier, and it is very good. Like you said, though, we might be seeing an incredible amount of damage come out from Demon's Raw. I mean, they love damage, bro. They got Finny, Zentaro, Juno. Juno is like, does so much damage, even though she's not like a, yo, let's play damage comp with Juno. But it's like, Juno, she actually do be beating ass.
Yeah, the benefit of Juno is just there's a lot of like natural damage that just happens by her putting down Blobos that enemies just have to either take the damage on or allow that core interaction to have that core interaction, which it's just gonna progress naturally that way as well. And also, the Finny change, do not forget, her secondary, now even though she's gotten a lot of cooldown adjustments, I believe, her secondary now debuffs 30% instead of the 25, so if you get hit by that Finny secondary, it's going to hurt a lot more this time around as well.
Nice, good to see, good to hear. Although, as you had mentioned earlier as well, multiply that by 4 Siphoning Wands. We are about to get disgusting in our Gates of Obscura game as the first barrier goes down here. Joker going to get the credit for that one. Cardbox playing goalie Luna, which I could have probably figured out if I was a little bit smarter. No problem, though. They get that one out of the big finish. Frightfully Fresh spends at triple take. Gets it. Ball on out of there, though. Spends a little bit of extra time here, though. Can we survive? No way. That's way too many moves here, though. But the ball is still going to be spending a little bit of time on the opposing side of the field, though. We do have all 3 players back up, trying to get some of these barriers. Here goes for the Oni Blade. Gets it on through Snake. Maintains control for just a moment, but loses it there. Cardbox is in here to add a couple of extra strikes, though. The Blob actually ends up keeping this team alive. Demon's Raw is having a tough time with this one, although this power play might be curtains. The Blob saves it again. Snake gonna hold the ball. It's really fast now, but Frightfully Fresh's spawn might be the thing that kept it alive. Joker finds a cooldown just in the ether. Gets that one in there. Nice angle. That, honestly, I feel like the pop-up is a little hard to aim sometimes, but that was perfect.
Yeah, most definitely. It was an incredible defense coming out from Frightfully Fresh and Fudgy Waffles beforehand, but in the end it wasn't enough. As Fudgy, unfortunately, goes the wrong way on the defense there. But we're up to the next point, and Xianzu is just almost immediately getting hate crimes. That's just bad. That's a lot of damage coming through. As the flip comes out from Joker here as well, trying to slow down the play a little bit. Almost gets a second barrier. Demon's Raw trying to get this power play value now as the big finish comes out as well. Does not find the second barrier, and again, I don't know what else to talk about other than just like, hey, there's a lot of damage, because that's just what's happening. There's just a lot of damage.
Honestly, you could talk a lot. You could talk a while about how much damage there is and who's be dealing it and why they're doing such things. I mean, it's nothing but damage here, though. 1 barrier up for each team here, though. Snake using the portals to survive as much as they can. Oni Blade for the evade keeps them alive there, too, and allows them to grab that orb as well. Frightfully Fresh against the Joker here. Holds that strike against the top spin. Masterfully done to hold that barrier. Once again, overtime is going to turn on over here, though. Xianzu gets it right through with that Crystal Thorns and then finds the barrier here, though. The Blob is also going to help add a strike here, too. Fudgy Waffles maintains control of the ball here, though. Frightfully Fresh now passing it on down. Cardbox and Xianzu playing a double goalie, but there's Blobs everywhere, eating people alive, especially putting that ball into the goal. Demon's Raw, first point for the set.
Yeah, and that overtime is going to help so much for Demon's Raw as well, because that Shuna is going to turn really difficult to be dealing with, especially if you're on something like a Luna goalie. You don't necessarily have a lot of good tools to be dealing with that core speed that's going to come out from the Juno. So, very good for the side of Demon's Raw to go into overtime, but it doesn't even look like they want to at this point. They take both barriers, get the attack going as well. Almost, Snake almost dying, so is Xianzu as well. It's just, again, like, damage, you know? I don't know. It's just wrong.
Damage.
I wouldn't want to play this, in all honesty. This is difficult to play, because there is just so much damage coming through.
Yeah, it is. There's definitely a lot happening. You can see that the goalies want to get involved. They want to do damage. They got to protect the barriers. I mean, Frightfully Fresh has been all over the board here with a bunch of close calls on losing these barriers here, though. Joker can't get it through as well. Loses their entire health bar in literally a second, mostly to that triple take added damage, like you mentioned earlier as well. Now, hanging on to life by literally a string. The ball is just about to get on through. Cardbox whiffs, gets the distance on that flip to save their point here, although they are in a reverse power play right now. Demon's Raw feeling really good about this last moment here, though. Yeah, Snake gets it right on through. Xianzu can't find the distance for that strike there. Man, it is... Wait. Damage. I got it.
Yes, exactly. Damage. And I feel like it's always a race as well of who's going to snowball it first, right? Who's going to be getting those big HP bars down first and play off of those advantages, because right now the side of Showtime actually found a lot of pressure onto Fudgy there. It gets him pretty low, not really able to do anything in the play anymore, which forces a pseudo power play. Fudgy can't get involved anymore, which means you're essentially playing a 2v3 on the core, which makes it more difficult for Demon's Raw to play out. They do find one barrier. The second one as well from Snake, actually really well played to get that through, but they still need to find the goal, and as it stands right now, Showtime is holding on to this defense pretty tightly.
Yeah, it really is a delicate balance here, though. Like, when do we go for damage? When do we go for the ball? Are we really in danger? It's just so much to pay attention to. As Demon Draw has a lot of control here, though. Man, Snake really close to getting that one through. Xianzhu actually has the patience to hold that flip. Cardbox goes on in there with that boost, getting it on through. They're really trying to work on this barrier. You can see that Fudgy Waffles is really maintaining this second goalie situation. This barrier is more valuable than gold itself. Snake slices and dices. Cardbox gets that ball on through there, though. Demon's Rod taking the first set here, though. It's been damage. I feel damage. I smell damage. It's damage. And Fudgy Waffles is just going to add to the pile. Man, 1-2 punch. I see it. I see it.
1-2 punch, there's the heavy impact, there's specialized training, there's bulk up, there's super surge. Just pick your poison at this point. The 1-2 punch coming through for the Juno is going to do so much with that core speed, and again, just more output as well for those KOs. Super surge finding its way onto Luna again. Gonna help a lot with that extra bit of, well, I don't want to keep saying damage, but I don't know how else to say it, with that little bit of extra damage coming through for Cardbox. Spark of strength for Xianzhu, gonna set up that scaling a little bit. And heavy impact for Frightfully Fresh, also not to be underestimated. Those cooldowns on Finny, they can get really scary if they're gonna go down to the 5 seconds or something like that, if everything goes right. So yeah, difficult, again, as always, difficult to play, a lot of damage in play as well, as both barriers now go down, and Showtime are now looking to take this first goal, but the defense is holding on Frightfully Fresh. Fudgy Waffles also positioning really well to kind of protect that second line as well, to layer those strikes, as now Snake is back in play, and the attack is now going for Demon's Rock.
Yeah, another situation like we saw last game, though. We saw lots of damage, lots of core speed. Fudgy Waffles getting that 1-2 punch is going to do exactly that. And it's a little bit more like, feels more enhanced either with Juno as well. She just does so much core speed with that 1-2 punch. And the Strike with Friends passive, I got it. Strike with Friends. Damage coming out here, guys. You wouldn't know it, but we got damage. That's a power play here for the side of Showtime. Joker's going to grab that ball, and that's an open goal. That's press the point. That's Joker with a prime time as well. It's going to be real difficult. Mix-ups for days. Gets the ball on through Frightfully Fresh. Showtime is ahead. Is there a head in this set? But damage could happen.
It could very much happen, and this is essentially, the point like that is what Showtime is looking for, because that Luna goalie is not really strong defensively. You want to play on advantages. You want to play an enemy half and apply pressure through being so oppressive. If you're stuck in your own half, it's incredibly difficult to play, so it's so important for the side of Showtime to find these barriers quick and get that goal open, because not only is that going to enable the Luna to do incredibly much up front, it's also going to put Frightfully Fresh into a position where he's kind of stuck in his own half. He can't really make use of these momentum boots. Well, no, Snake wanted to go for the kill, but unfortunately hits the core with it. Oh, that's unfortunate. It doesn't even get the kill on Joker.
You know, he's really close to getting the level. Maybe he thought, you know, if I score a goal at some point here, I'll get this level. And they successfully do. But still didn't level up. No problem, though. 2 here for the side of Showtime right now. Snake looking at absolute 0, ground 0 now, as they have been completely vaporized. One big finish is going to grab the barrier here. Frightfully Fresh against the Joker and Xianzhu. Fudgy Waffles coming in to help. And yeah, dude, it's not even close to overtime. And that's a red ball right on through Cardbox. You know, spending a lot of, like you mentioned, you know, we're spending a lot of these cooldowns just dealing damage. Here comes the boost. Here comes the whammy. I mean, the ult might be up. I'm not really sure, but Cardbox has nothing for a few seconds here. If Snake just, like, gets a situation, yeah, I mean, we see Cardbox just has nothing. Spent the wand, spent the whammy, but, yeah, that's a lot of blobs. Got it on through Xianzhu. And Cardbox, yeah, I mean, it's not Cardbox's fault. I'm just saying. We're spending cooldowns. We're hitting people. The ball's going fast. These things happen.
They very much do, and that's exactly why that Juno matchup is just so difficult, because these Blobbles are just going to apply so much pressure, and you have a limited amount of cooldowns for this Luna, and especially because, again, you want to play those cooldowns aggressively, you want to push that advantage, which means usually you don't necessarily have them to help defense, which makes it even more difficult. As Demon's Roar are keeping up the pressure up top here, find a KO onto Xianzhu, actually. Now Showtime in a deficit here, but they find a KO on Snake as well. As one barrier does drop, the second one is staying alive. Cardbox up front as well. He stays up front to accelerate that pressure a little bit more. And again, this Juno character just doing everything she can with these bubbles, being so oppressive and just getting so much pressure onto the defensive end. Xianzu and Joker now getting one barrier, almost gets a second one, but a clean strike from Freshly Fresh will hold on to the barrier, and the second one dropping now on Cardbox. As Demons are looking to take this point home. Cardbox going for a funny dash with these portals, obviously. Sometimes it does happen quite weirdly, and a beautiful angle from Fudgy there. Actually, we'll get it right past Xianzu, not able to get there in time and defend as we're going into a 0.5.
Get in there, Fudgy. Get active, dude. Next point starting up here, though. We're trying to win this one. 2-2 in this set. Fudgy Waffles strike word there with Xianzu. Xianzu's going to win out on that one. The blobs have activated, although Xianzu holds the line once again. A flip here from Freshly Fresh is going to be thwarted here from Cardbox, who's going to spend theirs now, feeling the pressure from Snake. The big finish comes out. They get it on through the Oni Blade. Snake kind of left out to dry there, though, although doing a lot of damage to Cardbox here. Fudgy Waffles goes in for the big jump flip combo and finds himself Gonzo. So they're going to be in this power play. Demons Raw trying to hold on to this point here, though. Showtime making a lot of use of this top corner. Freshly Fresh with a nice hold is going to actually get this one out. Hold both barriers there, though. Oh, man, Juno, once again, with the crazy core speed, is going to steal that barrier away. The Joker can't seem to maintain control of the ball there either, though. Goes on in there with the passive with the help of a blob once again. Gets that barrier. The core speed is just too much. Juno placing other Junos onto the board is really strong. The flip, noticing Cardbox probably has nothing, is going to end it, though. Nice one there from Snake. I mean, they were just about on death's door, get that flip value, and man, there ain't too much more value than getting that point.
Yeah, most definitely, and you get yourself a draft priority here as well. The Adrenaline Rush finding its way onto Finny. It's going to be quite valuable as well. It's not really the person you want to have it on, but you're also not giving Adrenaline Rush to either Xianzu or Cardbox. So very valuable pickup in the end. Still, as Hotshot is being picked up by Xianzu, an incredible awakening for Estelle. Twin Drive going to do a lot for Cardbox, allowing him to be even more active, and that's what he's been struggling with, right? It's that lack of cooldowns, and having a Twin Drive, having those secondaries even just a little bit more, can make that difference to actually get themselves into a winning position here.
Definitely could be happening, though. Joker also finds himself a little bit of size here, though. Size goes on some of the scariest stuff you can see in the game when it comes to core control for the most part, but we are beating the crap out of each other. The blobs are coming on through. Actually finds the way into the portal and into one of Demon Raw's barriers. Really good for Showtime. Cardbox getting active there. A little weak right now, though. Kind of holding on to dear life. A lot of damage being dealt. You can see the other two players right on their team coming back and helping out Cardbox, and just dealing damage to those who are trying to deal damage. And now we see Cardbox is completely alive. The power play has happened. And guys, if you're just asking yourself, how do I play strikers? Like, what am I supposed to do when my guy's getting beat up? Go kick someone's ass, man. That's what you gotta do. As we can see here, Showtime doing a really good job of playing defensive in that spot. Nice hit there, man. Xianzu gets it on through. Joker revived by the recovery zone. Would have been value if they didn't get the point, but all good there.
Yeah, most definitely. Joker, though, even though the recovery zone is gone now, and you also don't have any evades. So if Fudgy and Snake decide that you're just gonna go take a nap outside of that arena, they can just do that. So we'll see if that's going to come into play, as was actually Frightfully Fresh is the one that might have to take a little bit of a lead here. Down to Stagger. The flip does come out as Joker still gets taken out. And now power play in favor of Demon's Raw. Can they find a barrier here? No, they can't. Cardbox doing a really good job here. Dashing up, takes the barrier, uses the flip. An excellent strike timing, gets it past Fudgy there as well. Really strong showing for Cardbox, and that's why you want the Luna pick for situations like that, where you can just casually be a third forward and just get those scores in.
That was really interesting setup. Cardbox went for the flip and dip and then ulted the ball to themselves. Fudgy actually did get a blob on it, but it did not have the timing to actually change anything that was happening, but that was kind of lit from Cardbox there. Big kill once again. Humongous kill again. Xianzu helps out with this power play to even it up. One barrier down here from Showtime. Frightfully Fresh is going to hold the line with those momentum boots. Finny being as fast as she can be here, though. Big Finish comes out, does not find the perfect angle, but sort of clears the ball. Joker with a nice strike there is going to steal that barrier off as well. Here comes the Crater Maker to force some evades out there. Everyone's going to jump and try to get the ball here, though. Snake can't maintain control. Frightfully Fresh gets eaten by the Crystal Thorns. Now Joker has complete control of the ball. Doesn't get the angle they were looking for exactly. Once again, Shanzu giving the ball on over there, though, runs forward nicely, and we can't cover literally everything unless you are Shanzu, bro. Gets that one in. Showtime. Finally on the board.
Awkward situation for Frightfully Fresh there, because they went for the debuff on Joker, but that kind of eliminated most of the clear options. So I had to try to play it up and hope that Fudgy might get the touch on it first, but Shionzu was there, and now they're getting rewarded with a peak performance pickup. A little bit of stagger can go a long way. We'll see if it's gonna make the difference though, because we do have missile propulsion on the Finny Prize Fighter on Cardbox, just more damage falling into everyone's hands here. As Size gets denied off of Joker makes sense, but I feel like Joker's still incredibly happy with the Fight or Flight pickup.
No doubt. Yeah, that was a pretty difficult spot there, though, trying to deny Kazan there, the size, which is still pretty good, but Fight or Flight could be better in this situation here for Joker. We'll see what happens. Shanzu nicely picking up peak performance, too. Yeah, like the health, man, has never been more valuable than now. Let's see what happens here. The big finish is exactly where you want it to be. They do save a barrier, though, which is kind of by the grace of God. A kill comes out, I think, from Fresh, bro. Gets cooldowns back. The misdirection is going to be good. Fudgy struck it right through the Joker. That was kind of an alarming moment. The Blob's going to help speed things up. Frightfully Fresh is trying to get involved. The big finish comes out once again, and it's a tough spot for Showtime when you're kind of out of cooldowns. Like, it's the ball. Yeah, big finish.
Yeah, really. I mean, that is just so difficult to deal with again if you don't have these abilities to be working with. And I don't know if you noticed as well, the Adrenaline Rush from Frightfully Fresh, every single time he's just part of a KO. It's like 750 movement speeds. Like, it just turns into a forward at this point. There's just so much mobility and so much pressure that can be generated from it. So that just adds so much to the block.
No!
You can say it was Fudgy's master plan if you want. I say he probably just jumped away not thinking about it, but the blob was still there. To core and found the goal.
Guys, it could be time to ban Juno. Who knows, maybe placing more Junos on the blob with your moves, or moves on the blob is... Whatever, dude. Really great play there. Fudgy Waffles MVP of the entire game. Setting up this next point here, though. Both barriers going down here. Cardbox has this flip to get them out of some situation. Fudgy Waffles also has a flip, possibly find themselves approaching here, though. Dips in that situation, though. The Joker gonna actually steal a resource, but man, Fudgy perhaps had set that up from the beginning. Demons Raw taking the entire series through that flip. Kind of insane situation. I mean, it was pretty similar to the last game. Like, they were just going for, mega damage. 4 siphoning ones. I mean, are we real right now? That was kind of insane, but I mean, the ball was just going a little too fast. I think that was kind of what happened in the first game as well. The ball was just going too fast while everyone was doing their thing, and I mean, the Juno had the core speed this time. Fudgy Waffles made great use of it.
Yeah, most definitely. And again, you see the numbers, not a single character below 20,000 damage. And keep in mind, this was a 4-set game, I believe. So this doesn't even go to the max, right? They can only get worse from here, essentially. But Demon's Raw, I feel like, just throughout this game and the game previously as well, it seems like they've adjusted extremely well to this changing gears, and they're just finding all the right picks to be so oppressive. The core speed, what he mentioned, is very much a thing as well. Higher power means higher core speed, means more chaos. But if you have the correct characters to be dealing with all of that chaos, like a Juno, like a Finny as well, you just have a much easier time executing, and I feel like that's what it came down to today as well. Also curious how much it was just Cardbox being in the net, right? Not sure how adjusted to that position they are, but even then, like, you can put the best goalie in the world into the matchups that he had to deal with today, and that's not gonna, at times, not gonna change much.
Yeah, for sure. I think Cardbox did a pretty solid job there, doing a lot of damage. I mean, that is their job. You pick Luna goalie, you pick Luna anywhere. I mean, you're really there to just deal a lot of damage, unless you guys have like crazy cooldown and you're just boosting all over the place. So I think did a pretty solid job here with both goalies as subs for this week, for this set. Honestly, that was a really exciting match, and I was pretty happy to be a part of it there, though. But don't go away, guys. Of course, we have another match coming up here in a few seconds here, in a few moments, actually. It's going to be PPL versus Bun Bun Bonanza. I'm sure you want to see this. Don't go away. We'll be back in a few minutes with that match. Welcome back, everybody, to the North American Strikers League, Season 6, Week 7. We just saw a really sick match between Showtime and Demon's Raw. Demon's Raw did end up winning that one 2-0. And now we're moving on to another banger, dude. PP Legends against Bun Bun Bonanza. Sloth, could it be damage?
I feel like it's damage. I feel like it's damage, especially because our starting awakenings. One of them's heavy impact. Yeah. Yeah. It's a bit rough, isn't it? But yeah, I feel like it's just gonna be the same thing. It's just gonna play for the snowball, gets the advantage first, and then play off of that. As again, we're gonna see 3 siphoning ones, pummelers on Scyther 12 with heavy impact Drakkar. That's gonna be quite a threat along the edges. I'd argue to some degree even better than Julie, but yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how both teams are gonna play this out because it's gonna be a game of who's gonna survive longer. I feel like.
Yeah, only Amy and Drakkar, basically different characters being seen right here. Unlike the last game, it could be really be a Luna patch. But we'll see what happens here, though. Approaching from the bottom here, Liari has Scyther 12 in the wings here, though. Can't get it through. Average Alex holds the line, gets it on through, gets a whammy to steal that barrier as well with a double strike there. Malum spending that big finish to get it on through, clears the ball. Fiery just simply steals it. No one could deal with that one there. Stunning with the misdirection there, but not good enough to hold the barrier. Scyther 12 finds the moment, but Fiery was already in the clutches of Lilybun. Could not get that Kazan on out of there and scores that first point here for the Legends.
Yeah, and that's what you're going to be looking for as well. You want to carry this momentum and essentially as well the energy that you're currently down a little bit on. So you do want to find these barriers quick because again, if you're looking at overtime, the side of Bun Bun Bonanza, they just have the Juno, right? Juno in overtime is going to be so difficult to deal with, and even though Mloom is on a Finny, which does have a decent time defending into it, it's still not going to be easy in any way. So curious if the side of PP Legends can find themselves the advantage early and play off of those, or if it's going to be a little bit more of a slower game. As Bun Bun Bonanza has 3 flips now. Alex down to stagger, almost taken out, but I can imagine Scyther 12 just waiting for an opportunity to just shotgun him off the map.
Yeah, we're seeing it here, the chase down with that speed gate. Lilybun helping reposition Average Alex near the wall there. Spends their Vade, their finally Vade. Now Scyther 12 gets their position, gets their chance, but now Average Alex is completely unstaggered. Lilybun and Liari getting the ball out of the bottom side here, though. Kind of gets on through, but Fiery finally gets the kill. Kazan's so good at confirming those kills, especially with the crooked leverage. Wins out on that interaction. Lilybun keeping that barrier up. Helps with the speed there. Malum sends on over the misdirect. Alex can't seem to maintain control of the ball here, though. Now Fiery is the one who's pretty weak, although they do sacrifice the last barrier there. Liari trying to keep control of this ball. Goes back into the big finish, hands it right on over to Fiery, who can redirect it with that crooked leverage after they had no strike. Like, that was a very awkward situation, but man, Fiery made the absolute best of it.
Yeah, most definitely, and that's a little bit of the downside. Lilybun opted to go for the momentum boots here, so no eject button means you can't jump back at that point, right? You had a really good save up top, jumping and getting that core, but Fiery just knows there's no way for Lily to get back in time to get that bottom core there, and just scores through it as the damage again continues to be found across the board. Cypher 12 on this Drakkar doing so much of it as well, as Fiery down to only 1 bar of HP now. Close to 1 of 8, doesn't have it. Cypher 12 trying to run up and position himself to get the goal in, but we'll see if they actually can get this barrier or not, because Mloom also still has a flip defensively if he does need to use it.
Yeah, good call on that one there. I didn't actually notice that Lilybun had momentum boots. Definitely not a main deck pick on Amy for, I guess, a really long time. At some point, we did see it, but it's really been a eject button for a while. Scyther, man, damage, finds the kill there, spends everything to get it, and gets that point as well. Man, it feels so good when you're just like, I'm spending it all, and if we get it, I'm the champion. If not, well, I'll try again in 15 seconds. But Scyther's the champion.
Yeah, and you start to see a pattern in the way that people are playing this patch currently, and it's essentially like goalie midfield. You know, you guys just do your best, keep core away from our goal, make sure we don't lose barriers. Meanwhile, the brawlers just say, you know what, I'm gonna go kill a guy. I'm gonna just go out of there and make sure someone's not having a good time. Because this time around, you can see it with Fiery. Get Scyther 12 down to no HP, as both barriers do drop, and actually the KO being found on average Alex there, surprisingly. Scyther 12 now running up and trying to get this pressure going and get this barrier, as just barely avoiding Fiery there as well, and now open net on both sides. So we'll see who's going to find this goal first, but the pressure is in favor of PP Legends. You do have a flip on Lilybun if she does need to use it. Liari also close of getting one for herself. So we'll see if those are going to be coming into play, or if Average Alex just gets taken out because Drakkar heavy impact pummelers, you know, like it does its thing.
Yeah, we can see, man, how useful Kazan is, though, in that situation, having the extra long strike, being able to basically close that gap. And, man, Average Alex wins out on that interaction. Lilybun deciding to hold the flip in that spot there, though. Thought they could probably win out and keep that resource. It's very valuable, especially when you're down, right? You kind of need those resources to get as much value as possible. But it's going to be Average Alex winning out on that one. The Legends are going to be taking the first set here, though. Maloom, the goalie, grabbing their first awakening. What's it going to be? Getting the missile prop. Definitely is fitting in nicely with that. I'm going to do as much damage as possible. I'll just say comp, but you know what? Patch. The patch is killing, guys. It's killing. Slav, what's going on with this patch? Why is it killing?
It's just killing because all like Maxwells have gotten a hit in terms of viability. It's less prominent. Slicks are still not insanely good, and Siphoning Wands got buffed. So more often than not, you're gonna default to Siphoning Wands. So
who buffs Siphoning Wand as a sane human being?
Hey, I mean, you know, you gotta mix it up every once in a while. At a time, we had just defensive goalies, and now we have, well, damage. Who would have guessed?
Not me, as everyone has died every literal point here, though. Both barriers open there, gets it on through the triple team action. Bun Bonanza makes it happen. And I gotta say, I feel like, honestly, I might be dumb for this because I'm not a nasl player, but I feel like you do less with momentum boots here, though. It feels like with eject button, you could do more killing, more offensive pressure, more stuff. I mean, I know people swear by it and swear against things like eject button, cake, smile, but like, it feels like for Amy, I guess I'm a noob. I guess I just don't feel the momentum boots doing as much as eject button would for this patch.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I feel like the eject button would probably do a little bit more work for Lily because it's going to allow her to actually get the push, get that pressure up front as well. The Cyber Swipe's going to be a bit more difficult to use if you have the momentum boots. But in turn, you're just a lot more mobile flat out, right? You don't have, like... With eject buttons, you have these little bursts of walking up front and being that extra pressure. With momentum boots, you can just constantly do that, you know? You can just constantly walk up, play around that midfield line, and use your Cyber Swipe maybe as a more of a repositioning ability as well, which is probably what's going to be going on here as well for Lilybun. So it has its upside and its downsides. I personally would prefer the eject button, but I mean, so far, Bun Bonanzas are leading this set to 1, so it seems to be working for them.
Does seem to be doing a pretty solid job here, though. I obviously do not disagree with anything that you're saying at all, but I will say one other thing about that is we've never been more enticed to do damage, so we've never been more enticed to turn off those momentum boots just by getting damage dealt. So it could be... It's definitely like a push and pull here, though. Nice block with the triple take there from Maloom. Ends up spoiling that flip there, though. We do see Fiery quite low health. They might be able to get him on out of here, although being just a menace here to Lilybun, dealing damage as well. We have this 2v2 at the bottom side here, though. Average Alex and Maloom do end up surviving. The big finish is going to help Average Alex. Yeah, the boost, man. Not many characters, especially with only 2 awakenings, can really just get across the board, but Luna, as long as you know what you're doing, really can get across the board with base kit, and it's like, it shows.
And it's difficult to defend against it because you're turning it into a guessing game. Like, am I gonna dash to the top of you, to the bottom of you? And if you guess wrong, I'm just gonna be there to punish it almost immediately, right? So, well executed from the side of Average Alex there. As Bunman Bonanzas, they're actually roll swapping pretty effectively here. Scyther taking a lot of damage, just falls back into goalie. Lilybun making use of that extra movement speed that she does have on these momentum boots and walks up to apply some more pressure. Scyther gets his HP back now. And will walk up front again as both barriers drop though. And flip comes out from Scyther, does not find the KO. Lilybun now holding on to this point. Still has a flip for herself if she does need to use it.
Really great angle there from Average Alex. Helps get that last barrier though. I can't get there in time, although nice mix-up almost made it work out. Scyther really just going to retreat for the orb right now. We're going to have a roll swap again like you had mentioned though. Lilybun goes really far in there, can't get back. Liari has a chance to get their hands on the ball here, though. A big 2v1 situation. The big flip is going to keep them safe. Whoa, crazy! Glitch Pop is also going to keep that point alive for Bun Bonanza. Definitely necessary. The top spin's going to hold it as well. Here we go. Scyther 12 trying to make it happen, though. The Crater Maker comes out. Lilybun can't hit it on the right side. Into a blob. Tries to pass themselves here, though. Okay. Scary situation here from Lilybun. Ends up stalling a little bit, but Average Alex can't get there in time. Now Maloom's going to try to hand it on over from the top side. Top spin. Liari strikes. And it's just... that's the top spin right there, right? That is exactly what you're trying to get done when you get that ball in the top spin with Kazan, bro. You gotta hold. You gotta have, like, the best reactions, man. It's tough, but, you know, Fiery wins out on that one. And Average Alex, yeah, I felt like it was really involved. That whole set really gets first pick.
It involves basically every single goal and gets rewarded with an adrenaline rush. So if you do have those KOs, this Luna's going to get all of her cooldowns back, essentially. And it's going to be, again, more difficult to be dealing with as the Super Surge finds its way onto Lilybun. An incredibly effective awakening for Amy as well. Ariel's going to help Scyther 12 a little bit with those shotgun pellets, making him a bit more annoying to deal with. Twin Drive, great pickup for Fiery as well. A lot of damage from Kazan comes out of these secondaries. And also something to not underestimate, team player for Liari. We've seen a lot of core speed, we've seen a lot of chaos. Team player definitely helps your team a lot more in that regard. But you know what also helps? Just taking out the enemy. A beautiful Crater Maker from Average Alex there will find the KO on Lilybun. She can't really do anything about it as they get both barriers down and want to find the goal as well. Fiery, again, another KO for the side of PP Legends, and they're just kind of riding out this power play to eventually find the goal. But Liari and Lilybun holding strong for now. Cure will find its way past them in the end, though. The rocket will be enough to get it past Lilybun there. And PP Legends now, in a convincing manner, taking this first goal of this third set.
Yeah, they are looking quite good there. Got some great awakenings, too. Adrenaline Rush going to synergize perfectly with everything Luna stands for, lives for. The entire patch, dude, like we're saying, just nothing but damage. Fiery gonna strike that one right through the Lilybun. Gonna almost save it there with the glitch pop, but a lot of pressure just approaching there. Look at them all just, they had the ball for a second and then they were like, wait a minute, Guy is dying, let's go kill Guy. And, well, they didn't really lose anything for it other than, you know, dealing all that damage to Scyther. The Crater Maker's gonna help get that one through. Onto that barrier. The big finish is going to give the ball right to Fiery, who's ignoring it. Like I was saying, like, it just keeps happening, right? Like, you see a chance to get a kill. Why would you not take it? And Fiery doing that exact thing. Liari is also at no health. Going to split the scene here. Fiery with that flip, but not going to get too much more out of it, though. Fiery trying to get a combo here onto Liari. Yeah, finally gets it, chasing her around basically everywhere. Strike war situation. Lilybun wins out nicely. Some neutral advantage, gets it on through to Scyther, but Fiery's just there. Fiery's big, bro. He's got Demolitionist with that strike. Hard to get through, and now we're looking at the game point, set point, match point.
Yeah, the side of Bun Bonanza, they have a lot of ways to injure the side of PP Legends, but it's difficult for them to actually pull through with it because PP Legends are playing so oppressively the way that they're still keeping up core pressure while doing all of that kind of like hurt, which makes it very difficult to properly play out, and they're just kind of suffocating in the defense. So even though on paper they have every single tool that they would need to find KOs, to find a power play for the side of Bun Bonanza, they just can't. actually find it. And they're just gonna be taken out continuously. Another power play now coming through for PP Legends. And I mean, you see the HP bars. It's not like Liari and Lilybun are extremely healthy themselves either here. The save does come through, but again, it's just so almost impossible to play with all of that, all of those abilities flying your way consistently. And PP Legends, they do find themselves a game 1 victory against Bonbon Bonanza.
Oh man, a little alt F4 there coming out from Liari. Maybe he's gonna fix on something with their internet or something, not really entirely sure. But either way, yeah, wow. Insane amount of damage. I mean, that whole last point started off because Average Alex decided to Crater Maker Lilybun, who had no evade, and then it was just Fiery, go get him, sick 'em boy. And it's eventually you just run out of stuff, and then while Fiery is just chasing Lilybun around, Scyther ended up getting staggered, probably due to like Average Alex's other moves, and then it was like Fiery ended up killing Scyther first. It was like, and then Ace. There's nothing much more to say there other than they are playing the patch correctly. Luna might be the winner of the patch, guys. Luna. Deal damage, kill people. It's just happening. We can see all the damage here. The numbers are pretty high. I mean, that was a pretty quick game. 14 minutes and 9 kills. I mean, that's a lot of downtime for the enemy team, especially with 20,000 damage on 2 players there. I mean, Fire did nothing but damage. Even Average Alex doing damage and getting 150 redirects. Like, doing a lot that game. Oh, but it looks like Fire actually stole the MVP. Lamau. Either way, gonna move on to the next game, which is probably gonna be on a stage that we all know and love. It's gonna be, yeah, I didn't look. I forgot to look again.
Look either, but I'm sure it's gonna be a great one. But
yes, of course, at Lab. It just came to me. I did see it, but it just came to me. At Lab, yeah. So they're gonna go to At Lab, which is definitely like, you know, pretty nice and neutral. Like, what's going on this map? You know, is there an explosion? Yeah, pretty much. So if you wanted to play damage, go ahead. Go ahead and just throw the opponents into the black hole and yeah. So we're probably going to see a similar setup as we did last game. Luna, Finny, Kazan. I mean, it's like, do the damage. And then it's like, well, how do we kill them after we've done the damage? Oh, wait a minute. Crooked Leverage has 9,000 player knockback and has a 4-second cooldown. Well, let's fucking get Kazan on it, dude. Okay, got the team comp. Sorry, guys. I'm not really raging.
you're just processing what's going on right now. You know, it's
game,
adjusting
right?
to what's happening. Yeah. No, I feel like as well a meta like this and what it's shaping up to be so far, it highlights mistakes a lot, right? Whereas in previous metas, you can mess up a strike every once in a while, you can mess up an evade every once in a while. And you'll still be fine. I don't think that's the case anymore. It turns so much more volatile, mistiming an evade of yours because, hey, whereas before you mistime an evade and, oh, cool, maybe I'm down to half HP, but I can still play for orbs and run around the map and try to contest something. Now that's just not a thing. You mess up an evade, you saw it multiple times today already, your HP bar is gone if you're not just flat out dead as well. And that Luna pickup, that benefits so much from it as well, because it is going to be an evade game. It's going to be an energy game because you need to have these evades to avoid big hitting abilities. And Luna, with that Crater Maker, is arguably the biggest ability you can hit. And if enemy doesn't have any way to avoid it anymore, you know, tough luck. Talking about tough luck, extra special start. You know who likes extra special? Luna.
So I've heard. You know, but this is now, you know, we see Luna just going absolutely ballistic. You know, we did see Vice get banned in the last series. I don't think they banned it last set. I'm not really sure. I didn't get to see because I am just such a good guy that is focusing on things differently.
I think last game they banned Vice and Zen because of the impact. Because, you know.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. But now we open up a can of, okay, the can is not even a can. It's like a big old vat of worms. We have Luna and Vice both open. I think they're doing maybe the red thing where it's like, let them have the best pick and then we'll just pick a mega combo double pick. That's like the funny thing that like could make red team good. Red side good, kind of good or whatever, but I don't know. It could use more testing. Rune? Do you remember what I said to you over the break? Are people seriously going to ban Rune? Nah, right? We're done banning Rune. This patch could work. Huh? Hello? It's happened. Vice, first pick. People That's rough, man.
I feel like the rune ban. It's probably just coming from the fact that PB Legends just have great rune players, right? Both Loom and Average Alex can pilot that pick, and with an extra special, it does get scary, right? That banish hurts a lot as well. I'm not even sure what the damage numbers are looking like if you could even go siphoning on it. So curious how that's gonna go. Maybe gonna boot up a custom game later. But it's not in this game. What's in this game though are 4 characters that absolutely love extra special. Vice, Finny, Luna, Amy. Kazan less, doesn't really enjoy extra special that much, but a lot of ultimates coming through on kickoff here, and a lot of hurt finding its way onto the enemy team for all of those characters.
Oh my god, dude, it's the same thing. We have, instead of like Luna basically being the champion, we do have Vice. So it's like, there is 2 gods that are on the opposite team. They're going to like clash with each other. That is a lot of horses. We got extreme horses in the chat right now on the screen. Incredible horses. But still, yeah, 2 gods will be playing against each other today, Vice and Luna, and things are going to be actually ballistic. We do have Kazan, though, the master of securing kills. Is on the Vice side. Rasmus pretty good, but he kind of needs Mega Hook. Okay, we got horses beyond space-time, literally eating popcorn. Excuse me, what is these things?
Yeah, they're adding. But I feel like as well, other than the Vice and the Luna, there's a lot of incredible like supporting casts around them as well, right? The Amy with the extra special being so efficient as well. It's a bit late for me, excuse me. But the Amy with the extra special gonna do so much in terms of like pressure, and the Amy's going into either the Finny or the Luna, which neither of them are extremely strong defensively. If they're faced with an Amy turret, they do have to find ways around it. And the Kazan, as you mentioned as well, really good at kill confirming with that crooked leverage. So that's going to come into play as well. On the other hand, you just have a lot of numbers, a lot of damage numbers with the Finny and the Luna can just completely take you out in a moment's notice. Erasmus also not bad at kill confirming, although his abilities are a bit longer and a bit more difficult to actually find the kill confirm in the end, but both teams very similar game plans going into this game.
Gonna go with definitely similar game plans. Blow up the opponent, find a place where they've maybe already blown up, do damage. Man, if only there were other words for damage. We'll find out later. But yeah, Average Alex gonna be on the Vice here, man. Oh, big. Actually, I guess like technically the Luna is gonna have bigger shoes to fill, right? Because I feel like Average Alex can just like do damage, smash, stagger people, and then Fiery just gets to finish them off, right? The other team, it's like Luna's gonna have to find, Liari's gonna have to find some good spots to like find those kills, and then it's like Scyther could help with the kills for sure, but we'll see. I'm gonna give the tiniest, even though Luna's the champ, even the Vice is in this game, I kind of think Luna is the champion. It feels easier to just evade Vice's ult instead of just like get comboed by. I don't know how to put this. Like I feel like Luna's more useful in more situations. Now that might just straight up be wrong, but I don't know. Well, we're gonna have to see what's going on here. Both barriers are gonna be opened from Bun Bonanza, or opened as Bun Bonanza. Getting it on through there, though. Fiery can't maintain control of the ball just yet. No dribble in sight. Average Alex taking a little bit of damage here, though. Not everyone's level 2 just yet, but we are almost there. Things are going to be crazy in just a few seconds. Top spin on the bottom side. Smashes Liari. Almost staggered already, and this could be the start. Actually, the beginning of the end, really.
Yeah, most definitely. Core goes, red goes all around as well, as now Scyther is going to try to find the second barrier, but the side of People Legends are just holding on so well defensively. And I do want to touch on what you were talking about before with like the effectiveness, and I agree with it, right? Because Liari with this Luna pick, her ultimate, she can kind of just pop it down anywhere on the map. You don't really have to commit yourself into any kind of specific positioning, which means at any point in time, Liari can just say, you know what? You're just paying an evade now, or you're wasting your flip even, or you're gonna lose a lot of your HP bar. Meanwhile, Average Alex, he's gotta get into position first to get the ultimate out. And he's gonna have to commit to that position for a little bit. Which means in a direct ultimate one-to-one comparison, I would prefer the Luna ultimate. If you look at the entire kit though, Vice, with that secondary, with that primary, just does so much damage output as well, which I feel like edges it overall a little bit in favor of the side of PP Legends. But if it comes down to pure evade baiting, Liari is going to have the upper hand there. But we'll see how it's going to pan out, because the Bonbon Bonanza, they're taking 2 barriers. Cypher 12 is in front of the net and will actually get the core through. Didn't even need the pendulum swing there. Maloom not there in time to strike it out.
Yeah, you know, we see Scyther here with the Vamp Brace. Honestly, I saw them healing a bunch there, though. Vamp Brace might be the secret ticket for at least this game. Who knows if it's actually going to be useful in this patch while everyone has just 1 million Siphoning Wand damage. But maybe we'll be able to find that out by the end of this game. Big ult coming out in here, though. Lilybun with, like, the literal perfect strike there, though, is going to keep the barrier alive, although they will lose a member in the process there. Scyther, never seen again. Fiery looking a little bit weak. Wow, some ridiculous combo goes out there, though, and a power play for both sides here. Okay, insanity from Lilybun, spending the flip to just send the ball at 9 million right there. Liari winning a situation there against average Alex, brings it on over here to Scyther, who has the Whiplash there. He's got a couple cooldowns, but Maloom gonna spend that flip to make sure that that ball is not going in just yet. Liari goes for the strike mix-up, but Maloom and average Alex were both ready for that one. Survives again. Really clutch situations here, though, for Maloom, playing quite nice.
Definitely the defense holding on really strong from the side of PP Legends, but the pressure is not letting down. Bonbon Bonanza are looking to get this point and want to get themselves a lead here as well, but the Amy turret will come out now to create more of that pressure, but a beautiful strike from Lilybun will actually keep the core out. Triple defense coming out there. Scyther 12 now tries to run up, but Maloom, calm and collected, has the strikes, has the clears. They are not able to get herself into a position where she would want to be, and unfortunately, average Alex doesn't quite get the core angle he was wishing for. TPs to a secondary, but didn't get the strike on it anymore. And you also mentioned the Vamp Braces. I feel like Vamp Braces are a very valid pickup currently if you are on a character that is not aiming to damage dump. If you're on a character that is not aiming to be that damage menace, because it's going to help you a lot with survivability. You've seen it before, and we'll see it plenty of times this games as well. Scyther 12 can almost immediately fill up his HP bar again if he does happen to be low. So I feel like that Vamp Braces, they're gonna come into play and they're gonna be effective. Question just is, are they gonna be effective in time, or is he already dead by the time that he gets any core interaction or enemy interaction?
Yeah, we'll see. He has a couple cooldowns here, though. Getting a little bit of health there from the core is nice as well. Flip smashes it, and that was actually just flip on the core. Gained basically half their health bar just from that one, and steals that point too. Okay, Bonbon Bonanza now looking quite good. They're really trying to bring this series back here after that first game. Got the Finny Lilybun as their first pick. Spark. Probably looking for something like Deadeye, but then that means Rasmus kind of has to take the heavy impact unless... Yeah, gonna end up having Rasmus get the heavy impact there. Really can't let that thing get to Vice. Things get a little bit too crazy to Vice, and now Luna doesn't have really all that much to take here, though. Glass Cannon, not so great. This draft was kind of messed up, because we got, like, literally all Sparks on deck. But, I mean, hey, getting Adrenaline Rush is pretty good. Although you do give Deadeye to the opposing team and Prize Fighter. Yeah, we'll see what happens, though. Even the winning team might have not won out in that spot. Kind of close, I think.
Yeah, it's difficult. There's probably a bunch of ways that draft can go. You have a lot of high priority awakenings coming through. The Deadeye, the Heavy Impact, the Adrenaline Rush, the Prize Fighter as well. They're just also important. I feel like overall, the side of Bonbon did win out in the end, because Heavy Impact is now turning Scyther into a character as well that can play for those KOs and can do a lot of damage. You have the Glass Cannon on Liari, which arguably, I'm not sure how much it's gonna be up, because you are playing into a Vice that has a chain lighting that's gonna hit you quite often, but for the few moments where you do have that extra damage, it's gonna do a lot of work. And Lilybun with the Adrenaline Rush, also excellent for the Finny, right? Finny gonna be involved in a lot of KOs, which means just casually Lilybun is just gonna... 4-second points? What happens? Wait.
That was a big finish right there. Actually, it was a big opener, really. Get both of those barriers with the finish right there. Actually just puts it right on in there. That was a really quick 4-seconder. Probably won't be seeing that one again. Wink, wink. point's going to start here, though. One barrier goes down here over the side of Bun Bun Bonanza. Towson's not going to make it happen. Average Alex gets in there with that secondary. Scyther spending the hook to grab that barrier for sure. Lilybun against Fiery here, though, wins out in that interaction. Now again in the hands of Fiery, who's trying to move around the board just a little bit here, though. The orb's going to spawn in the center once again. Reinforces the core with the glitch pop. I like that one. Fiery steals it away. Yes! Kazan just has the moves, bro. He's never out of moves, and all you have to do to get the ball out of the big finish is spend a move at the right time. And nice work from Fiery there. Gets the whole point for that.
And surprisingly enough, even though a lot of strong damage awakenings have been picked up, I don't think we've seen a lot, if any, KOs so far. Just a lot of like hitting each other and being oppressive in terms of core control, but no one actually falling off the map, which is a bit surprising to be. And I jinxed it. My bad. Yes, that's also gonna take a lot of hurt here, but the Van Braces come through. You see that efficiency now, as a Sapnoise angle actually will not give PP Legends that barrier. They are still being incredibly oppressive about it, though, as Fiery fights for his life currently. But the barrier stands strong, and Bun Bun Bonanza now trying to mount their own attack on the defense from PP Legends. Will they find their way through, though? No, Average Alex finds the strike bar, wins, and yeah, the HP bars, eh? They used to be a thing.
I think Liari actually got crooked leveraged into the Supernova there. Just kind of crazy. Not that it really mattered all that much. It was completely staggered. Either way, Scyther approaching here with that Whiplash. Can't get it through. Average Alex gets stuffed by Lilybun through that flip. Scyther has a really tight dribble here, though. Liari almost gets there in time. So close. Lilybun winning that situation there, as well as going to nullify basically all of that pressure on up to Scyther. Once again, Loom's going to whiff on the Cyber Swipe, which possibly could have resulted in a better situation. Fiery taking a lot of damage here, though. We mentioned it a little bit earlier. 30% on Finny's triple take now is so much more damage too, man. You can already see that the side of PPL is all staggered pretty much. Yeah, gone with that heavy impact. Scyther getting a little stuffed there by the Firewall Sentry, but we do have a double power play here, though. Strikes it on forward, going to stall as long as they possibly can. Lilybun trying to keep flying to there, but wait, that wasn't the Average Alex, was it?
Who paid Alex? Who got him? Who's unfortunate there. I think Alex didn't think Loom would get back in time, used the primary as like a last resort, and ended up just taking the core into the net. But you know, it's fine. We're still at a 0.5. PP Legends, they do have a barrier. They're looking to get the second one as well. Lilybun does have a flip available for herself. So we'll see if that's going to come into play. Scyther 12 just gets taken off almost immediately. Barrier drops now as well as a grand finish. Will hold on to the defense for now, but Scyther 12 just fighting for his life right now. Does get an orb, but on the other hand, on the other side of the field, a lot of pressure mounting. And Bun Bun Bonanza holding on for now. Question is for how long, how much longer can they hold on to this point?
Yeah, goal is open, but they are keeping it going here, though. Big Finish is going to steal one of those barriers here. Nice glitch pop. I like that angle to really just get the ball to the opposing side of the board. Scyther taking a ton of damage. Fiery open thing strikes it. Just kind of smacks it on in there. No one is ready for Fiery to hit strike in that spot. Strike, not usually used by a lot of Omega Strikers players, but that was the right time to use it, Fiery.
That's an interesting draft to get into now as well, because you have Specialized, great Kazan pickup, you also have Size, and you have a Vice further down the line that would like to get something like a Spec here as well. Stinger finding its way onto Fiery, gonna have that extra bit of pressure and that dot going onto the enemies into Specialized training. Together with extra special and Average Alex, that's gonna be quite a difficult ability to be dealing with now. Need to make sure you have your evades up whenever Alex gets close to you and starts casting that ultimate, because if you don't, yeah, I think you're gonna be taken off the map pretty swiftly.
Yeah, I'm gonna say PP Legends has really hit the money on that draft right there, getting Stinger, getting Specialized training, and now even all of that stuff going together with that prize fighter that Average Alex picked up a little bit earlier there, though. Going for the late game scaling, I see, as a lot of damage is currently being dealt to Bun Bun Bonanza. They do end up clearing the ball. Liari is actually just being a menace right now, getting nice positioning there, and ends up getting the barrier, although losing a player or actually gaining one in the process. PPL can't seem to defend that one just yet. Bun Bun looking good, even though I'm saying, hey, look, PPL's got the crazy awakenings here. Bun might be able to make it work.
What they have in their favor is the fact that Lilybun was able to pick up a prime time, which is going to help a lot with keeping up pressure for this Finny, right? Having that extra bit of either A, kill confirm, or B, just pure core control, because you're just going to be tossing these abilities into the enemy space consistently, is going to make quite a difference. But for now, Liari taken off the map, barrier now falling as well. Lilybun trying to hold on to this, but while they're trying to defend, they're just losing their HP bars so consistently, which makes it very difficult to play out properly. They do get a little bit back now as they're regenning slowly but surely, but with the HP bars regenning, the cooldowns are coming back as well, and Bloom just absolutely saw what Scyther was going for there, plays it to the corner, follows it up with a Cyber Swipe Glitch Pop flip combo, completely takes him out, and well defended. The point's still alive, and actually you get a KO back as well. Excellently defended. I don't know how Bun did this.
Wait, are these guys nasl players? They are all playing actually insane right here. I feel like Maloom is literally in the future for the most part. Actually just playing so crazy here. PPL stealing another kill here, though. Power play could finally result in the end of this point. Oh, it actually results in the barrier, man. I couldn't even talk while it was happening. Lilybun, oh, almost, man. But, they finally clutch it out. PPL makes it happen during that power play. I mean, that was a crazy kill from Maloom. I just want to say, like, on the left side, man, Maloom, like, planned that from the beginning, and I saw it. I saw it happen in slow motion.
Yeah, playing with, like, positioning the enemy for you, you know, playing towards the edge there, making sure that they have to go contest the core, and just being ready to punish it if they do go for it, because if they don't go for it, I mean, hey, you got a free clear. So excellently played there for Maloom. I also, Alex is on 6 prize fighter.
Oh.
Yeah, ooh, almost.
6?
The flip is there. 4, my bad.
Oh my god,
staying alive is hard as well, because I don't know where Bun went. They're just taking a holiday, I think.
Oh my god, I didn't read the patch notes that thoroughly, and you mentioned 4 before, and I was like, oh, what an interesting change when you said 6, and I was like, excuse me, man, there's just simply no way with this patch that they hit 6 prize fighter stacks, but it was all a ruse, no problem, bro, it's just damage, just get over it. Maloom getting kind of hooked all over the place here, though. Lilybun can't seem to save that bottom barrier, though. Fiery trying to get it past Liari here, though, with the hook. Can't seem to make it happen, though. Average Alex kind of helping to defend Maloom in this situation against Scyther, and they do actually end up getting the barrier, too, while defending. Although Fiery now looking at just about 0 health here, though. Maloom is going to have to work a little hard to get this one out of here, though, not being assisted by the Atlas hole there. It's going to be a rough spot to get it on through. We got cooldowns from Scyther. Really can't get it through, man. This is pretty rough.
Yeah, it's difficult for them to put themselves in a position where they can secure a goal, right? That's why they've been playing so for these KOs as well as much as they possibly can, because that gives you that liberty to be playing in the field as openly as you want. Having both sides on 3 members, that is just going to make it more difficult. And you can see that play out, because both sides are finding really good strikes, they're finding a lot of pressure as well, but neither of them can really get themselves into a strong scoring position. You have, like, essences of it coming out every once in a while, but then a nice cyber swipe from Loom will completely shut down an attack, and then suddenly Lilybun with a beautiful triple take will actually shut down that play, and it's just difficult. It turns into a kind of like tossing around the core back and forth, see who finds that one crucial strike war win first, and as it stands right now, actually, Scyther is going to be the one to find this goal with the hook and the flip invested for it. We're in a 0.5, and with some of the awakenings that are still available to be picked up, I feel like this set could be quite an important one.
Especially with Average Alex at 4 prize fighter stacks still. They have not been taken off the map yet. Keeping all of these stacks. Everyone's going to have to get the heck out of the way, because everyone literally loses their entire health bar to that supernova, as we thought might happen, and it's going to be probably a relatively easy goal to finish this one up. Oh man, Lilybun and Liari, dream team right now, keeping this one alive. Oh my god, boosts into space, into the future. A flip there from Fiery for a kill, but doesn't actually get the ball. It's now Scyther's turn to play on the dream team. Fiery has a hook as well, Scyther. It's so tough. Oh, okay. Really good strike there from Alex. Actually got the stun before the ball got hit by the Thunderstrike. So I mean, yeah, that was that will score. You strike the ball that precisely. Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah, most definitely. And yeah, they're like really good defense from the side of Bon Bonanza there, but there's just only so much you can do when you're gonna get hit by a 180 power Vice with specialized training on your ultimate. And that damage is not slowing down. You get missile propulsion out. Timeless Creator for Lilybun gonna help a little bit. But I feel like another like Twin Drive from Loom gonna help so much with keeping the core up. To the team player for Liari could be a difference maker of like getting the play to switch very fast, but I'm not sure if it's gonna be enough. You have Fight or Flight on Scyther as well, which is usually a pretty strong pickup, but looking at the entirety of the draft, it seems increasingly more difficult for the side of Bon Bonanza to really stay alive and stay involved in the play.
Yeah, especially with, man, that was a pretty powerful draft, I'd say, for both teams. They actually got some meaningful awakenings here. Liari, with that team player, could make things pretty interesting. You know, really quick passes on over to Scyther, really interesting back passes there to Lilybun could make some stuff happen, but that ain't sure as heck ain't gonna do damage. And that's kind of the name of the game right now, as we can see everyone kind of wanting to grab these orbs. Now it's Lilybun, who's on really the back end here, though, gets blasted across the board. Fiery has multiple moves to move you. Multiple moves to move you to make sure that that kill is completely secured. Scyther and Liari are going to defend for their life, stalling as long as they possibly can, and in it goes. Fiery, the assistance of Average Alex, and Maloom is going to secure that one. At this point, I mean, when you're in these power plays, and like sometimes you can't score, no one can survive the onslaught of 2v3 abilities, so you would just be able to like stagger somebody in like the worst case scenario there too. So power plays are just insanely valuable, obviously. I don't even have to.
Yeah, I mean, especially with how the game's been going as well, more often than not, you can turn one power play into a second one, right? Because while they're trying to defend 2v3 somehow, you can just damage dump into them, because if they don't contest the core, you're gonna be scoring on them. So it makes it increasingly more difficult to play when you do have that deficit and when that snowball starts going, as a barrier does drop there miraculously to get a KO for it as well. Bon Bonanza here actually with a beautiful play, even though they were down there.
No way!
They do find it inside there with a mix-up.
Neither of them flipped. How did neither of them flip? Oh my god, it was, they both were just like, oh, that was kind of, I don't even know what was going on there. That neither of them flipped. Like, what? That was crazy. I loved that. I love things. Holy shit, that was awesome.
I saw that Vice ultimate charging and I knew it was gonna happen. They already took a little bit of a vacation, but it's worth it in the end because Scyther 12 was able to get that flip up front, get the goal as well. And now Bon Bonanza are put in front of only one goal more, and then they can go into a set 5 situation here, which I don't know what's left in draft, but I feel like it can only be bad.
Bulk up, probably. I don't know. I'm just guessing, but yeah, Average Alex working on these prize fighter stacks as well is certainly not going to make things easy here for Bon Bonanza. Lilybun's going to defend that last barrier. Fiery trying to get some mix-ups in there, but both are going to hold until Average Alex smashes it on in there with the Supernova. Once again, nicely redirected into the barrier there from Maloom. Trying to make sure that one falls down, although getting a little bit too close to the edge there. Fiery finds themselves, or sorry, yeah, no, Fiery finds himself on out of there. Nice strike war win there from Scyther. Ooh, Lilybun giving you the ball at red speed is going to be great advantage. Scyther, now the first to pick their awakening. What are we going to get? What is left? Some Psy? They look bulk up. I was right.
Yeah, bulk up is valuable as well. It gives you some stagger, but I do wonder where it's going to go because 1-2 punch again, really strong pickup. Hotshot still on the board as well. A lot of these characters would enjoy themselves a little bit of Hotshot, but the size is going to be it for Scyther, and it makes sense. You do want to have the, first of all, the revive, which can do a lot for you as well, and it just allows you so much more area to be working with all of your abilities essentially just enhanced. 1-2 punch, bulk up, Hotshot, all being picked up. No big surprises there, as it's just gonna make the numbers go a bit bigger whenever you hit an ability. And last but not least, Orb Replicator for Liari. You know, it could be the difference maker if you get enough orbs to get a little bit more of aids. She didn't have a lot to choose from anymore, to be fair, but we'll see how it's gonna pan out. The Scyther 12 almost immediately loses recovery drone already.
Yeah, I mean, that was an interesting pick, recovery drone. Like, obviously, it's like fair to get size onto Rasmus. I think it might have ended up being a more tactical pick to keep the size maybe away from Kazan in a way where your team still gets some good stuff, like bulk up. Because like I feel like if there wasn't maybe Kazan, maybe we would have had bulk up onto Scyther. It feels very valuable here. But man, running on down the board, yeah, just the cooldowns coming in hot. Rasmus really good at making very good single strong plays, kind of like Juliet, right? Like you go on in there with the whiplash and you're ready to spend everything for just like a really good pressure attempt, and it's going to be just very difficult to defend against what you're about to be doing here. Maybe spend a resource or two, but yeah, nice work there from Scyther. As this point's going to start off once again, Scyther looking kind of weak here with the health. I mean, Smash is the supernova. Everyone is weak. Fiery can kind of just spend their time killing stuff. Absolutely. There you go. Lilybun trying to defend from afar, not really trying to get involved in Fiery's onslaught there. 1-1 here for the last set, man. PPL is trying to close this out, and Bun's trying to keep themselves in.
Yeah, and I feel like that's why Bun has been looking a lot more stronger as well. And it's just, I think Scyther is just playing really well at this point. Just kind of doing such a good job at keeping that core control. Oh my god, where'd he go? Recovery drum pop now. But that's why you end up picking that Awakening. Now you do have that extra life. You don't lose that power play. But Scyther's been playing so well in front of the net, making it so difficult for Loom to do anything defensively. And it shows, because otherwise we wouldn't be in the set 5 right here, and potentially point 5. We'll see how it's going to pan out. But abilities coming through. Scyther gets a flip, gets both barriers with it. Again, he's doing his magic up front, as the open goal is now on the side of PP Legends. They do have 2 flips, one being used now by Fiery. They want to get this barrier, but they can't find it. Lilybun uses of her flip as well, as the damage is finding its way. Liari not taken out yet, almost gets a score, but Bloom with a beautiful strike will stop that almost immediately. And more importantly, they get a KO on average Alex, removing one of the prize fighter stacks. And Alex had a flip as well, so you don't have to worry about that anymore. Bun now actually the team in the power play has to get another KO. 1v3 back to a 1v2 now, but Liari, Scyther, and Lilybun surely to make short work of this. No, Bloom holds it. Lilybun not able to get into the core in time to stop that, as we're back to a 3v3. Core still firmly in the half of PP Legends, but they do get the core out. The barrier's still alive. Scyther 12 now finds the angle, gets it past the turret. Excellent angle there, as now Bun Bonanza are 1 point away from evening out the series.
Yeah, really close call here though. PPL trying to get some more kills here for sure. Maloom starting off hard with the combo there, dealing damage straight to Liari. Scyther gonna spend the hook there. The ball is gonna kind of whiff just for a moment, but it's gonna give a strike reset, a flip resource spent there from Maloom. It's not gonna get a barrier just yet, but it does clear the ball, although it is kind of drifting on back into that top left corner for us, of course, not for them. It is a little bit mirrored, but no, nonetheless, we do have a supernova there from Alex. Is going to secure the next power play. Fiery is going to easily take out Lilybun for the most part, spending all of these evades. Now it's just Liari to defend on the bottom side. Can't hold against both. Fiery helping is there to help it through in case anything goes wrong. Average Alex sets it on through. And now, once again, we have a literal match point here for both teams. It's tight.
Yeah, and it's going to come down to what's going to happen first. Is Bun Bonanza going to be able to find the pressure and get both the barriers fast enough, because they're looking really strong to do so. Open goal already makes it more difficult for PP Legends to play this out properly, but they immediately answer themselves with a double barrier. 2 open goals now, so it's just going to come down to who's going to find that strike first, who's going to find that decisive hit first, as both teams are kind of running after the core, trying to get it into a solid position. Fiery has a flip soon, Loom has a flip soon, but a lot of ultimates coming out. The fence hold the health though. The flip comes out. Scyther not able to time that just right. Fiery has a flip now. Surely gonna try to use this offensively here, as Lilybun has a flip of her own as well. Flip comes out, strike comes out, but defended from the side of Bun Bonanza, and the core is still alive. Lilybun now with a flip is still available. Hasn't had to use it yet, needs to use it now. Others would have gone through, but no, the core bounces around again. A lot of damage means a lot of core speed, and we can see that right now. Scyther 12 trying to walk up, but no, it's still alive somehow.
Yeah, overtime is now taken over. Scyther's looking at just about no health. They may have switched their sights to just try to get a kill and make this point so much easier. Although Scyther does have Bam Brace, as we talked about multiple times. Man misses the pendulum swing, just not big enough size. Lilybun trying to hit it on over to Liari. Scyther is completely staggered now. Can finish the point though, with just nothing left. And no, it's going to be Average getting the power cord and sending him on off. Average approaching with flip here though. Has Fiery on the back end, but it's going to be a great finish. Just gonna keep it on in. Crooked leverage strike from Fiery is just enough. Everyone's out of cooldowns. It's over. PPL takes it in another crazy, ridiculous game. 2-0 over Bun Bun Bonanza.
What a crazy point in the end. I feel like at so many points, either of the teams could have found it, but in the end, PP Legends were the team to do so. And 53,000 damage on Alex. Oh man, that's Vice character, I think, actually. Look at the KO numbers as well. 18 KOs off of PP Legends.
Yeah, 18 kills on PP Legends. And that's a lot of kills, dude. You know, 9 is not 18. In fact, it could be double that. It could be. We get some mathematicians on that one, but it could be double. That's a lot of downtime as usual, but that wasn't a particularly short game. There could have been so many more kills there. I mean, 27 minutes. They were almost tame. I'd say almost tame. 53,000 Lamau, dude. That's a 27-minute game. Baby numbers. No, but for real though, that was a really intense game. We can see the redirects are hitting 200, almost 250 here though from Maloom, getting really active there though. I really like plays that Maloom is going for there, but man, very similar to like the last game, bro. We just have the damage coming in hot though. The siphoning wands are just showing up. They're doing so much work. And maybe this is just how the meta is going to unravel for a while. I mean, we could maybe for the rest of the day, we might be able to see some other like main deck core control gamers. Who knows? Maybe Atlas. Like honestly, I mean, it's damage comp. Atlas is pretty good at healing, keeping people alive. Atlas might actually show up. He could come and hang out for the day, but I don't know. We'll see what happens there. Sloth. What else do we say to the people other than damage and similarities of such?
I mean, I feel like we can just say what's always been said so far, and the season is just going to be incredibly interesting as it's going to pan out, because both times the team with the worst score so far have gotten the victory, which means it just all evens it out again. Everyone's just going slowly but surely to that like 4-5, 5-4 score line, which makes it so exciting as well to see how that's going to end up. But yeah, I mean, that's one point. The other one's do damage. It's going to be a lot of damage, and I don't think that's going to change unless we get maybe a small like adjustment. Aesop, help.
Yeah, things might change. Like you said, that's definitely very important to note that the team that was in the deficit there actually ended up winning. So now we're closing the gaps a little bit there. The nasl has never been closer in skill. Everyone has been saying, I think so too. I think it's really important to keep that in mind. Now all the teams are getting way closer in skill and into the standings. But that is certainly going to be it for us. Really sick sets there, Sloth. Guys, we're not done yet. As usual, stay tuned. The next match coming up is going to be Weasel Bees against Return to Form. It's going to be incredible. Stay tuned. So many more matches coming up in a few minutes.
And welcome back, everybody, to North American Strikers League Season 6. We are getting underway here for our third of the season. Of course, I'm K-Bot, joined by Yoshi. Yoshi, bottom of the table in terms of teams on the record books here, but both these teams are still trying to keep alive playoff hopes.
Yeah, definitely. We are seeing Weez Little Bees and RTF go at it. Weez Little Bees, it's always going to amuse me. Big win against Demon's Raw, big win against Hungry Like Nephew. Rest of the season, not quite the same, but still, what a record to have. And going in here against RTF, who I think there's been a lot of talk about the patch ever since it came out. It's been the talk of the town. We are KOing people. I'm looking at RTF, and that's what they like to do. They're really good at it, actually. So my eyes are firmly affixed to RTF. I'm excited to watch them and how they navigate this double siphoning one meta. I think that they have a great shot of just being exceptional at it. And I think Weez Little Bees are going to have a bit of a tough time. Could get a big win here, a very big win. Playoffs chance is not done yet, but I'm looking at RTF and how they're going to navigate everything that's going on right now.
Definitely interesting, of course, right? RTF looking to, or both these teams, right? As I mentioned, trying to keep alive playoff hopes. You mentioned the Hungry Like Nephew win for Weez Little Bees. They're coming off of that as of the last week of play. But both these teams, or at least I should say Weez Little Bees, playing with a sub. Mr. Milkman is in the goal box in place of Zach Smack. And they'll get the first goal on the board here as Weez able to shove it through.
Yeah, I'm looking right now at Carmine playing Kazan midfield. Very interesting. But I'm also looking at this guy with slick kicks, which, again, there's been a lot of talk about double siphoning. And I think that it's definitely too early to just commit 100% to one thing, but Siphoning Wand is obviously very strong, and we've been seeing Carmine just get chipped down, and without a meaningful way to recover or a meaningful means of speed to avoid it, he's really just taken the brunt of it, and it's looking difficult. They scored the last point, with a nice shot, but I think it's going to be very difficult for them to get anything done if Carmine's just going to be permanently staggered.
Well, especially you stack the Finny debuff on top of a Centauro-Imi combination. There's going to be plenty of damage there, and so the double siphoning likely feeding into the team comp played overall here for Return to Form, and seems to be doing a decent job so far. Now, of course, you see Wee getting taken out of the play for a decent chunk of time here. Earlier it was Carmine, now it's this Drakkar. Carmine on the dribble play in the corner. It's going to be an energy burst to get that one out of there. Now looking to poke it through, and Carmine credited with the goal to send it home. Somehow able to survive the damage onslaught the whole time. The KO blow was never landed.
Yeah, just exceptional dodging coming out. And I think on paper, that's super interesting because I think Weez Little Bees is not a team that I would chalk up as one that's going to be incredible into damage. They have Wee, who usually picks these big target brawlers, the Juliet, the X, that kind of thing. And now on the Drakkar, who is also still, has the same problem. No mobility, gets a big KO right there, but, Carmine also usually on speed midfielders, or he can play anything, but on picks that will get KO'd. And so they're doing a great job dodging the damage. I'm the Milkman, getting a nice shot, securing the set. They're playing into this damage exceptionally well right now.
Able to get the job done here, especially scoring those goals earlier is going to be the largest thing that they're looking out for. Now, heading into the draft here, it is the Era goalie up first. Not a lot, really, that you want to see here if you're the Era, so I suppose waiting for a moment to try to take your pick eventually ends up going for this Super Surge, and 2 Dash Awakenings getting picked up here for Weez Little Bees.
Yeah, the Era Super Surge is going to be pretty significant, just sharing all that speed with these two characters that don't have that much speed. Drakkar has a haste ability, but it lasts 1 second. It's not that big. It looks like we're taking a little pause here, so hey, awesome. I think that was a pretty interesting draft. We got Leo Leon on the prize fighter, which is super feast or famine, and I think if RTF can get their damage comp rolling, they can just like mow over everything. It's a scaling team. You know, it's going to take a few sets, but once they're online, they're going to be going for it. In the meantime, though, we picking up explosive entrance, that's 15% more damage on his shotgun. I don't think on Molten Bolt, but that's the same as heavy impact. You don't get the CDR, but that's still a lot of damage. And Carmine with Fight or Flight, it's going to be... They just picked up a lot of speed, some good damage, and they could shut down RTF for another set. It's going to be difficult, I think. The damage is going to just continue getting more and more, and it could hit the point where it's not reasonable to avoid it. But until then, it's looking like Weez Little Bees have a nice shot of just trying to roll over this damage comp.
Give you a little update on what is going on. Seems as though Celicy is having a little bit of in-game latency at the moment. We're back in. 5-minute timer was started. Obviously did not run out. So little pause in attempts to gain back some of that latency. Meanwhile, though, really well done here. We're talking about the conversion factor of Weez Little Bees so far. It's been on point, and we able to thread the needle there. Surprising Moffin, and then having the Molten Bolt to boot.
Yeah, just very clean. And we're seeing Weez Little Bees very consistently take these barriers, just get them and go. And it's looking like RTF having a little bit of trouble mounting their offense, especially if Leo Leon gets shot dead. That's 0 prize fighter stacks for that guy. And a second KO comes out, and all of a sudden, Weez Little Bees are looking like they are running away with this game. The double power play, they should be getting some barriers here, and this might just be the point in the bag right here.
Confused to see who's playing the KO comp at the moment, as it looks like Weez Little Bees able to capitalize there. Barrier going to fall on their side of the pitch, though. Have to be a little bit careful here. We not able to come up with it. Now Leo Leon trying to get a little fancy with the core. Slips through the portal again. And still somewhat on the offensive here, although Leo is getting bullied away by Wee decently. Another beautiful shot from Wee. Hits the south post and finds its way in.
Yep, a little Xenocloak action, disappearing and just rushing in with the flip, sending it in the bottom corner. Just some wonderful stuff. We're just seeing some good fundies come out from Weez Little Bees. They're showing up and they're just playing some good Omega Strikers. Got a couple nice knockback KOs on the Drakkar in that last point. Nothing super significant in that way yet. We taking a little bit of damage, but just they're staying the course, and now it's looking like RTF is trying to mount that damage, get that win condition, and they, I think, really need it because down 2-0, they've got to get something done, you know?
Looks like they might be able to get one goal here as the goal barrier is open. Leo dashes in, not able to come up with the goal. Carmine decides not to go in. Probably smart, might have gotten popped off the pitch pretty quickly. And in fact, you are seeing a little bit of hesitation with some of the brawlers in their aggressiveness, given by the amount of stagger that can get unloaded on them in an instant. Glitch Pop saves that one, sends it back to Leo Leon, almost finds the core. But the Milkman's able to keep it out. Cyber Swipe in, Glitch Pop, everything up to the top corner here. Still able to keep this one away. Very important, at least for now. Carmine might have an opportunity in the bottom corner. Never mind. Energy Burst. Leo Leon is there, but once again, the era sends it away, and we're still playing the corner game here. Weez Little Bees, goal barrier down. Weed takes a shot again. Is there some special sauce on these shots from Wee today, Yoshi, or something? I don't know what the deal is.
He keeps just getting these nice shots. It's something devious is going on. Lebron James hitting the field and just slam dunking these, and that's just a clean set from Weez Little Bees. We almost saw RTF bring it back. They had the barrier advantage for most of that set, or most of that point, but just not able to seal it out, and that's going to mean that Wee is picking up Stinger. That's Siphoning Wand Stinger, and Drakkar, he's got 2 shotguns, and a lot of damage over time. It's going to be hitting RTF. Going to be very difficult. The Adrenaline Rush pickup, though, really one of the awakenings that won out the most in this recent patch, refunding CDs by 1.5 instead of 1 seconds, and still just having a great effect once you get a KO. we could be seeing Moth and Killy proc that and getting a lot done. And it's really, it could just be a deny. You know, you just can't let people have that awakening. It is so strong right now, and really that and Stinger have been the big highlights. So for those being the first 2 picks, it makes a lot of sense.
I think the deny is certainly smart. With the way that Wee's Little Bees has been playing, you don't want to give them, if they get a KO, doesn't appear that they're going for very many of those, but if they happen to get one, giving them the extra agency that speed provides, in addition to just generally having the cooldowns lower, is going to allow them to be much more efficient at getting some of these goals in, and that is the last thing that you will want them to see. KOs on both sides of the pitch here, so it's a 2v2 now. Both brawlers primarily taken away. Lee trying to play this Drakkar around the midfield. Leon dashes onto the pitch and now is looking for at least 1 goal barrier. Carmine back in the play and will just KO the brawler on the other side. Energy Burst finds the goal barrier here from Wee, and now nice little passing play through the portal. Carmine in position here, trying to collapse on it. Just a little bit too far ahead of the core. And a slight miscommunication from Wee on that pass. And the core is getting around them for now. The Milkman tries to keep things ahead here. There's a crooked leverage, and there's the locked and loaded shotgun from this Drakkar. I think that's 4 straight goals for Wee.
Yeah, it just...
If not, it's close.
They were really on one, just one after another after another. And that's kind of Drakkar's MO, is he shows up, he strikes, he shotguns, and it should be going in. Like, it is harder than it looks to be saving that. And really, I think Wee's Little Bees just, they have both these brawlers. You know, it's hard enough defending against a Kazan or a Drakkar individually. Now do it against both of them as Finny, and things are just looking super hard for RTF on the defense.
Yeah, really haven't been able to get a lot of their win condition of the damage so far, which is scary now, being 2 sets in. You're not necessarily guaranteed that you're going to get another draft unless you don't start pulling ahead here. 1 goal on the board is going to give them a little bit more momentum in doing so, but will still be difficult here for sure. Leon dives in, now half stagger, picks up the goalie orb in a share. Carmine pops the energy burst to find both goal barriers here. Now looking for more, but the KO is found, sending Carmine back to the penalty box. Milkman looking to just kill for time here, but now we see KO comes through. It's a double KO. Leon doesn't quite time the eye rush right, but it doesn't matter. Celici is back. Moffin actually credited with the goal there, and it's set point finally here for return to form.
Yeah, we saw a big KO come out for RTF, and that was looking like it was it. And they just were able to clean up pretty nicely in the power play, in the fallout afterwards. Leon got a prizefighter stack back. Might be losing it, looking a little low, but just all it takes is one. You know, they say all it takes is a trickle, and sometimes just 1 KO is enough. That's going to be a second Adrenaline Rush proc, a second prizefighter stack, and RTF is starting to mount a comeback in this set.
Slowly starting to have that comeback. We'll see whether or not they're able to pull it off here. If they're able to, could be huge again, right? Imagine that their ability to start picking up a little bit of extra damage here or there will already scale on top of what they have. But Leon sent once more back to the penalty box in pursuit of the goal. Here are the Bees. Buzzing as always. Leon back online here, meets Carmine on the red side of the pitch. Now tries to dash in, but a nice little pass is going to get this around the return to form brawler. Never mind, slips back through the portal. Able to find it towards the goal barrier, and now trying to get the core out into open space. Let the Zentaro work here, but it's going to get shrunk in the process. Back through the portal, tries to dash in. Not able to find core this time. Energy burst, looking for the connection, denied by Carmine. Here's the misdirection, looking forward, and Wee is right in position again, striking it through Moffin, and it is game point here for Wee's Little Bees.
Yeah, these offenses from Wee's Little Bees are just so potent. Moffin Koei gets put in a 1v1, or in that case, it looks like a 2v1, and just, what's a Finny to do? It's so tough. You've just got two brawlers encroaching, collapsing into the corner, and like that's it. And that's going to be it. And we really saw RTF, they got a lot of momentum that last point, got a lot of things going for them, but just weren't able to seal it out in the end, just struggling to get that offense together. And here now, it's just permanent offense from Wee's Little Bees, hard stuck in the corner, and Wee with the flip. I've got a lot of energy here.
Nearly 3 flips available. The second 2 have now come online, but Carmine has to stay alive in order to use his. Leo Leon uses his energy burst. Milkman uses it in return, but Leo Leon able to successfully deny it. Open goal gates on both sides here on a very important point. Energy burst used out of Muffin. It is going to send it back the other way. Return to form, able to clinch another set.
Yeah, a beautiful flip from downtown, and Celici getting the MVP. That could be massive. We're looking at some of the awakenings here. Could just pick up a Timeless Creator or Manu for the turret. Put that in the bag. Or could go Missile Prop for some damage. Hot Shot. There's a lot of pickups, but it is going to be Timeless Creator. Which, you know, always going to be a nice comfort pick. The size deny coming out from Leo Leon. And the recovery drone is going to help him preserve that prize fighter stack, which I think is going to be pretty significant. That and Missile Prop for Moth and Koei. And that's going to be Missile Prop 1-2 punch. Might of Colossus and Pauldrons, just a nice I am going to kill you, I'm going to tear you apart kind of build coming out. And for the guy with Adrenaline Rush, that's got to feel pretty nice. I think RTF picked up a lot of meaningful damage in this draft and are again starting to scale up. We saw it last set, and I think if they really focus on the damage this set, they could secure another and, you know, make the break to win the game.
Going to need to find a way, though, to get this around another size awakening on Carmine. Milkman's Maelstrom comes up just shy. Wee's in position here. Mothman will take the strike away, but Carmine in position with the slip. Going right through again, and just feels so difficult to get the core out of position as soon as Wee and Carmine start collapsing on this core. It's almost impossible, it feels like now, especially right with the last size awakening just picked up from Carmine, also providing a little bit of extra power in addition. But the best way to do it is going to be to KO them, as Wee is taken off of the pitch, and a power play opportunity now for return to form. Goal barrier is down. Looking for the shot here. Leo Leon probably needs to wait on some cooldowns to come back online. Here's Carmine once again, looking to make a play happen, but now is just going to get triple take, almost taken off the pitch, will evade, but no, sent away from the big finish, and all that chaos is going to let Leo score, taking care of business there. I regret to inform you all that our friend is now in the void. Yoshi's PC is blue screened now, so I will be solo casting for the time being, which means less words coming out of my mouth and less words coming out of the broadcast in general, but hopefully insightful nonetheless. Looking now back to the corner, able to find a way to dig it out this time is returned to form. Celici trying to get this one up to Leo Leon. 1 goal barrier down. Big finish comes in strong for Muffin here. Goal barrier is open. Now on the other side as well, Carmine maybe looking down to Wee. Here's Leo Leon with the Oni's blade, looking to intercept the pass, but Wee in pursuit to the goal. The slip comes up just shy. Leo is there again. Everywhere this guy goes. Ends up finding a way to make the play happen. Wee sends it through with the locked and loaded again. Burn your strike as this Finny, and the Drakkar is going to have the shotgun. It is now game point for the Bees. Carmine already quickly going forward here with the Flutterfly speed provided from Milkman. Means 1 goal barrier in the process. Wee is identified as the target, low on stagger. Celici walks straight on up. Pops that energy burst, only finds 1 goal barrier. There's the KO that finally happens to give return to form some breathing room. But will they be able to steal the core away from Carmine? It's easier said than done to do in just a couple of seconds, especially with the mobility of the Kazan as we see it again. Carmine, excellent job with the penalty kill for Wee's Little Bees. There is a great cyber swipe coming through. Maelstrom sweeping the pitch. Topside relatively open here, and that is going to be the punish. Cyber swipe comes through again from Celici, and now game point again for return. No, sorry, not game point. Set point again for return to form. They're looking to send us to 5. Tony's blade is out. There we go. Goal barriers, 1 down on each side. We in position. There it is, but popped off the pitch. Again, breathing room, Leo Leon. A little bit of room to work here. Bewitching Beam already burned. Not able to be as quick with the core in execution. But another KO here comes through. It's against return to form, and maybe some room to work here. But Leo Leon trying to do everything in his power to keep this one away from getting into Carmine and Wee's hands. Puts up an excellent performance. Now Leo finds a KO as well. Muffin slips it right around Carmine. Couldn't pull it back with a crooked leverage. Everyone was ready for it. Power play opportunity here is going to get burned. Now we back online, looking for Carmine here. There's the big finish. Sends it around the brawler. Couldn't quite read the angle. Top side. There's the glitch pop. Energy burst. Burned out of Milkman. Passing opportunity here between Wee and Carmine. Crooked leverage pulls it back. There's the top spin. Denied by Celici. Odie's blade. And there's the passive to bring us through. Yoshi, you've joined us back for set 5.
I'm back, and holy moly, what a wonderful point to come back to. Just from the brink, you know, so many situations just saved by a hair's length, and RTF bringing us to a set 5 here. Leo Leon with first pick, and I'm looking at this bulk up, maybe an extra special here, checking for sparks, and there do not seem to be many on the board, but actually specialized training coming in. I believe just denying that from the Kazan. Good pick, but that does mean that Carmine's showing up on the bulk up. Going to be even harder to KO him. He has both Stagger Awakenings in the pool peak, bulk up to his name, and that's really scary. It's looking like their best target to try and KO is going to be Wee, who has just a devious damage build. He's got the Stinger, the Wand, Explosive, and a bunch of CDR to boot, but they're doing a good job off rip, starting on the KOs. Extra Special and Deadeye also being picked up by Celici and Moff and Koei respectively, and those are just more turrets, more damage, everything that RTF needs. It's now or never, and I think if they're able to get KOs on Wii here, they have a great chance of winning.
Recovery drone already brought out of Leo Leon in the first point of set 5. Other thing I want to call out, by the way, you were talking about Muffin's build earlier. Add the Deadeye on top of the missile propulsion. 1-2 punch. Might of the Colossus Adrenaline Rush here. Plenty of power on this Finny. And a threat towards those stagger numbers. Power play opportunity here. Return to form once again. Not fully able to capitalize, but now set up in the right position. The Firewall Sentry is out. And that's 1 goal on the board.
Yep, feeling timeless right there as the turret's just going to be sending that one in. And I want to talk about the specialized training pick from Leo a little bit more. I'm pretty confident in saying that it was a deny, but Specialized Zentaro has a very nice niche of having that incredibly powerful KO confirm, where you just, if you have a staggered target, you knock them back so far with specialized training, and that's a guy with Prize Fighter. That's a guy that you want to be confirming these KOs. Having that tool every 35 seconds means that he can just rack up these Prize Fighter stacks over and over again. Or if not, just get a ton of damage. It's just going to do a lot of damage. It does everything that RTF wants it to do. And so for a deny pick, that's got to feel really nice.
Doesn't matter, though, when there's a nice little passing play coming in from the other side of the pitch. The Bees working together to get the pollen back into the hive.
Yep.
Putting the core in the bag and adding a goal to the board. for leverage coming in from Carmine here, playing on the defensive side here as the Kazan, even though a little lower on Stagger. Will pick up an orb to heal up a decent bit, but Stagger amount starting to look dangerous. Leon sent into the portal, now using the Odi's Blade, trying to find something here in this bottom corner, but it's just so much pressure from Wee's Little Bees. Wee is going to get taken down, buying a little bit of space here, and now Carmine tanking some of those Firewall Sentry shots along with the Milkman. Stagger bars are low right now for Wee's Little Bees, looking like they might get squished. But there is the goal barrier. Take it away. Carmine, crooked leverage, looking for the mix-up here. There's the energy burst used. Flutterfly is out here from Milkman, just buying a little bit more space and time. Oni's Blade out of Leon, and there's another KO, but this time it's Member from Return to Form down. Carmine with an opportunity here, steps up, but it goes flying through the portal. The Milkman's just too short in order to pick up that one, and it is suddenly game point for Return to Form.
Yeah, Motham Koi just, he has all this core speed here. He's got the 1-2 punch, he's got a ton of power, and just sent that thing way too quick for anyone to catch. Now Wee getting chunked down. This is looking like an RTF game to win. They have a ton of momentum here. Leo has 3 prize fighter stacks, could get another, go up to 4 now on this new patch. And with Wee looking low, might have an opportunity to, but just they have everything going for them. It's going to take Wee's Little Bees, again, some nice, good funnies, but without a goalie, it's going to be difficult.
Very difficult there. Leon and Celsi just being able to connect for that last goal, and it is game 1 in 2 Return to Form in reverse sweep fashion, going down 2-0 early and being able to claw it back. Welcome to the damage comp meta. When the damage comp is able to scale, it is bad news bears for you.
Yeah, absolutely. We're talking 6 KOs on Leon, 12 overall for RTF. Plenty coming out from Wee's Little Bees, but I think it's the damage comp scaled, and they were able to show up, get a ton of damage, get KOs. They were staggering Carmine, the guy with both Stagger Awakenings, pretty confidently too, and so it was looking great for Wee's Little Bees in the beginning, but RTF buckled down. They said, this is a comp we're playing. This is how we expect the game to go. Set 3, we're going to turn it around. And turn it around they did. I believe down 2 points, close to losing, able to bring it all the way back to a victory. So super impressive there. And I'm really curious to see what we have coming up on the horizon. Next map, next Awakenings. I'm ready. Let's get into it.
Already, you're like ready to go. Hold on, we got to do draft. But we have, of course, the map select. That was Return to Form's map pick. Gates of Obscura. Wee's Little Bees selected Atlas's Lab after being the ones that banned Demon Deus. So make of that what you will. And if we need a third decider, it will be Ivy's Application. You're telling me we're willingly going to Ivy's Application on a brawler patch?
In the Big 25.
The Big 25?
It's tough, because if I'm Wee's Little Bees, I'm looking and I don't think I've seen RTF lose on Demon Deus. And if they have, it was close, This is their patch, that's their map. It's the perfect storm. I am not playing RTF on Demon Deus. That's not happening. Don't make me. And so, but then of course, welcome to the app. Different situation. It's a lot easier to fight back on that map. You've got a giant KO center in the middle. Boom. And it's where knockback KOs become a lot more prevalent, a lot more threatening, etc. And that's not quite how RTF plays. And we saw, again, we got 5 KOs, I think mostly just off of knockback. He showed up, he shotgunned some guy against the wall, and that was that. So
yeah,
I don't want to play RTF on Imizap. Don't make me do that either. But if you have to pick one, it's definitely the lesser of two evils there.
Yeah, if you have to pick one and then you don't want to play Yankees is the second part of that, I suppose. In terms of that map pick. So We'll see what happens here. Curious to know what draft adaptations we'll see. Of course, Atlas's Lap, known to be also a damage map in general. So we will see how this one goes. I imagine they are close to getting into Striker Select here for Game 2. And in a moment, we'll get a look at what our starter awakenings are and go from there. Should be good. I don't know. Can you be discouraged here if you're Wee's Little Bees? It's hard not to be, I feel like, right? Because if you want a chance of making playoffs, you basically have to win out, which is hard to do in this league, despite the fact that they've picked up probably the two, if you look at history anyway, the two most difficult and challenging wins would have been the two that they ended up getting this season so far. But even still, right, they have to win every game thereafter to attempt to guarantee their spot in playoffs here. As we look towards the end of the season, they are currently sitting at 2-4 with 3 games left to play. This being one of them. Pressure's on here, Yoshi. It's definitely started to turn up.
Yeah, definitely. It's a tall mountain to climb. Quite the tall task. Just winning. If in any situation where you say we have to win every game going forward, that's stressful. That's a lot.
It is.
That's it's not where I want to be. And so I think though that in some weird, twisted way, because I think on paper you look at Wee's Little Bees, they are a very linear team. They've got their goalie playing a lot of offensive picks. We've got I Am the Milkman subbing in, just on the era, giving the team speed, getting forward with the mom boots, that kind of thing. And you've got Wee who shows up, sits in the enemy goal box, and it just starts going ham, gets the edge KOs when he needs to, goes strike shotguns, dash punches, whatever you need to, onto the goalie, getting those confirms. He's very efficient. And that leaves Carmine. And I think Carmine's the star of the show on this team. And I think that's where the versatility comes in. I think that guy can play anything. I'm pretty sure he played Dubu midfield week 6, I believe. and won. He can do anything. And so I think if I'm in if I'm in the hive, if you will, the meeting room, and we're sitting there and it's like, how do we come back after that game? I'm Carmine, and I'm gonna say we can kill them. And then I'm gonna lock like Vice or Imi or something disgusting. I'm going to do a lot of damage, and we're gonna fight back. And I wouldn't be surprised if we saw something like that. We are actually substantially into draft, so hold on.
Yes, we are substantially into draft. Spark of Focus, Fight, or Flight are our starting awakening picks, so we'll truly get to see whether or not damage is king. Some might opt for a little bit of extra cooldown, I suppose, here, right? If you're really thinking about the damage side of things. But Fight or Flight, you have to expect, has been top of the awakening charts and stats for quite some time. So we'll see where that one ends up going. Kazan, first pick here for Leo Leon, or Muffin, I suppose. I forgot that Muffin was on this team for some reason. And a Juno Drakkar pair in response.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I imagine that's just the forward duo. Hey, I was not in the hive. This is not quite the damage that I was talking about. But hey, different situation. Let's pivot. And the narrative is going to spin in a different way now. They're going to weather the damage and just try and core control it out. And honestly, that's not a bad idea either. Sometimes you say like, they are going to KO us. They've got it. That's how they play, and that's what we're gonna play into. So let's just play our game. And I think Juno Drakkar definitely looks like their game with the Mako in the back to speed them up. They've got a lot going for them, and it's going to be it's going to be like last game, very, very hard, down to the wire. It's going to take some great plays and a lot of capitalization from Wee's Little Bees to stay alive, not get KO'd, and not get put into those tough situations that a damage comp tends to do, and then find those opportunities to then get the goals. You only need 9. If you can get your 9, that's a big win. We tie up the series, that's the path forward. But
And
Until
then we
then,
go play Imizap against Return to Farm.
and we go one step at a time. And
we go
we
one
got a-
step at a time.
we got a tall mountain to climb.
Well, look, if you are Weez Little Bees, double down on your own playstyle, right? I don't want to go over to the damage. I would rather you stick with what you think you've got the best shot of doing. At the end of the day, that's scoring these quick, efficient goals that we saw from them a little bit out of the first 2 sets in that first game. Some in the third set, and then it started to fall off, of course, when they started getting KO'd. Is there enough opportunity for them to deny those damage awakenings away? Or even, what are we going to see here out of this pairing? It turns out it's Leo Leon picking up the Kazan, Muffin on the Rasmus here for this Striker Select draft. You see 3 Siphoning Wands with the Slick Kicks from Carmine on the Juno.
Yep, Carmine back, rocking the Slicks once again. Slick's Fighter Flight, which he had last game, and really looked nice. He was able to, when he was on the core, just get a huge burst of speed, and obviously they were still KOing him progressively through the end. But I'm looking at RTF's comp. I really like it. I think they just scored the first point, and that's pretty dangerous because they're supposed to be the scaling team. I'm just looking at Rasmus, who's going to deal so much damage. Imi, who you'll never guess is also going to deal a lot of damage. Leo Leon 500 on the Kazan. Doing a little bit of scoring there, not quite, but has the Siphoning Wand, has the opportunity to, you guessed it, deal a lot of damage. And so I think their game plan's pretty clear. It's a very versatile comp. And so I like that a lot. I think these little bees, again, very, very difficult to overcome what they have in front of them right now.
As one Phil Swift would say, that's a lot of damage for Return to Form, or a lot of damage potential, should we say at this point. There's a nice lock and load stun from Wee to get his bees on the board early. So we'll see where this one ends up going. Again, right, like really looking for those early conversion goals out of Wee's Little Bees here, finding a way to control the pitch early. That's going to be very difficult to do when you're met with 2 energy bursts on the other side. Leo Leon reads Milk Bands, and Celici able to come up with 1 here. That one will get denied. The Molten Bolt comes out here as well, but a KO comes through as Return to Form has found enough damage, trying to slip this one up to Leo Leon, who's standing on top of this Mako. Now starts to differentiate himself, get away. Gravity Well working in the favor of Return to Form here, trying to keep the pressure up, but we slipped into the Xeno Cloak, cutting off the passing lane. Here's the Firewall Sentry set up. The Blobos will keep it away from the turret. And Leo Leon still bullying Milkman. Relatively low stagger here on the backside. There's the Cyber Swipe, comes up just shy. But actually, in response, Milkman comes out swinging, finds a KO, sends Leo back over to the penalty box. We steps forward. There's both barriers down. Carmine maybe on a drill play here. Let the Blobo do the work on the bounce. And Wee's Little Bees, hey, what was I just talking about? You find a KO, quick conversion to the other side.
Yeah, insane efficiency right there. Both barriers and a goal before Leo came back. Just get it all done real quick. And now Wee's Little Bees up. This is, I think, more of what we can come to expect is just Wee's Little Bees should have the advantage in the first few sets. They don't quite have the damage up. But right now, we're looking at hashtag Brawler Patch. Both we and Leo Leon, I think, are just having a really tough time. One of them is always going to be getting targeted and you just smote, and that means it's so much offense on whichever team doesn't have their brawler. It's gone. Their offense is gone. They lose it. So, just very, very tough game. I think it's going to get a lot harder for Wii as the sets go on, but Leo Leon definitely having a tough time these past few points as the KOs are rolling out onto him.
Little emote exchange. Waiting for the orb to spawn in there. And yeah, I mean, obviously, the damage scaling is not what you want to be going up against. Have to be thinking about how you can convert here early, but Leo Leon will have other plans for you. He will attempt to score every goal he can get, but a knockback KO comes out of Wee. Here's a conversion, looking for the pass. Energy Burst is out. Death Touch is out as well, but Wee, top corner, once again, bring the needle. Wee has had fantastic shot placement so far in this match. Put the Bees ahead here with the first set, and it is actually Carmine, first pick in the draft.
Yeah, that shot is super difficult, especially into the Rasmus. We saw the hook right there, but we had the patience, took the wide shot, able to get it. Just that guy knows ball. You know, that's what we like to see. And here, Leo Leon denying the super surge from I Am the Milkman, not letting that go through. No dash awakenings for Mako. And that's kind of rough because he has to pass up size, get super surge, which is fine. I don't believe it does any extra damage. Both of his dashes, if I understand correctly, count as special abilities. So not really a big change. Gonna have a nice dash, but Carmine, first pick, has the 1-2 punch. That's a massive deny. That's obviously a massive pickup for Juno. That's going to be game warping, as we're going to be seeing so much core speed come out for these little bees going forward. And I don't think the Rasmus is particularly equipped to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, that is the largest thing that you're thinking about when you look at this draft. Didn't get any damage, so maybe we'll be okay. Or there's a little bit of damage, right? But only damage is off as the Firewall Sentry comes out. Wee steps back out of the penalty box and almost finds a KO against Celicy, forced to pop the energy burst just to try to stay alive. It is still going to be very low and rather harassed. Leo Leon comes in on the slip. Midfielder can't come up to support him. And she's still having some difficulty here. Knocked around and just has to try to sit in open space for a little while. No sign of the orb spawning anytime soon. And of course, no real healing either. Energy burst missed from Leo Leon. Doesn't find the core much of anything. There's the slip. Energy burst from Milkman will send the core away. The Blobbo bounce from Carmine, looking to send this one. Dig it out of the top corner. Blobbo's come down, but not able to scoop up the core. Leo Leon, beautiful shot to the bottom side, punishing the lack of mobility out of this Maka.
Yeah, just the folly of melee goalies, which I don't think we've seen a whole lot of today. And just broadly, there's been a lot of talk that melee goalies, not the favorite here. I'm gonna feel a little stinky, and I think for that very reason, they're not putting out a lot of damage. They're slow, easy to get around, especially when a lot of damage characters have range to kind of manipulate the ball outside of their reach. It's going to be pretty tough for this Mako here to get a lot done. And we've been seeing some good holds. We've been seeing, obviously, the speed is going to be incredibly relevant, and they won a set. Like, let's be clear, they did win a set, but again, this game is just going to get harder and harder for Wee's Little Bees as time goes on.
We're just getting started here in Game 2. Return to form, obviously up 1-2-0. And the first game looked much like this one does so far, where Wee's Little Bees have some early advantages, but still have to have some pretty well-fought goals in order to find those advantages. Carmine maybe on a little bit of a dribble play here. Drummond base speed doesn't quite come up clutch. Wee was looking for the stun there with the lock and load. Down the Molten Bolt comes out here, but Leo will go into the slip. Send this one over to the red side of the pitch. The energy burst goes straight into the Firewall Sentry. Gravity well popped. Open space now. Boffin maybe had a potential opportunity there. Couldn't quite get it away from Wee, though. And this Drakkar continues to be a nuisance.
Yeah, really just all over the place. Always in a nice spot to just get a good shot. And consistently nailing these good shots. Moffin really has his work cut out. But, hey, RTF, they say, is this guy giving you trouble? We'll take care of him. And there he goes.
Bag taken out of the pitch very quickly. There's the second goal barrier falling. The Firewall Sentry is set up in a beautiful position, cutting off Milkman from the play. And it is set point for return to form here already. Getting one set here, a little more ahead of schedule. Sets them up very nicely for the rest of this game.
Yeah, it really does. It feels like watching an Era X kind of game, or just any X kind of game. It's a scaling game. We're sitting here like, okay, if like we're gonna go down 2 sets and then try and win, getting an early set, you know, that's cause for celebration. RTF headquarters, they don't have anything fun. They're not a hive or anything. Gotta be nice. Not though if We's Little Bees have anything to say about it. That's gonna be both barriers down and an open net.
Open net here, and now the course actually slips through the connection between Celisy and Leo. Goes back up here. Firewall Sentry starts getting blocked, and the goal barrier will stay up for now. Leo's still in position. Looking for another quick goal, quick opportunity. Here are the Bees. Off the gravity well, Carmine low on stagger. Leo in position, also low on stagger. Goes up in the maddening descent just to stay alive for another moment, but will get taken off the pitch. Energy burst exchanged as We takes a shot. Keeps going around the pitch here. Muffin gonna have to work for it. Carmine in position. Celisy is dropped back, able to keep the pressure dissipated at least for now, and everyone will come back online. Beautiful penalty kill for return to form. Carmine now on the offensive again. We pops out of the Xeno Cloak. Not enough to stun the seasoned goalie just yet. And Leo Leon punishes on the other side. Return to form. Takes set 2. Huge news for them. And first pick in this draft could spell disaster.
Yeah, what a nice shot out of Leo, and what a nice draft. Like, me sitting in the draft, rubbing my hands. Amazon can get primetime, heavy impact, explosive entrance, stinger, any of these. And going with the stinger, that is wand, stinger, you know, locked and loaded. Kazan has 4 abilities. 2 of them are light hits, but that's a lot of abilities. Just sit down and start applying damage over time. And they come up pretty... You can cycle them pretty well. It's going to be incredibly nice. However, We's Little Bees picking up heavy impact on I Am the Milkman. Going to be getting some CDR on that secondary. And explosive entrance once again onto Wii. Just the Jakar calls. He needs his explosive entrance. And that's, again, 15% more damage on the shotguns. More knockback, more everything. And we're already seeing it come into effect onto Celisy here. Just a ton of damage. It is... It is a lot. It is substantial. And We's Little Bees can fight back now, I think, pretty well. Oh.
Might be able to fight back until you're taken off the pitch. We taken down. Goal barrier's open here. Oh, Glitch Pop sends this core awkwardly up to the top corner. Leo potentially in position here. Maddening descent. Muffin moves up very far forward here, trying to just keep the core alive. But now the Blavos come down. There's open goal gates on both sides. Leo trying to find this core. We'll go into the slip, but now a power play opportunity. Muffin has to try to play keep away here from a Wii. Energy burst comes out. Leo down to the bottom side, looking for the penalty kill. We're in overtime now. Xeno Cloak from Wii trying to cause some trouble, and we'll be able to do just that. Goal on the board here for We's Little Bees, despite Leo Leon denying them their lore-accurate training.
Yeah, not letting it happen. And here, this is really interesting. If you asked me before the set, how's this going to go? I'd say like, oh, we just see RTF with, they have enough damage. They can get it rolling. They should be good to go. And we're seeing the damage come out, but We's Little Bees on this core control comp, just they've got one barrier. They have it on RTF's side. They're pushing them into the corner, into difficult situations. A different story is being told, and with these orbs being picked up, all of a sudden, the damage advantage that RTF had is starting to slip. They've got it on I Am the Milkman, but, like, they don't have anyone close to low. They don't have what they need to get the KO rolling and, you know, secure the point. So now, both barriers down, all of a sudden, We's Little Bees are really rocking out this set.
Might be looking to take back on set 3. Liking their odds of doing so here as We steps up. Uses the locked and loaded for another extra security, and it's set point now for the Bees.
Yeah, set point locked and loaded here, and again, just Wee's Little Bees are sitting so comfortably. It feels like have full control of this game, whereas RTF is kind of struggling to get anything. Leo Leon is sitting here low, and like the damage that they're applying isn't sticking. They aren't coordinating it enough onto a single person to get the KOs and the power plays that they need, and so now they're just kind of fighting a core control battle with a much weaker core control team, and it's looking difficult. It looks like Leo Leon's kind of resigned to hitting the Milkman, and I think if they can get a KO on that guy, that should just end the point. You know, no Mako, boom. How are they going to defend?
Certainly be difficult to defend in that position, especially with two forwards that have more limited mobility in the grand scheme of things, or you're not able to see the mobility all of the time, of course, out of Wii. Which is, if you're tracking the Drakkar, probably causes a decent bit of headache. Goal barriers up on both sides here. We are now in overtime in this point. Energy bursts burned out of both Milkman and Leo Leon. The snare drums will keep the core away from the goal barrier this time, and the bubble bounce here as Carmine exchanges some abilities with Moffin. Meanwhile, Wii gets the KO against Leo Leon. A power play opportunity here, although Celici will send it down through the bottom side of the pitch. Oh, beautiful, locked and loaded. Canceling out the primary from Moffin. Now looks like scramble. Death touch already burned out of Moffin. Bottom shot, fade away from Wii. Couldn't quite get the job done. Leo Leon gets KO'd again, immediately after spawning back in. And the power play feels like it continues here. Perfect pitch, sends it right into the firewall sentry. Still looking for it again, and there's Carmine stepping forward with a Blobbo. 2 sets up now. Or Wee's Little Bees finally getting their second set win. Be looking for even more in this draft. Hey, Yoshi, not a ton of damage awakenings here either.
No, I'm pretty surprised. I was thinking throughout that set, like, Adrenaline Rush is still up, and whichever team wins the set, gets Adrenaline Rush, I think, should win the game. We're seeing, again, RTF just struggle to secure their KOs, whereas Wee's Little Bees flipping the script, just getting them left and right here. It's an Adrenaline Rush would be a massive pickup, but not here, and that means that if another set is won, it's either Wee's Little Bees winning the game or RTF getting rewarded with that Adrenaline Rush. So here could be a very big set for RTF to win, where we're going Leo Leon moonwalking. So looking at that draft, that guy picked up some Sager peak performance, which is going to be a nice, like, that's what he needs. He's been the target of all the damage. Put the peak performance in the bag. We're going to be trying to stay alive a little bit longer. I'm the Milkman with the second Size Awakening. It's going to be tough to get through. Now, the secondary doesn't get bigger with size, but just a big hitbox in these tiny at-lab corners is just super threatening. Otherwise, not a whole lot picked up. Deadeye on Aimi. It's a lot of damage. That's Missile Prop Deadeye. That's going to be, the turrets are going to be lethal, glitch pops. But we're going to have to see if they're able to execute here as we wait for Leo to return to form.
Yeah. Aha. See what you did there. I mean, Leo Leon looked in form with the moonwalking that we just saw. So that is one thing to think about here. But yeah, to your point with the extra size for this Mako, sometimes that extra size is the difference between saving and not saving. Even more important, right, on your melee goalie at the extra space provided by the drum and bass. See whether or not that's going to come through. Oh no. Leo Leon has now informed us that he cannot join back, and it kicked him out of the lobby.
Oh no.
This seems suboptimal.
This is not ideal. I don't think that's ever happened in a nasl game, and that's exceptionally unfortunate if he's unable to join, can't get back. I think that's Well, quite bad. Right, we've got Weez Little Bees, and surprisingly, not ideal. Like you said, suboptimal. Eek.
Little so optimal. Gotta throw that one out there. So we'll hope that Leo can find a way to get back in, potentially reconnecting again or something of the sort. Meanwhile, I don't know. What are we supposed to talk about now?
I don't know, K-Bot.
This is like the second tech pause.
Bring it
when you have
back.
2 tech pauses in one match, it's like, all right, well. Mine has been all right. Went to a farmer's market earlier today. Got the grocery shopping done because tomorrow will be a busy day for me. And then spent some extra time in bed. Watched the last series before coming on. So, not too much has happened out of me today. You need those days, though.
Absolutely.
How's your day been,
Yeah.
Yoji? Did you was Good Morning 2 p.m.?
No, I've been doing wonderfully recently. Some crisp 10 a.m. wake ups, feeling nice. Got the reset
right.
going on. And I woke up and I watched nasl in bed, and then I got up to go cast. Like
Huge.
a quick 1-2, and now we're here. So not much happening, but hey, like you said, sometimes you just need those days. Chill out.
I was pinged in chat. Talk about Uma Musume.
Don't do that.
What
I
if
like
I
Omega
didn't?
Strikers.
What if I didn't? If you want exclamation mark horse, figure out what the deal with that tournament is that evidently Bestian Slot is running. Y'all got that one in Twitch chat. That is so far out of my depth. In terms of what we've got going on there. So
You're telling me that you don't want to get into horse betting right now? You want to?
no.
Let's just start
actually.
gambling. Let's go gambling.
Let's go gambling. No, I'm good. Personally, y'all got that. Now talk about your favorite OS conspiracy. What How do we have conspiracies in Omega Strikers? We're a how old? 3-year-old, 4-year-old game.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we have those. Like Aesop is bald. I know he's not. But like, let's. I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
UTD winning DreamHack or something. I don't know.
I've heard of that one.
I think that's the closest thing we've got to conspiracy. But
Yeah,
I don't think that was
We got the next one on
all
the board.
good.
Weez Little Bees blowing up Leo Leon's computer so that they can claim a game, and maybe this is the next bit. This one's just unfortunate.
This is unfortunate. Yeah. It sounds like we're just going to get underway here and play out the 2v3, which is really unfortunate.
Mm-hmm.
We're basically past the point of remaking, right? 3 sets into the game. Be very difficult to try to replicate this precise scenario, and so likely looking like we're heading to a 3rd game. Mothman could pull out the hold of the century here, but I feel like in a damage #Brawler patch meta, I feel like 2v3s are going to be even harder, no?
Yeah.
Because now
I
there's
think
only
so.
2 people that you have to KO. So, like, how do you live?
Right. It's a classic power play at 2v3 turns into a 1v3 real quick, and then on the side of the damage comp, like, you don't have guys. You have fewer guys to do damage, and more guys to defend against, and a worse team comp to do so. So really rough.
One in for Weez Little Bees here. Honestly, kind of just hoping this one ends quicker.
Yeah, but what if?
We're like down to see like holds of the century here, but
but what
something
if RTF
tells
do it?
me very challenging to get done. Did see 2 goal barriers fall though on the last goal, on the last rally. Pendulum swing us out here. There's the Blabo bounce. Lost track of wherever we could possibly be, and game point now for Wee's Little Bees.
Yep, let's make this an exciting one. Yeah, RTF. Let's bring it to a 0.5. Yeah, I don't know. It unfortunate doesn't begin to describe this situation, but you gotta make the most of it. And RTF, hey, did not before they could get their damage comp rolling, their brawler passed away. His computer got scrapped, and so. Who could have seen how this game would be going on? But both teams getting a win. You know, if I'm RTF, I'm sitting there saying like, "Hey, we're going to the app." Like,
we're going to the app. Hard to say that you don't want to be on the app, right? Who has side select in the next one?
Dude, that's a good question. I don't know, but I would imagine Wee's Little Bees if app was, or I'd imagine app would be RTF's choice. We will have to wait.
Well, it was neutral, right? It was the last one.
The team that picks first map also picks, I believe, third map because they ban. It's like.
Oh, well, like on a technicality, I suppose.
On a technicality, yeah. They banned the last map, and so that third map is technically their choice if they have map priority. But it's, yeah, like you said, a technicality situation. Anyway, I'd say let's look at the stats of this game, but again,
more KOs for Wee's Little Bees.
It's true.
And then return to form. And I don't really think there were any KOs there for in the last set. So it goes to show where that game felt like it was heading. Although, of course, right, especially if you're playing the damage comp, right, as you mentioned, your damage comp is relying on you scaling to the later sets in the game, and then you can't play the later sets in the game. That's not how you want it to work. To clarify, the problem was that Leo was kicked out of the game lobby and could not join back in. There was no way for him to reconnect into the game lobby. It was not a technical issue with like his PC or something. So it was you can't add a new player into the game after that was already done. So, well. On to game 3. Ami Zap, greener pastures, brighter flowers, something of the sort. I don't know.
Yeah, the grass is always greener. Except on the app, add a low scale, very pink. Not a whole lot of green abound, but could be the green of the Rasmus hook.
Well, the green of the Rasmus hook into the black void.
Yep.
Of the middle hole. So good luck with that one. Okay. Twitch chat. One more time. Listen, please. Leo Leon is returning for game 3. There was not a problem with his PC. There was a slight bug in the game that allowed him not to reconnect into the lobby. He's back. We're good. Okay.
Yeah, good to go. And looking at the maps, it is looking like Wee's Little Bees will have side select on this map, so can be one anything. And this is a map that I think is so stressful in character draft, because we've seen Rasmus kind of fall out of favor, which is a double-edged sword, because we've also seen Rasmus get picked and get many KOs. through the common Rasmus means. Death Touch really putting the name to the test. But I think picks like Juliet are still pretty strong, even in this meta where knockback KOs aren't quite as favored and we're seeing damage dumping. Juliet is still still going to get it done on the app. Like, nothing will change that. Drakkar as well. And we've been seeing we just Drakkar out a lot. So I think this upcoming draft is going to be super interesting. I'm really curious to see what Weasel Bees is going to do, as that's going to be an RTF Drakkar ban right off the rip.
Drakkar down. No more of that from we. I think finally fed up with it, I suppose, here. But a Deadeye stack start on Imy's application. Going to be an interesting one. You figure this opens plenty of doors for like a Fitty, probably on this map, right? With the Deadeye.
Mm-hmm.
If that's open and the Imy is banned away from Weasel Bees. So the Rasmus first pick, Imy's application, who could have seen that one coming, goes over a turn to 4.
Yep, just locking the Rasmus. Hey, it works.
Put the prize in the bag.
Yep, and I like there was a lot of talk like I'm just going to evade or dodge the Rasmus hook, and I think that's real. I think you can play better and win more into the Rasmus. It is that much harder. You do have to be that much better and that much more aware, I think, is how I would phrase it. Yeah, I'm down with that. To
Something
get
like
around the hook. What's up?
Something like that.
Yeah, something like that. And so we are seeing Weasel Bees. Hey, boom, Juliet. Red side, pick one. Like Rasmus, put the Juliet in the bag. It's good. We're also seeing Luna, who's like a midfield Juliet. Sometimes a brawler Juliet, kind of like Juliet is. And so that's a lot of knockback. That's a lot of like, I'm going to dash punch you into the center kind of comp. And I imagine it's going to be Carmine on the Luna. I'm really excited about that. I think just anytime you get to watch Luna, it's a good time. Luna, Julie on app. And Weasel Bees are picking a comp that can definitely fight back against everything RTF's going to put up.
It's an era for Milkman here as the goalie pick on the last part of this. Interesting to see the era pick up even on Imy's application on a damage meta. I have to imagine it's just straight comfort, right? Obviously, we saw that in game 1, but I guess we'll see. We'll see where this one goes. Should be fun. How many KOs do you think we're going to see here, Yoshi? Twitch chat, you play 2. Number of KOs. Type it in chat now. Total KOs in the game overall.
Oh my. Well, I'm liking RTF's comp. They've got Celes's Juno pick, the star of the show on that character, and then Rasmus Zentaro. Like, those are two. Pauldron's Rasmus, and then literally anything Zentaro is going to be putting out a ton of damage. But the onus is on RTF here. They need to not get punched into the hole. If they can do that, I think they should outdamage Luna and outdamage Juliet and win. And so, but they still have to coordinate their damage, and they have to, again, not get dash punched. I'm going to be looking for prize fighter pickups and drafts, adrenaline rush. Those should be first picks immediately. Both teams are going to want that, but this is going to be a bloodbath. If I had to pick a number, I'm going to go big. 45.
Whoa!
45 total KOs. I think they've got it.
For those of you wondering why we have not started the game yet, the teams are currently playing hot potato with a lobby owner. And for what reason, I don't know. Leo Leon doesn't want it for the bad juju, I guess.
Fair enough.
And Carmine didn't want it either in the first place. Because apparently he doesn't want to be trusted with these things. So, in case you're wondering, very professional and formal match here. As we kick off game 3 of this series. 2 tech pauses and a hot potato match later.
Woo!
We are now loading into Striker Select. Game 3, Imi's application. Comes down to this. Again, hey, pressure's on, We's Little Bees. Likely have to win out to solidify a spot in playoffs. There are worlds where they can make it without or with a 4-5 record, going 2-1 for the last part of the season, but certainly don't want to have one slip away early if they can avoid it, and it'll come down to this one.
Yeah, it is do or die. It is go or no. Just not. They don't actually say that one very often, if you'd believe it. But We's Little Bees, it's now. Like you said, they could get by on a 4-5 record, and I actually think that with how the standings are looking, we are going to be seeing some playoffs 4-5 records. But why would you ever want to? You know, you're here. You're one game away from winning. It's time to grab that, you know, and run with it. Take it all the way. They have lost the first barrier, so you know, maybe like jog with it. Take a nice, healthy paced 400 meter or something, but we'll have to see how it goes.
Warning alert. No siphoning wands for We's Little Bees. It's a Pubblers for Wee and Slick Kicks for Carmine. KO comes through here early and Moffin actually going to go ahead and get credited with the first goal in our Game 3 here. Meanwhile, all Deadeye, 2 siphoning wands for return to form. A little difference in mentality and approach when it comes to how to play on this patch.
Yeah, really, and we're seeing the stacks come up on Wii and I'm the Milkman, and I think I'm the Milkman, that makes sense. The era is fast and shouldn't be under a massive threat, especially with the Mom Boots. You can get away, try and get away from the damage, preserve the stacks, etc. I'm kind of shocked. Deadeye is not a Juliet Awakening, but so I guess stacks is going to be nice, but the KOs are going to be coming out on that guy, and so I don't know if we'll be seeing the stacks stacked up. That being said, Carmine getting his as well, and all of a sudden we're in a 2v2 match.
2v2 match. We taken down to no stagger, barely KO'd. Leo Leon just eliminated off of the pitch. Both are back. Carmine on the boost is defended away, and the Death Touch will pull back in Carmine. Power play opportunity here. Celsi looking for Leo. Able to find it first. Just hit overtime here. Looking for the pass up. Keep it in the corner. Milkman will swipe it away. Looking for a cheeky little KO there was Celsi against Wii, and my goodness. Okay, so Moffat apparently can just single-handedly eliminate somebody. As we take it off the pitch. Power play opportunity here again. Here's the energy burst and zooms right through everything. 2 goals on the board here for return to form.
Yeah, and we're just seeing it's so much easier to KO on this map. It's so narrow. You can force the enemy team into so many nice positions to damage them. Like on the mid line, you are so threatened all the time. We're just seeing we get taken down again and again. Like you said, Deadeye Rasmus. Hey, a big enough Deadeye Rasmus is a massive threat, and it's super easy to overlook that. But a max range pendulum swing, and all of a sudden, all of your bones are gone, and you need those to play the game. So, not really an optimal situation. And RTF, I think, are really sitting pretty with their draft with this game. And if they can win this set right here, they should just get pick of the litter in this first draft.
Well on their way to being successful here. Energy burst burned out of Celsi. Wee finds the punish as soon as the energy goes away. And a power play opportunity now potentially here for the Bees. Oh no, not again, Leo. Oh.
Come back to us.
Come back. We need you. Well, permanent power play opportunity here for We's Little Bees. At least for the next while longer. Goal barrier out. Energy almost all available. Carmine up to Wii. Not able to find it on the Flying Phoenix here, but the Energy Burst will seal the deal. Goal on the board now for the Bees.
Yep. Unfortunate. Hoping that Leo can come back. I believe we are allowed to reset a game in the first set. You know, no awakening drafts have occurred. Nothing will be super significantly changed. There he is! That's the guy I want to see right there. But funny little thing, very minor thing, not in play anymore. But we had Pummeler's speed that last point, which is fun, and now doesn't have any speed. Unfortunately, stacks reset, and that's a power play for RTF.
Yeah, imagine now Leo Leon encounters the same sorts of thing and can't join back into the game, and now we just has perma plus, what is it? Plus 30% speed.
Yeah.
And you're already playing a 2v3. That is tough. As it turns out. Leo, though, looking to make the most of it. Finds the goal barrier. Blobos are down. Oni's blade catches the core. And he'll set it up to the top corner. First set on the board here does go to Return to Form despite all odds.
Yep, first pick in this draft going to be Moth and Koei, and I might have Colossus. It might just have to slam dunk that in the bag. Go big mode. You've got the Pauldrons already. Could also pick up other size Awakenings or Glass Cannon, Hotshot, like a ton of pick. Team Player. Missed that one. That's going to be a nice pickup. That's a ton of core speed. And Twin Drive, nice deny out of Leo, but also two dashes in the damage comp. The Zentaro is going to be really just pumping it out. Hotshot, though, a lot of core speed picked up both sides. I think the Deadeye Hotshot, Deadeye's not, you don't think of it as a core speed awakening, but 6.5% to the core is substantial, especially when paired with another core speed awakening, and Carmine can just get barriers like that, just hit the core so quickly, even on kickoff, catch people off guard, has a lot of opportunity. That being said, I still think the Team Player and Twin Drive on RTF are going to be massive pickups and really help their win condition here. Big draft coming out, but both teams are going to be making off with some nice picks here.
Open goals gates on both sides. Leo can't quite keep possession of the core. Now the Blobos are out, and Carmine able to send it through with the whammy as we was collapsing on that goal. It's going to be very difficult to end up defending. Yeah, to your point, I think Leo obviously enjoys having extra mobility with the Twin Drive. You like the core speed that you see out of both Carmine and Muffin. And going from there. Figure out where the rest of this one goes. Of course, the Bees have some work to do here, especially before too much damage gets out of control. But how can you do anything when you're just pulled back into the net that you're trying to score into?
Yeah, Moth and Koei just hovers his mouse over your body, and that's curtains. One button press, and boom, vaporized. But we did see in that last, in the first point, I should say, that we was able to, or We's Little Bees, able to weather the power play, wait for We to come back, and they came back and just did it up and scored. And we're seeing the barrier start go down pretty early in that last point for RTF. It's going to be tough when the Rasmus hooks and they get a power play, but they're definitely not out of it yet. They have some means of winning, of sustaining themselves. They just have to hold on, but it's so tough. You don't want to get hooked and then force a power play. If not the hook, 1,000 arrows from the Zentaro and the Juno, death by a million blades, and the siphoning ones. Oh, we're easy to keep talking about it. It's a tough mountain to climb for We's Little Bees here.
Energy burst out of Muffin, denied by Wee. Goal gate open. Maybe an opportunity for a quick conversion here. Carmine down to Wee, punch it through. Carmine finds the whammy. Will get credited with the goal. There's that kind of quick conversion, Yoshi, where some points start to come together for the Bees, and the faster they come together, the less time the Deadeye hook has to find you. but immediately off the kickoff, finds one. Goal gate's already opened. Moffin can move up so far. Leo takes another one to extend the power play. Positioning a little bit more in a scramble, though, and all right, they'll put away the goal.
Yeah, we did see in that fourth point, kind of the dichotomy between damage and core control is you can always just blitz the damage team before they're able to get enough onto you. You know, just mow them down. They don't, like, the defense is not going to be strong enough. Rasmus, different situation, kind of puts it in an awkward phase, but still RTF able to claim it out in the end. Just brutal stuff. And we're seeing that specialized pickup, I believe a deny again from Leo Leon, but still a nice kill confirm, especially on this map where you can die anywhere. And that's going to be really nice. A spark pickup, second spark for Celicy. That's going to be focus and strength. Incredibly nice dash awakening to Milkman. Going to be sharing some seed with the team. And we picking up bulk up, I think is the big pickup for Wee's Little Bees here. That's going to be a little bit of extra stagger and more power if Wee is able to stay alive long enough. Well, maybe they might get So I do think if we can stay alive long enough, that's going to be, he's got 135 power and a dream. Dash punches galore. Everything you could ever want. But if that doesn't happen, RTF they have a lot of control in this game here.
I mean, I guess the question is the extra stagger enough to prevent you from getting hooked off of the map? And I don't know if it is. It's probably pretty difficult because you'll get instantly hit by something else. Quick goal on the other side, though. There's another, what was that, 17 seconds into the goal. Carmine credited with that one. It just feels so difficult right now for Wii to play the game. Ironically enough, on the hashtag Brawler patch, Brawler not able to stay in a position to convert because you're just constantly jumped on by double siphoning wand. Look, already on 0. Wait, incoming hook for Muffin. Never mind. Didn't decide to use it there, but probably thought about it for a split second if it was available.
Oh, if I'm Muffin, I'm thinking about it every second. It's a Deadeye hook, and you can take anyone. Like a staggered target, don't mind if I do, a delicious meal. But Wee's Little Bees able to heal up through all of that, staying alive, getting the barrier, and again, they have the means to do it. They have to work so much harder for it, but they can do it, and we're seeing that right now.
Can win. Leo, almost the target of some more stagger. There's the death touch, pulls in Wii again. Power play opportunity. Energy burst is out. Leo trying to get in position here forward as overtime is procced, and now right to the hands of the Zentaro. Doesn't matter. Carmine on the play. Fires one. Rockets up to the top corner.
What a nice mix-up. I believe Carmine shot the rocket going downwards, aimed towards the middle of RTF's net, but then struck it after the hit and sent it up. A great mix-up. And one of those, goalie 1v1s where it's like the Brawler, not the Brawler, the Carmine could just send it anywhere. It's like, you've got to be ready for everything, but just a rapid mix-up right there, catching Muffin off guard. And I think would catch anyone off guard. Going to be nice. But now RTF with the power play, having all barriers down. Everyone's getting a piece of this action. Wee's Little Bees only 1 point away from stealing a set and starting the comeback.
Everyone's getting a piece of the action except we. Level 5. Just ticked over to level 5.
Oh.
Very difficult right now to play. And I'm not highlighting because of underperformance here at all. I'm highlighting because what do? You get jumped on by like 20 things as the Juliet. You can't line up a dash punch at all. And suddenly it's match point for return to form.
Yep, it's so tough. Like siphoning Juno slimes, you just got to maneuver through all of those. Or those are going to take your health. A little Zentaro, he's shing shing shing, gonna be taking all of your health right there. You've got an evade and a dash. Those are your tools, and that's all you have to work with. And if Wee is able to get this barrier here, if Wee's Little Bees can get it, that could be it. But otherwise, RTF just has so much momentum here.
Leo trying to collapse on the goal. Couldn't find it this time. Muffin steps forward, looking to keep up the pressure here. Leo on the rush. Can't find the core again. We looking for the KO. Almost found it. Not quite, though. Celesty lives to see at least another few seconds in this rally. Labo's down. Carmine trying to play defense here, interrupting the passing lane. Leo still finds a way to get the core. It bounces off the pit. And we will find a way to find at least one barrier. Looking for maybe a second. There's the boost coming in. Carmine looking for the connection again. Here's to the top corner. We trying to find a way to dribble, but there's so much around. Can't fully get it through. As the crater comes down out of Carmine, the punch goes wide. Opportunities here. Potentially going by the wayside. Another one. But Muffin still able to send it away. And right on up to the other side. Leo. What a pass from the other side of the pitch. Leo puts it away effortlessly and return to form. Despite all of the tech pauses, will find a way to clinch victory here.
Yeah, able to overcome the odds of of just something going wrong at any moment there. We saw Weasel Bees so close. Just they had a ton of opportunities, but the defense coming out from RTF was just too strong there. Muffin able to just hold on for so long. Celesty having a lot of slimes in just wonderful places to catch all the shots coming out from Weasel Bees, and that's going to be another RTF win. I believe putting them 4-3, which is that's a nice record to have. I believe that's 4 wins is the most any team has right now. So we could be seeing some other teams that haven't played yet pulling ahead of that. But right now, RTF climbing into the upper echelon on the standings here.
In RTF's final 2 matches, you might ask? Well, we're about to watch them in the next match. It'll be EKC versus Hungry Like Nephew. And if you wanted fireworks on the new patch, I think you're about to get it. In the break, of course, if you want to scroll through the Bestie in Slot shop, go ahead and do that with the marked shop command in Twitch chat. Take a look at the Season 6 drop and some of those goodies there, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back with Hungry Like Nephew versus EKC on the other side of this short break. Welcome back, everybody, to Day 7 of the North American Strikers League Season 6. You've seen plenty of fireworks so far today, but I would expect to strap in for plenty more, as it's EKC versus Hungry Like Nephew. Of course, EKC is a team that has been known for as long as they've been around to play towards a damage style, so I imagine licking their chops with this patch for sure. And of course, Hungry Like Nephew, with someone like Vaughn at the helm, going to find a way to very quickly adapt here, Yoshi. What do you expect to see out of these two 4-2 teams, each vying for the top spot in the league?
Yeah, I'm looking for a bloodbath. I'm looking for a good time, not a long time. And this game might go the distance, but we're just going to be seeing lives ended back and forth, left and right. Like you said, both teams 4-2, top of the league right now. And that's exactly what you want to see. This, I think, is the match to watch out for. If you are interested in learning some damage, watching the meta, etc., these are the two teams that you want to see, and they are going to be duking it out. We've got a heater night market game, and that is a map that you will be seeing KOs on. So we are revving up for a banger right here.
Yeah, definitely. So Night Market will be up first. Atlas's Lab was picked by EKC in the second slot, and if needed, Gates of Obscura will be our decider. But the largest thing that I would focus on here, Yoshi, is that with both of these teams at a 4-2 record entering the day, the team that wins this match will set themselves up really nicely for being able to go into the first seed overall in playoffs. After today, EKC will play against Return to Form and PBL, and Hungry Like Nephew plays against Showtime and then Return to Form. So maybe arguably EKC is a slightly easier schedule, but even still, I think if you're either of these teams, you like your odds into both of those other two teams. And so being able to set yourself up here, taking the first spot overall, is very important. What else do we see? It's Kainoob back in the midfield slots on Hungry Like Nephew.
Yeah, definitely. Just putting this Hungry Like Nephew team into when you have the best player in the world on your team, things are going to be looking pretty good. And we've got not quite a damage start, far from it. In fact, Stacks and Demolitionist, with it being spread out pretty evenly. A lot of siphoning ones, as has been foretold, and Soren just playing this midfield position because boom, that's a big power play, and that's a big EKC win right there on Kainoob, no less, and that's going to be 1 point in EKC's bag.
Yeah, going to be interesting to watch the execution here. Of course, Bell's playing X here, which a Siphoning Wand, you would think, right, somewhat helps. Obviously, you usually see X go over to the Fan Brace, but in this state of the game right now, Siphoning Wand obviously is the pickup, and indeed 4 forwards are playing Siphoning Wand in this match, and my goodness, NXCD, just say goodbye to your health bar. Meanwhile, Bells gets KO'd. The early X, something X scaling. It's set 1X.
Yep.
So we'll see where that goes as this develops. But right now, it is all EKC, and NXCD able to continue putting away the core. Soren moved up so far forward there as well. Things looking really good right now for EKC.
Yeah, Soren already on max stacks, has the mom boots. Is just rocking out at 639 speed, something light for the fans. Just it has so much mobility here, can cover so much space. And like you said, the X is, that guy's level 1. It's just been having a tough time, especially into damage. Can just get every ability on top of his head just mowed down. And so we're going to have to see a lot of scaling come in for Hungry Like Nephew if they want to win. They've got to get the X online by set 3. Or it's going to be curtains, because EKC right now is really looking like they are running away with these early sets. Not this point. Different story at this point, but I don't know. Hungry Like Nephew has a little bit of work cut out against the team that everyone's saying this is their patch.
I mean, it certainly has to feel like it, right? If a unchanged EKC roster from what was that, 3 seasons ago at this point? It was season 3 that they had their run to runners-up in the league versus the Sad Boys. Go figure. If there is any time for this team, as Saya said earlier, now would be the time. And it would seem as though they've set themselves up well so far in this league to be able to take it. Dell's not able to quite fully find the core. NXCD backed up quite a bit, and I like seeing the high amount of mobility out of the EKC comp in general here as well. With NXZD dropping all the way back, Kitsuna's been around the pitch quite a bit. Soren's moved up very far forward. They got extra speed, and the dash ranges or blink ranges that you see has been very helpful, along with, of course, the stacks on stacks. But with Bells finding that KO, it'll be a goal on the board here for Hungry Like Nephew.
Yep, 1 on the board, and could be seeing 2 more soon, as that's an NXCD staggered taken low. The stacks on stacks coming online for Kainoob and Vaughn at 108. Revenum up, could get close. Has that momentum boots as well, so playing Juno, just like the era, as just a big speed guy, and that's going to be NXCD down. Big power play for Hungry Like Nephew, and they might reverse sweep this set with how it's looking.
Looking likely. Energy Burst committed, though, on that point. It's the ace. Bell's getting in a little bit of X mockery here. So we'll take that. But even still, actually relatively even on the energy meters for both squads here as we enter the 5th goal in the first set. And NXCD already taken down so low. Going to make this very difficult to play.
Yeah, Zentaro just the feast or famine character, low stagger, ton of damage, has to fight back and win those fights, or else it's going to be a power play for Hungry Like Nephew. Bells, though, taken a little low. Both Bells and Kainoob starting this set with no energy. So we're seeing Bells has an evade, but might get knocked out pretty soon, get staggered, and this is EKC's win condition. They want to knock out Bells. If they get him down, then they should have a pretty smooth and comfortable means to get forward. In the meantime, though, that's both barriers down.
Oh, both barriers down, and Kitsuna playing the mind games on Soren. Soren's been defending very well, at least that point. Had been defending quite well, but even still, Kainoob just with a slightly different strike timing, able to find the goal and pick of the litter here up first. 1-2 punches online, but Prize Fighter most notably here as well. Let the snowball continue.
Yep, Prize Fighter, I feel like unless Adrenaline rushes up, should just be first pick every game. Anytime it's there, take that thing, because if nothing else, you don't want the enemy team to have it. You know, even if your Mako goalie shows up and is like, I have Prize Fighter, hey, that means that the enemy, Zentaro, Estelle, anyone, they're not getting it. So obviously, not a Mako. You know, not this made-up situation that I have. That is an Aimee. That is a character that is actually phenomenal at getting KOs. That being said, Prize Fighter and stacks mean that Kainoob, if he gets taken down once, will be in a very, very difficult spot with 0 awakenings. He can lose them all, so I don't know if EKC should try and put all of their abilities into him, because he is obviously such a great player into damage into everything. He's so good at everything. But if they're able to, could be a big, big pickup. In the meantime, though, both barriers are going to be going down, and Hungry Like Nephew is really feasting here.
They're certainly hungry. Making the point known. And it's going to take everything to win a fight versus this team on the midfield line. Someone as talented as Kainoob, Vaughn. Obviously, there's Juno certainly controlling the pace of the game and just trying to get it through both of them. Kitsuna has to use everything and the kitchen sink to get it through. And an energy burst from NXDD. Meanwhile, could find himself almost down. Vaughn with a beautiful Blobo bounce to keep that core out of the net. NXDD going to stay alive for now, as well as Vaughn. Here's the Firewall Sentry. Bell's getting into position. There's the Bull Rush. Goes on a 4 KO streak on this X. Never mind, Yoshi. Maybe set 1X or set 2X is all you need. Bells is still staying alive, continuing to find these KOs, and it has opened the door for plenty of goals in the net for Hungry Like Nephew.
Yeah, definitely. And hey, Bell's picking up the 1-2 punch. With Siphoning Wand, that's a great way to stay alive and completely flip the script on the damage, which is what we've been seeing. I mean, look at everything that's been coming out here. And just Hungry Like Nephew gets the KOs, they're able to stay alive. And kind of sitting on 2 prize fighter stacks. Like, they have all the momentum. This is the control that they want to see and are really putting Soren especially in a difficult spot. But Soren just keeps making these exceptional saves against this Nightmare comp, against the X. You know, it is so tough. And still, he is getting it done.
KO comes through, this time though against Bells, snapping the 4 KO streak. A power play opportunity here for EKC, but you have to go through Vaughn and Kaidu. I mean, how much of a power play is that actually? If you're in consideration there. Bells immediately comes back on, will find a KO, looks to check, keep the play in possession for Hungry Like Nephew. Vaughn credited with the goal to put it away, getting involved on the front lines as well.
Yeah, we've been seeing, I think, you know, let's get some hot takes going. I don't know. I think these are the 2 best goalies in the North American Strikers League right now. Soren and Vaughn duking it out. And obviously their scores on the standings really reflect that. But both of these players make such exceptional holds all the time consistently and are so offensive. That being said, Hungry Like Nephew really just running away with this set. And the game just showing their dominance here.
Snowballed set 2 away in sweep fashion. Kainu once again set MVP and picks up the adrenaline rush here, because why would you if you're Kainu? Here, of course, Stinger taken away from the X, but he'll be happy with the specialized training here as well. It's just more damage online for Hungry Like Nephew.
Yeah, this is kind of a nightmare draft for EKC. I like 1-2 punch specialized on Bells, and that's, you want to talk about set 3X? This is a set 3X. This is a terrifying beast. Being said, NXDD has 155 power with 2 Size Awakenings and Might of Colossus. Not quite the Zentaro build you would expect, but still definitely has scaled up very nicely, has the opportunity to fight back and get stuff done. But it's going to be difficult. Like, Kainu with Prize Fighter, Adrenaline Rush, has everything going for him, and the biggest pickups are 2 KOs, 1 for both team, and like Katsuna on Stinger, which is going to have to make up a lot of this damage deficit that EKC is facing right now.
We'll see whether or not they're able to do that, as now both of those players have come back from the penalty bench. Energy Burst committed here. Bell's looking to set up a cheeky play with the Bull Rush. Not able to do just that. Vaughn able to defend away from Kitsuna at range. Meanwhile, EKC keeps the pressure alive here. Glitch Pop catches the core at a weird angle. Keeps it in the corner there, and NXDD able to put it away.
Yep, very, very well played there. Getting that in, and 1 point on the board. Hey, 2 more, and that's a set. That's an Awakening draft in your favor. That's going to be a lot, but I'm looking at these levels right here, and Bell's just taken down is going to be level 8, Kainu level 8, Vaughn level 7, but NXDD hitting level 7, and level 8 for started this point level 6. Just a massive, I didn't even get to finish talking about the level deficit before they close it right away. Oh my god.
Start of the set, by the way, NXDD was still level 5, had just ticked over to level 6 in the last point. Now, of course, already to level 7, Energy Burst available here, and suddenly the snowball feels like it has swung the other way, despite nobody really on EKC having those snowbally awakenings, but NXDD, my goodness, send it through! Glitch Pop there looks like it comes up just shy. Kitsuna is the one credited with the goal. So much pressure built up there.
Yeah, I'm speechless. I'm completely flabbergasted. Everything is flipped on its head. It was a hungry like nephew sweep, and then EKC showed up and said, "We can take 3 points in less than a minute each. That's something light." And a big Deadeye pickup for Katsuna there. That's what I'm talking about. That's the damage coming in. Dash Awakening on this giant, incredibly powerful Zentaro means that any deficit in core control is being made up right there. We are seeing peak on Vaughn, who has been getting KO'd, been taking low. Going to be getting more speed, more stagger. That's going to be nice. And Timeless on Aimi is just always going to be effective. But this is exactly what EKC wanted. They were able to just sweep that set, get a bunch of awakenings they want, and now this point, different story at this point, but still, they're back in the running. It's not over yet.
Not quite, especially with Bells having already burned the X Maximus to get both of those barriers. Now, granted, of course, right, scoring goal a lot easier when both barriers are down, as it turns out. But even still, feels like less of a threat when not in the X Maximus, given by the fact that specialized training will play a huge role when the ultimate is available. Vaughn and Kainu playing around in the backfield for Hungry Like Nephew, and the Maelstrom will fight against the Firewall Sentry. Here's the Energy Burst out of Kitsuna. Vaughn and Kainu both in control right now. Almost have an Energy Burst, but a power play opportunity. NXAD going to start breaking through. Here's the Energy Burst, sends it right back as soon as overtime hits. Soren going to be able to react in time, and the Glitch Pop will send it down to the bottom side of the pitch. Weird angle off of the speed gate as Bells will pick it up. Maelstrom comes through here. NXAD can't quite catch the core. It ends up behind him, and now has to be careful here. Low on stagger. Oni's blade is out, and now is going to get just KO'd instantly. Beautiful combo there from Hungry Like Nephew to earn this power play. Soren burns the Energy Burst. Here's the X Maximus again. It bullies Soren away, and Kainu is able to find the shot.
Yeah, big Hungry Like Nephew point there. And something I think that we have not mentioned at all that I'm seeing come into play a lot is this build on Soren, who has extra special and monumentalist, and is just ripping these giant NATOs every like 15 seconds and creating a ton of offense for EKC, which I think they're really struggling to get going. You know, we saw the barriers just being held for so long against them by Hungry Like Nephew. The defense, again, Vaughn and Kainu. Today I will score on Vaughn and Kainu. Nice. That's going to be tough. But here, able to break through, they have something going, and I think we're in for a very, very close set here. Oh my!
Bang! Maelstrom and piercing shot combo is going to be what puts that one away. Hey, look, if you've got a giant tornado sweeping through, there's only so much that Vaughn or Kainu can do, even though they work magic most of the time, as does Bells, by the way, just able to put the core away when he wants to. Game point now for Hungry Like Nephew.
6-second point. Quite a swift one. And Hungry Like Nephew just biting back, showing that they are not here to play. Vaughn in that KO earlier did get his stacks reset, but Kainu sitting on max 150 stacks. 2 prize fighters, and just they've got all the damage onto these forwards on EKC. This might just be a quick Hungry Like Nephew point. It's going to take some real miracles, some fantastic plays for EKC to come back just this point, let alone this set.
NXAD has been able to find so many conversions here, but he can only do so much, again, when he's staggered. It's like, NXAD, you have to live, you know, whatever the rest of the copy pasta says. He just has no stagger weightings to his name and continues to just get targeted by Hungry Like Nephew. Look, still pinballed around by the Glitch Pop. Now, maybe looking towards Bells, but Bells has an evade. NXAD doesn't quite and looks for the orb, but gets KO'd by Kainu. Meanwhile, Kitsuna, take it down low, will take out Kainu. And it's a 2v2 suddenly on the pitch. Soren looking to keep it away from Bells. Kitsuna almost a little fumble there. Once again, bad speed gate bounce for EKC, but they were able to defend it away. The Maelstrom comes through along with the Firewall Sentry, and everyone's back online. All of the sudden, Bells take it a little low, finds the goal barrier nonetheless. Here comes Kainu. Vaughn also slowly starting to approach. Blah will bounce up to the top side. NXZ, maybe with the breakaway, will find the goal barrier. Here's Ioni's blade. Kitsuna has the core, but where will it end up going. There's the eye rush from NXCD. Comes up just shy. X Maximus now out of Bell. Soren moved up very far. Kitsuna had to back on away, and a push couldn't quite happen. Now to the top side. No, Bells just can't quite connect, but Kainoob is there to recover. And it's Hungry Like Nephew taking their map pick.
Yep, we saw flashes of EKC brilliance, especially on that second barrier take, just coming really close to getting it, almost there to seal it out, but not quite. And Hungry Like Nephew will be taking that win. And this gets me thinking about just the history between these two teams. You know, Hungry Like Nephew, formerly Sad Boys, had gone undefeated against EKC for a very, very long time, never dropping a series to them, always winning, until LAN recently for the crown. Not recently, it's been a few months, but there we saw EKC take their first win against Sad Boys, and now different roster, not quite. There's Kainoob there, much more difficult situation, I'd imagine here, but we're still seeing those EKC flashes of brilliance. We're still seeing what got them over the finish line at the LAN, and I think that if they keep playing to this pace, if they keep playing at this level, they can overcome Hungry Like Nephew with Kainoob, and I think that would be a real sight to see after that first game.
Yeah, definitely. You know, the one thing I'm worried about if you're EKC is, and I know we've seen it picked a couple times today, but how good is this Era goalie actually on this patch? Because it feels like you're just going to continually get pummeled. You have like a decent bit of extra speed, and you can shrink down the brawler that's in your face, but how helpful is that? Like, is my genuine question. I don't know what the answer is, right? Because obviously there's a world where if you get the momentum going and you can keep the pressure up on the other side of the pitch, sure, that's great. But for the most part here, right, like, Bells is just going to sit there on top of you, and as soon as he has enough damage, he's just going to harass the goalie. It doesn't matter what pick he's on in order to do that, but you'd think that you'd want something with a little more stagger and a little more stability rather than the Era.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. It's looking like it's just having a lot of trouble getting any footing. Like, obviously, Era into X in that last game has a nice matchup where you can beam the X, and then all of a sudden, what's he going to do? He's even slower, no power. That's part of what makes the character so strong. Like, it's over for that guy. But I believe we did see in this recent patch the debuff on Era Beam get nerfed by a quarter of a second, and
oh no.
yeah, like
a quarter of a second. Ooh.
I don't think that's changing anything, but still, that is what an eighth of its power gone. If you think about it like that, it just seems like Era, you get the shrink, and then what? 1.75 seconds pass, and then you've got to defend against the X again, and it's really, what do you do? That's a big guy. His strike hitbox is by default larger than yours, and it's got a lot of hits done. Drop the X Maximus. It's kind of over. A beam's not going to save you from all that. You only get one versus as many punches. So I think there are spaces where the Era goalie can be good. I'm very hesitant to just write off a pick immediately, but here in these games, in this situation, has not been seeing a whole lot of success.
I don't think it's bad overall. I just think this patch, the way that we've seen people play this so far in a very damage-heavy world, I don't know how good that's going to be. I was even thinking about this too. The blue one pick is almost assuredly going to be Imi every single day of the week. Get Kainoob on his comfort champion and just call it a day. Although EKC might try to play a little bit more damage, even with the Luna respect ban against Kitsuna, playing Vice Estelle, Kazan maybe still online. Those kinds of ideas here for NXCD. I suppose we'll see.
Yeah, I'm quite liking both teams' drafts. I think, and we're seeing them in this game, Vice, Imi, and Zentaro are the three. They're the big three of this patch. You want to get those guys on your team. And I believe we saw Vice banned Vice and Luna, and Hug is always just going to ban Luna from Katsuna and not let that through. It's also a big pick. Luna also a big damage character, but Vice is able to put out so much damage, so much pressure. I believe that's going to be Soren playing it, and no, wait, I'm looking a little bit closer, and that's a last pick Finny, and I don't know what they're doing, but that's 3 damage characters I'm looking at on EKC, and that's great. That's what this patch is all about. Imi and Zentaro on Hungry Like Nephew, similar. Those are 2 massive damage characters, have a lot of synergy together. The Now for healing. Good, great. Both teams locking in just insane damage comps. This is what I'm here to see.
I have no clue what NXZD is going to end up playing here. I would not be surprised to see. I feel like it's the Vice if you're picking anything, because you have more conversion potential there. The only thing is there is the Now on the other side, right? So I would be hesitant for that. If you're throwing all of your marbles in the damage bucket, this Now could cause some small problems along the way, and especially the extra speed that it could provide to a player like Kainoob or Bells, for that matter. It's going to be very important. It is NXZD playing Estelle, Soren on the Vice, and Kitsuna playing Finny midfield for this comp. We're gonna see whether or not this works. If you got damage on top of damage on Atlas's lab, so it can't be too bad, right?
Yeah, I do think that this is a big gamble, because we see Hungry Like Nephew on the Imi goalie, and they could have flex picked it to midfield for Kainoob. They picked Now at last, and so they could have made that decision. But Imi goalie is notably one of the most offensive picks that doesn't have very many defensive tools at all. You have turret, and we're seeing right here, it's on defense, not where you want to be. You don't want to be on defense. You want to just be killing them permanently offense, and that's what the pick is designed to do. That being said, a good brawler character, a good Juliet, Zentaro, etc., guy with a lot of hit stun is usually what you see punishing an Imi goalie. Here, I think it's going to be on NXCD with the Estelle to do a lot of that. We've got Katsuna with the big finish, able to get these barriers, but it's going to have to be NXCD, who has been taken down, getting the goals here, I think, to punish the Imi goalie as best they can.
Oh. Okay, I was kind of excited there because Guna actually had a real nice inventive use of the big finish. Throwing it down there between the goal barriers, but then actually kicking the rock around so that it hit both barriers afterwards. And then Bells just comes up and ends up sending it through, and Soren can't get there. All good, though. Hey, the damage is working! That's another quicker than 10-second KO for EKC, and it's set 1. They don't even have, glass cannon, sure, is a thing, and the siphoning wand buff, but this is insane for the most part. Even still, losing goal barriers here. It's Hungry Like Nephew. He's been able to claw this one back. So Bells has to be incredibly careful here that he doesn't find himself getting sent back to the penalty box again.
Yeah, that's something else to note, is that Bells and Kainoob both playing incredibly low stagger characters, massive targets for all the damage that EKC can put out. And we've been seeing the KOs come in, roll in so quickly early in these points, and that's not where you want to be. I think EKC's damage can outscale the damage that Hungry Like Nephew can put in, but not if Bells is just going to be on his winner activity, winning that strike war, getting another point, and sending this set to match point. We can keep saying it all day. It's going to be tough for EKC. They have to play against Hungry Like Nephew and Kainoob. Holy moly. But I think they can do it.
It can be done, especially playing their cards right on this damage composition. I'm also really looking for Soren, obviously, to get a Dash Awakening on the Thunderstruck, because that's really where he wants to be, right? Just getting hyper involved. on the Vice. The next question I have for you, Yoshi, to your point in the last one, is there a striker in the game right now that actually feels like a high stagger striker? Because I feel like at this currently, anyone can get KO'd at any time, and so it feels, if a team coordinates things right, especially for playing against a comp like EKC's.
Yeah, really, and I'm inclined to agree. And EKC really showing that just health bars do not matter; they will go eventually. Like now we've been talking a lot about like EKC. They got a big mountain to climb. Think about how hungry like Nephew feels right now. You picked two of the lowest stagger characters in the game, and now it's like, okay, Finny is still Vice. Good luck. Like, these health bars are just going to be vaporizing, and like even a character like X, Asher, Dubu, all these high stagger characters, it doesn't matter. The siphoning one.
Yeah, it's like, good luck dodging this, basically. And there's Bells taken down again there as well. Power play opportunity for EKC. Still have yet to find this goal barrier. It is set point for both teams. Energy Burst is out here at XCD. Back to the Gravity Wheel. Doesn't quite connect with it. And that means possession right on over to Hungry Like Nephew. Bells smacked with a misdirection here. Kitsuna does have an Energy Burst online. NXCD, though, rather low as we head into overtime. But there's the Energy Burst. Kainu immediately finds it. We'll find the shop to the top side. Hungry Like Nephew again takes set one.
Yep, big set one win in a pretty close set here. But now, Adrenaline Rush right there. Gonna be picked up, and kind of one of those players. He's one of those now players who can get the kill confirm, primary into flip, or just get kills on now. You look at now, and most people are like, I'm a healing character, I'm a speed character, I go fast. This guy's killing people! And now he has Adrenaline Rush to boot. Like, that's super dangerous. But these second and third picks going to EKC mean that's going to be Heavy Impact and Super Surge, both denied, both picked up for them. Those are Super Surge, I think, a bit of an underrated pick. That's going to be a lot of damage on these secondaries. And of course, Heavy Impact Vice, star of the show, unlimited damage. You know, massive pickups. Bell's got some bulk up, some stagger, some power, etc. But I don't know. Heavy Impact Vice is on my screen, and that's a real game changer.
Certainly feels like it could be the case. We'll see whether or not EKC is able to actually do anything right now, but Soren is struggling right now. Bell's on top of this Vice, and the core is not being kept away well enough. Vaughn attempts to make a play happen here. Does have an Energy Burst at his disposal as well. KO as Kitsuna is taken off of the pitch. Or not Kitsuna, excuse me, NXAD. I'm so used to seeing Estelle. Oh, it's the midfielder, right? Wrong. That was the brawler that was KO'd, technically speaking. Meanwhile, though, Hungry Like Nephew puts it away.
Yep, and we're seeing the hashtag Brawler patch in full effect. Both Bells and NXCD just staggered. Most of that point, just fighting against each other. Bells with a nice dash to prevent himself from being KO'd, and then getting the KO onto NXCD. Just some brutal stuff happening as there it is at the power play. That's both barriers. Brawler down. Katsuna's looking like he's next, and Hungry Like Nephew are really showing that this is how they like to play. They are looking comfortable. They call it an EKC patch, but these guys might just be a little bit hungrier than them.
To your point earlier as well about Kainu picking up the Adrenaline Rush, which admittedly was mostly the denial away from the team that's trying to play a lot of damage. But Kainu probably feels pretty comfortable on the tank, mage, assassin, brawler, midfield, forward now. Who can do it all, because as one might recall, one of the times when Now, pretty close to Now's first release into the game, the character was very overtuned, as it turned out. Could basically do it all, quite literally, and had plenty of damage with heavy hitting abilities. So while that has gone by the wayside, even still, it feels like any character this patch can deal out the damage, especially when you put a Siphoning Wand on it. And Kainub certainly proving that so far, assisting in the damage numbers. Of course, we'll get a better picture of that at the end of this game. But it feels like it's all Hungry Like Nephew this set. That is now a 4-goal drought, at least for EKC, as they will take set 2, now looking on to set 3, making this a very quick series. A lot of folks thinking EKC might come into this one, a little chip coming through. Doesn't seem to be the case here so far, as Hungry Like Nephew showing they're here to stay.
Yeah, and that's Kainu. First pick, Stinger! That's going to be one Stinger. And we are casting spells with this wand here. And the spell is, I'm instantly kill you. No stagger. It's all gone. Vaporize. That being said, hold on. We are seeing a 1-2 punch pickup from Soren. That's some pretty substantial damage. NXCD with the fight or flight for some survivability. And I think that there's... I'm going to keep saying, I think there's a chance. Right? It's not over till it's over.
Well...
The damage from Hungry Like Nephew is very, very strong.
Yeah, I just watched the health bars of both NXCD and Kitsuna disappear at the same time. Gonna need to work some magic on the Finny in order to stay alive here. Meanwhile, Soren just does not have the tools to get this one away, and Kainub and Vaughn so effectively able to control the pitch. It's 5 goals to 0 straight for Hungry Like Nephew.
Yeah, 2 more, and that's the series, and that's a pretty, not guaranteed, I don't think, but pretty near guaranteed first seed in playoffs. So right here, and they've got to be pretty comfortable. This has been a pretty dominant game. EKC is really on the ropes here. They've got to be feeling nice right now. EKC just has to. They're so close to getting it, but there's just so much damage, and they're fighting back there, trying to stay alive. Katsuna holding on for dear life here, but at this point, I don't know if they're able to hold it. Unless
Vaughn with a goal line energy burst keeps that one out. Low stagger bars for NXCD and Kitsuna. NXCD taking off the pitch. Here comes Vaughn. The Supernova already burned. Somehow Soren's able to keep that one out. But even still, Vaughn and Kainub have possession of the core, and that does not spell good news if you're trying to defend against them. Oni's Blade out of bells as he comes back into the picture. Doesn't even need it, though, as Vaughn's able to send this one around. 6 goals straight, and now it's match point for Hungry Like Nephew.
Yeah, match point, and again, I cannot stop talking about it. EKC is just so close to greatness. They are on the cusp. They are almost there. It's been the Vaughn and Kainub show all game, but we've been just seeing these great plays out of all 3 members of EKC, especially Soren on the defense, just holding on. And if they can just hold on long enough, they can do it. They are so close. But right now, Hungry Like Nephew is looking like they have this one almost in the bag, but not quite.
Kainub with an energy burst here. NXE and Kitsuna both low. There's the energy burst to send it through. And that's all, folks. It's Hungry Like Nephew at the top spot at the league with 2 weeks to play.
Holy moly. Turns out they had that one in the bag. Just right then and there. They got it. And they got it. And so, wow. Just an explosive game, explosive finish, not explosive entrance. That's the other thing. But like you said, Hungry Like Nephew going to be getting a leg up. That's 5-2 right now. Most wins in the league. And EKC dropping down to 4-3 with several other teams here that we've been seeing. Not bad. Still very nice situation, but Hungry Like Nephew just soaring to the top here.
An explosive exit, as it turns out here, for Hungry Like Nephew. I will say, it's not all curtains for Hungry Like Nephew in securing the top spot and the top seed into playoffs. Next week, they are up against Showtime in perhaps what could be the battle for Kainu. Showtime probably feeling like they might want him back for next week, but who knows there for sure. But yeah, I mean, what a performance. We kind of mentioned, right, Yoshi, that the comp from EKC in this game was a gamble, and it felt like there was a possibility of it working, but Hungry Like Nephew is always going to be able to find a way to victory, and eventually they did end up finding that very way in dominant fashion there after the first set in the game.
Yeah, I do really like the idea behind EKC's comp. And I like experimentation. You know, everyone's been sitting here saying, take Siphoning Wand or die. And that is kind of how it's panning out to be, but I'm always a fan of when teams sit down and say, you know, we have this idea, let's try it out. What if this, like, let's see if we can make this work, something that's not quite conventional, you know, look forward, maybe revolutionize the meta. Unfortunately, here I don't think the Estelle Brawler is going to be coming out to sweep nations, but I like the idea. I like the ingenuity, the thought process. I think that it's not something they just showed up and said, yeah, maybe this looks good. This could be nice, I guess. It's a lot of work went into the comp, the thought, the draft, everything. So even though it didn't work out now, I'm always going to be excited to see that and hope that we see more of that in the future. Anyway, I think that's going to be it for this series. K-Bot, got anything left?
That's it for the two of us, but we've got one more match left here to play. Hyped up on the pre-show as a bozo sweep, despite a player from the Sundubu Strikers being on that desk. It is Bozo versus the Sundubu Strikers on the other side of this short break. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the North American Strikers League. We're in the last match of Week 7. It's the soon-to-be Strikers versus the Bozo Bunch and Cloak Oak. You got any thoughts on this matchup?
Oh, yeah, I have plenty of thoughts. I mean, we've seen over the course of the last few weeks, both of these teams have been in a bit of a slump throughout the midseason. So I haven't had too many victories to their name. Both of them did recently win a match in the past 2 weeks, most notably Sundubu against Raw, and then Bozo Bunch against PPL. But nevertheless, both of these teams are kind of in the middle of the pack right now in terms of the standings. And so the big prize on the table today is that the winner will have a route forward to the winner's side of playoffs. So a lot at stake here, but both of these teams are vying for that final spot.
Yeah, and are we seeing things correctly here? Streak on the Rasmus midfield. The last time this was picked, I believe it was by Cardbox in Cosmic Calamity's bid last season to try and make the playoffs. The team that denied them was the Bozo Bunch, who made it instead. It's kind of a little strange here, but as Dropletto goes down, and so does the enemy brawler, 3Z Breezy, one of the people responsible for this patch, feeling the effects of it as the first goal is scored.
Yeah, the Rasmus midfield is interesting. I think Rasmus in general is a bit of a risky pick this patch, unless you're running him as goalie, because he did have his stagger nerfed not that many patches ago, and with so much damage on the table right now, having low stagger feels pretty awful unless you're someone like Zentaro who can dish out so many hits that you can just heal right through it. Rasmus doesn't really have that, but we'll see how Streak is able to handle it. They are at a 1-point deficit currently, but both teams holding on to their barriers. Maybe not for much longer, though, as Merchant is staggered in his own net.
Oh, that's looking like a very killable Luna right now. 3Z Breezy setting up, but the elusive's there just in time. Merchant now unstaggered, survives, and Gravel is on the chopping block, but that barrier is looking scarily low here. Shapeshifting pushing up to the midfield line to put on the pressure. The triple take reinforces it as Drop stuck in the corner still trying to get his way out. A missed strike, a dangerous bounce, but still able to escape are the Bozo Bunch, but it's not a good game state for them.
Yeah, a smart bit of multitasking there by Merchant, using the boost to get up to the midfield line and collect that orb, but there's that low stagger Rasmus getting taken out by the Oni's Blade. It's a power play for the side of Sundubu, but oh my gosh, barely doesn't get the barrier there, but that was terrifying for them. Streak now back on the table, Dropletto having a flip here. Of course, they are still at the barrier disadvantage, passing in the midfield between 3Z and Grimella. Unable to get it through. The X Maximus popped. That is a rare move for Dropletto, popping X Maximus on his own side of the field. And he's staggered here with Flip. 3Z coming in for the kill.
Flips away to survive, but that's Dropletto. No resources, bouncing to the other side of the world and still surviving in his net, perfectly positioned for the defense there. Finally gets taken out, but Bozo Bunch still surviving for a little bit longer. And with an open net behind them, there's a Merchant with the boost. Finds the goal in an impossible situation for Bozo.
Yeah, wow, that's about as clutch as you can get. Was that the stun from the boost, securing that? Stunning shape-shifting from being able to strike that?
Yep, it absolutely was. I feel like there definitely were ways to beat that, but if shape-shifting had stepped up, then it would have been easier for Merchant to get a strike on the core. And yeah, just a difficult situation for shape-shifting to be, but a miraculous boost coming out from Merchant.
Yeah, for sure. I will say, Streak actually has not had too much concern over his life for most of this game so far. It seems like if there's any damage being dished out by Dubu, it's onto Merchant and Dropletto. So Streak has been relatively free to roam in the midfield, but without this speed and without a blink like this Aimi and Zentaro has, it's really easy for Sundubu to just pass around him, get a point up right there.
Yep, that's a big point here. 2-1 at the moment in the favor of the Sundubu Strikers, and we're seeing the power of the damage on their side. They have a lot of hits. They have the Finny debuff, and combined with the Siphoning Wand that is the current meta, the health bars are being shredded. You said Streak wasn't the focus, but this point, so the Sundubu Strikers are thinking of something different here, as Streak is at half health, has the flip, but is in a bit of danger, I gotta say.
Yeah, this is Cannon Bite Breakers lore, but that being said, we have 3 flips here in front of Sundubu's net, 2 of them being burned right there. The Bull Rush coming in, and even though they don't get the goal, shape-shifting in 3Z, and even Grimella is not doing so hot in the stagger department, but they managed to pass the core around right there. Dropletto, now the one that's staggered. And actually, all of Sundubu pretty much healed up on the other side of that push. And Dropletto cannot position favorably here due to his staggered state. Almost gets taken out there, but manages to hang on. Streak working here with the Whiplash. 3Z and Grimella just continuing to pump out this damage. It is non-stop pressure, but the boost! Merchant just keeps finding these small little cracks. I mean, he is not using that ability unless it is to secure a pivotal shift in momentum for the Bozo Bunch. Well played.
Yeah, those boosts are so feast or famine, but Merchant's feasting at the moment here. Finding consistency as Dropletto almost gets taken out. That was a dangerous angle as well, but Merchant still maintaining 2 barriers despite a scary Sundubu offense, and Bozo Bunch now, the ones pushing forward. Merchant taps it forward, and Dropletto finished it off with the X Maximus. It looked really difficult for Bozo in this first set, but they come out on top.
Yeah, they had 2... I mean, I would say all 3 of those goals just came from, impressive little single moments of glory there. 2 of those in particular were concocted by Merchant. A well-deserved set MVP for him will secure bulk up, which means more power for him and a little less survivability for the side of Sundubu, but they're not too upset. That's peak performance on 3Z and Prizefighter on Grimella, easily the 2 other kind of big-ticket items on the table for this draft, which means that Glass Cannon and Hot Shot are the consolation prizes for Streak and Dropletto. Not really what you want to see after winning a set. I mean, certainly they're not bad awakenings, but when the enemy forwards got the scaling power in the form of Prizefighter on Grimella, as well as extra survivability and speed on 3Z, it's not the way that Bozo Bunch would have loved to see that draft go.
Yeah, those picks kind of suck for Bozo Bunch. I'm going to be honest, right? They win the set, but your X gets hot shot. Like, that was the best choice available to him. But maybe he doesn't need it. Maybe Dropletto is doing what X does regardless here. A perfect pass from Streak, perfectly intercepted by Grimella. This damage is overwhelming, but right now Dropletto is still surviving despite being staggered on the other side of the map here. And if they can't kill Dropletto fast enough, he's just going to get another X Maximus and continue putting on the offense.
Eventually, though, he will get taken out, and that is the first extra Prizefighter stack for Grimella. This Aimi is only going to get more deadly from here on out, and we're only on the first point of set 2. Merchant comes in for another boost, but this time Shapeshifting is ready with the misdirection, and 3Z will catch that barrier on the come around. But it is going to cost him almost his entire stagger bar. Thread the needle find there from Dropletto will give Streak a little opportunity, but once more, Shapeshifting clears it away. This team player now in overtime, giving both of these teams plenty of core speed to find their brawlers as many scoring opportunities as possible. Merchant walking up to the midfield with core flip, but now his brawler is dead. It's going to be a matter of clutch this here. The flip comes out on the goal line, forced out by the Firewall Sentry. Grimella now has a flip here. It gets hooked away by Streak. The flip is burnt on essentially nothing, but it does mean that Streak is a little worse for wear in the stagger department here. Merchant once more catching it on the back line. It slips away, but 3Z goes for a scoring attempt. Not found. The flips are just being traded non-stop back and forth by both of these teams, but no progress is being found. But the blink there, Cyber Swipe from Grimella will find point 1. And with 1 Prizefighter stack up, that's about as good as the Sundubu Strikers can ask for.
Just a tiny moment of impatience there from Merchant. Tries to create forward progress a little bit too quickly. But there's the combo on kickoff. They take out Grimella. They punish the lack of energy from the previous point here. But can they capitalize is the question. A flip on Shape, a flip on 3Z. The defense is going to be trivial for Sundubu. But the corner offense is starting up. The Bozo Bunch special. They're getting it done with 1 barrier taken. They make something out of the power play, but more importantly, Shapeshifting is incredibly low here. If Drop could find enough damage, find enough progress onto the goalie, that would be huge, but he's the one in trouble as well.
Yeah, the fascinating thing about this is that he probably would have lived if he didn't have core flip. This is, in this meta in particular, I almost think that there's an interesting strategy behind intentionally not getting core flip, because that evade is so valuable to prevent the enemy team from snowballing off of these power plays. Like, Dropletto just had to burn all of his evade just to stay alive right here, and now he's staggered with no evade to follow up on it with. And if he had core flip, he would have been dead long, long ago. But Merchant is going to pick up core flip here, immediately gets kit dumped by Grimella on the other side, but it goes wide! Merchant, once more, finding some wacky angle from across the map. This dude is putting all of the hopes of the Bozo Bunch on his back right now. Rocking level 8, by the way.
And a lot of that is shapeshifting choice of gear too, right? The Strike Shot Fini does give a little bit more reach on the ability, but that lack of momentum boots is kind of coming into play. Momentum boots, as Brett said on the pre-show, feels especially good when everyone is relatively low speed, right? And having that not having that speed advantage and not being able to catch up with the fast core is kind of hurting in a lot of these situations where you have to play against Merchant, where the strike shot can't really get the angle you want. And right now, the Bozo Bunch, they're still in a good spot here if they could take out Grimella, but Drop has to be careful as well. A good usage of the evade and healing up with the Siphoning Wand. Droplet is getting so much healing right now, hitting all three members and the barrier as well. As the boost comes in, Merchant trying to take the goal all the way here, but they have to worry about their barrier as well as it falls.
Yeah, now both barriers cracked open. A clutch grab of the orb there from Grimella will ensure that he stays alive as Merchant's nuke drops there. Grimella narrowly avoiding death. Dropletto knocking on death's door, but 3Z scoring the goal there, not even having to spin the flip, will ensure that the members of Bozo Bunch stay alive, but also a point down.
That's 2 for 2 Drop on those crazy angles, surviving somehow. It's quite the spectacle. Might make it into a YouTube short later. But right now, it's all Sundubu strikers. Good defense by Bozo Bunch, but in the process, they take way too much chip damage from the Zentaro of 3Z, from the Aimi of Grimella. They do find the defense. They do maintain one barrier for the moment, but that one's also not long for this world as 3Z finishes off the set for the Sundubu strikers. The lack of good picks in the last draft make it a rough second set for the Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, if you group up against those AoE abilities that Aimi and Zentaro have, your stagger is not going to last long, and it's going to last even less long after this draft. We've got Adrenaline Rush. We have Spark here in this draft as well. Of course, the Ad Rush is a little too good to pass up, even with 3Z having that Spark start. Does mean that Merchant gets Deadeye here, though. Massive, massive boost to that Luna goalie, who has once more been essentially the saving grace of the Bozo Bunch. We get Size on Streak, going to give him a little bit more presence in the midfield. And that second Spark floats all the way back to Dropletto. Actually a pretty massive boon for the Bozo Bunch. I feel like that is about as good of a draft as they could have asked for. Of course, the main danger here, and the one reason that this is not a good draft for them, to go back on what I just said, is 3Z has Adrenaline Rush. This Centauro is about to be zooming all over the place every time he gets a kill. And with the damage that Sundubu has, these kills are going to be coming out left, right, and center.
And even if you don't account for the kill part, 1.5 seconds of flat cooldown reduction is a little ridiculous. Not so sure.
Oh, absolutely.
About that
especially
change.
on Zen.
Yeah, really low cooldowns as well on that character. And, well, 3Z going to be the beneficiary of this patch's changes at the moment here. We're still rocketing past, but Bozo still taking way too much chip damage to keep this point afloat. If the Sundubu strikers can just play methodically, this point is as good as over with 3Z with the resources. Trying to go for the KO on Streak, spends the flip on it, and gets the Adrenaline Rush proc, but here's Dropletto stalling for a little bit. 3Z, no flick, but there's the KO on the goalie, and Sundubu strikers looking good once again.
Yeah, it's hard to look bad, right? This is a fast Zentaro to begin with Spark of Agility and peak performance. Putting him at 513 speed is tied with Streak for the fastest based speed in this game. But when he pops that Ad Rush, he gets an extra 40% speed on top of that for a whole 7 seconds. So, I mean, it's an absolute menace. Zentaro has so much damage, is so fast to begin with. This 3Z guy can be anywhere that he wants, hit anybody that he wants. He is officially the server admin, as was bestowed upon him by Aesop.
It's such low-hanging fruit, right, in this match. But right now, Bozo Bunch, it looked impossible for them in the first 2 points, but they take 2 berries in an instant once again on a long shot play from Merchant. And now Drops pushing forward, almost glitch popped that away. This time the drum saving him for the 3rd time in this game. There's the primary though in 3s. He returns the favor in kind. Looking for the play now is Merchant and Drop desperately trying to get a passing play going, but there's no lanes opening up. A huge KO by Merchant though, and Drop with a shot from the midfield. Merchant off the center drum, a crazy bounce, and Grimella just flying across the map.
Yeah, taking advantage of both 3Z and Grimella needling in way too hard on these kills, right? Even though, yes, killing has certainly become a much more prevalent objective in this patch, you got somebody like Merchant who can sit on the back line and, take the fact that both of the enemy forwards are entirely focusing on damaging yours. It opens up a lot of opportunities for Merchant to just make plays and completely change the tide of the match. Because at the end of the day, this is a game that's won by scoring goals. Killing makes scoring goals easier, but if you score the goals before your team gets killed, it doesn't really matter. That being said, Dropletto is gone again.
And that was a great save by Merchant earlier on this point, but we can see the health bars dwindling, the siphoning wand doing its work at the moment. A good flip out, but the big finish limits to clear angles, and there's a barrier falling as well. The Bozo Bunch in a lot of trouble at the moment. Streak needs to be a self-sufficient character here, really. The Rasmus not really doing midfieldy things, it feels like, in this game. Not really connecting with the team, and with the lack of flip usage there, it's going to be another set for the Sundubu Strikers.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for Bozo Bunch to pull another miracle out of this one, especially with 3Z getting another set MVP here. And he has his pick of the litter. He could take a second spark here. He could take heavy impact. He could take extra special for more kill confirms and denying Merchant, which is exactly the route that he's going to go down. Merchant has the prime time, also could have gone for the specialized training, but I think those rockets have been a little too valuable. And also, you don't want to give shapeshifting more cards to make it even harder to score on this team than it already is. Nothing else too impressive in the draft. Dropletto does get specialized training, so maybe those X punches will hurt so much that he can find a couple kills that Bozo wasn't getting before. But it's going to be hard. I mean, look at this kickoff from Sundubu. It's so oppressive right off the bat. They have both barriers down at 10 seconds.
The Rasmus really not feeling like the pick here, but maybe they can create some magic if they can KO Grimella. Dangerous spot to be in for Streak, though, as 3Z Breezy putting on the damage here. And that's Intaro. So many cooldowns to be used. They get it past Shape, but 3Z's there to defend. The goalie and midfielder swap in places as Streak is just completely taken off the map here. Merchant and Drop left to defend. It's going to be difficult against the flip of 3Z Breezy, and if Merchant isn't careful, Grimella's there as well with the cyber swipe. 2 more points for Sundubu Strikers to win this game. It's looking very doable. They really just have locked in on this comp, on this patch.
Yeah, Streak and Dropletto have been so far removed from this game, both by nature of, being dead, as well as just being able to, be staggered and not be able to engage with the play. Oh, wow, they trade there. Grimella gone, but also Streak gone. But yeah, all 3 members of Sundubu rocking level 10. Meanwhile, it's just Merchant who's at level 10 for the side of Bozo Bunch. It's a hard life. It's a hard life. And Merchant is once more just being stunned to hell in the goal box. That'll be a match point for Sundubu.
Difficult situation here for the Bozo Bunch. They do have flip coming up for Merchant if they can create a big play like they did in the past, but right now 3Z Breezy's making good use of how shapeshifting's pushing up to the midfield so often. It's got punished earlier, but he has locked in, and it's looking dominant. Another ad rush proc. Drop trying desperately to block it off here, and Merchant with some miracle strikes, but finally a strike war from 3Z, and the net opens up. All it takes is one more goal to close out this game, and Dioni's Blade going to nullify the flip. Shapeshifting completely just controlling the midfield line at the moment. And as it gets sent to Grimella, he pushes forward, and they're chipping away on Merchant's health bar here. When they take out the goalie, Bozo Bunch are going to be on a timer, and right now it's looking quite finite.
Yeah, 3Z being fearless here, even with no evade to his name, he is continuing to just hit, and Merchant is sent to the other side of the map. And although, hold on, KO's traded here. Dropletto and Streak left to defend on their own. The big finish is pretty scary there, but they managed to find a way out of it. 3Z is the one to return first, but Merchant is close to follow. Everybody's back now. Merchant boosting in, finds a way to get the core to Dropletto, who quickly finds that final barrier. Strike shot will save it. Dropletto can't find that shot against shape-shifting. The Oni's Blade comes out. Firewall Sentry, Merchant and Streak narrowly plucking it out of the goal box there. Once more, it's rotated back around. That big finish already back up. Sent down to Streak, who gets glitch popped off of it by Grimella. Cyber swiping in once more. The boost! Merchant by word!
Wow, what an incredible boost, what an incredible angle off the corner of the edge of the goal. The Bozo Bunch, they find a miracle once again here, but it's not going to be easy. We saw at that point, they were on the brink of being KO'd. Their health bar is dwindling. They're on a very, very low timer, and they need to avoid this horsepower coming out from the side of the Sundubu Strikers.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I'm going to say it right now. I hope I don't Caster's curse them, but I'm a believer. We've seen Bozo Bunch pull off enough miracles in this match. Oh, it's going to take one heck of a miracle, though. That's an ad rush proc and a power play for Sundubu. Dropletto, dribble Dropletto, go, go. The 3Z and Grimella closing in on the goal like sharks. They still have a barrier. The boost! The boost!
Merchant does it once again, but 3Z's in position, and 3Z will shut the door on the Bozo Bunch dream in this first game here. It was almost brilliant from Merchant, but the Rasmus midfield pick, it was just not it.
Yeah, Streak was really struggling to influence the midfield that game. Seemed mostly confined to a defensive role, which is really hard because X requires a lot of support on offense, right? So Dropletto was kind of left on the other side, and the only offensive support he was getting was Merchant dashing in. And you know what? It got Bozo Bunch a few miracle goals, but at the end of the day, this was Cannon Bite Breakers being run with some absolutely insane awakenings by the Sundubu Strikers, and they were able to so consistently crank out 14 KOs over the course of that match. And that'll bring us to a swift game 1 closer.
Merchant almost solo carried that game. Let's be clear, right?
Yeah.
He was the goalie, the midfield, and the scorer. But it wasn't enough. 109 saves, 230 redirects, the highest stat line in the lobby. It is a shame, but this is truly a game that was decided in the draft.
Yeah, but we have maybe two games. We have at least one more game for Bozo Bunch to give us a draft more worthy of competing with what Sundubu is pumping out here, right? What map is it that we're headed to next, Saya?
I can pull that up right now. I have to look around what I'm using as my webcam right now to get it up, but we're looking at Night Market into wow, this is so boring. Okay, but Night Market has been very, very interesting in this patch because the speed gate is even more centralizing in a meta where you're disincentivized to go with speed gear, and also the lack of momentum boots also plays into that dynamic as well because magnetized souls, because you also don't have that boost when going for the center. So it's not the double boost, but it's still a lot of relative speed compared to the rest of the lobby. And if there's a goalie out there picking momentum boots, that is also huge as well. But I don't think that we're going to see that from Merchant or Shape, because Shape is too much of a strike shot fan, and because Merchant plays eject goalies, usually.
Yeah, and with less speed to go around, the other thing that happens with the speed gate is you have to be a little more proactive in competing for the speed gate, right? Which is a tough thing to do because you're, spending time in the middle of the field, which is a fantastic place to be, but you might sacrifice, other plays that you have to control that speed gate, and simultaneously the speed gate might enable you to make more plays. So it's an interesting little sort of rock paper scissors setup where you definitely want to be vying over control of that speed gate, but you also want to be prepared to capitalize on what's happening on the field, which the speed gate can also help you do, right? So Night Market, I agree. Fascinating map this patch. Probably one of the more interesting ones, especially because you're kind of throwing everybody into a tiny little box and trying to blow one another up as fast as possible, which is not altogether unique to Night Market, but certainly the speed gate acts as a catalyst for it, right?
Yeah, so that is definitely the case here. We'll see. We'll see how it goes in this game. The picks are coming in. Zentaro ban Finny.
No Zen, no
ban as
Finny.
well. And soon to be strikers first picking the Vice, get it away from Merchant. And on this cast to last bulk up start, I wonder what Bozo are thinking, because this is a pretty dangerous place to be in the draft with that Vice locked in first pick.
Yeah, the Vice, especially on yeah, it's surely it's going to be 6 bulk ups all the way around, right? There's nobody here that's going to want cast to last more than that incredibly valuable stagger with the additional damage put on top of it. And yeah, Vice, I mean, once more, Night Market is a pretty small, cramped map. There's going to be so much value pulled off of that Chain Lightning, as well as those ultimate abilities. They're almost certainly going to be multitasking, both putting the core forward in advantageous positions, as well as shredding the stagger of the enemy team, especially if you put that on one of your forwards, where you have the Siphoning Wand procs coming off of all of those Vice multi-hits. We're looking at Vice Aimi Kazan for the side of Sundubu, and Drakkar X Luna for Bozo Bunch. How are you feeling about those comps, Saya?
I like this Bozo Bunch comp a lot more than the previous one. They can actually... It's still not great on the whole like control aspect, but it has a lot more damage with the Drakkar, and also the burst speed helps a lot in setting up immediate plays for the X, and drops one of the better brawlers at keeping the core contained once he gets it. It's just that he didn't really get it last game.
Yeah, and I'm willing to bet that on the Sundubu side of things, this is almost certainly going to be a Vambrace Kazan, yeah? I don't think Siphoning Kazan is necessarily a super viable pick. I don't think he generates enough healing to make it worthwhile. You need the Vambrace to give yourself that little bit of extra edge. And his role on a team is usually not as a damage dealer anyways. He's primarily preventing healing. And more critically, if you have your goalie and your midfielder playing Aimi and Vice, and they're putting out plenty of damage, Kazan has a million different kill confirms. So while I do love the Bozo Bunch comp, I think they're absolutely going to be dishing out a lot of damage. I think that this Sundubu comp is deadly. I think that they very easily have the chance to just snowball this all the way to the end and close out the series early.
Yeah, what I'm concerned about though is why didn't Bozo Bunch pick this comp last game?
That's a fantastic question.
They really just could have. But they didn't, and so we'll see how it goes here. Into the game, it looks like they have put 3Z Breezy in the goalie slot. How fun that they're remaking. Okay, but that means we have more time to talk. So I guess yeah, you asked me about the comp. I like Bozo Bunch's comp more than Sundubu's comp this game. But the real,
really, yeah, you like that one?
I like it a lot more. The one pick really changed the comp. Drakkar over Rasmus midfield for sure, especially on Night Market.
Mm-hmm.
But on the other end, Sundubu strikers, they also have the capability to put on the damage. But my worry is that Streak will just get in there and press shotgun.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely think that if Bozo Bunch can manage to keep the core contained, which notably Dropletto is usually very good at doing on offense. He's very good at keeping the core in one place, especially on his signature X pick I think that Streak is just going to repeatedly be able to dish out damage for free while they continue to put pressure on barriers, and eventually someone's going to die to that. But we'll see. We'll see how consistently they're able to get those opportunities. I'm intrigued to see how this game 2 is going to play out.
Yep, we're loading into the game right now here. And how many siphoning wands? Can you count?
It's more than one. I think it's more than 2 as well. I think we're looking at 4 siphoning wands there, Saya.
How?
Breezy Breezy did not go for Vambrace, and I think he might live to regret it, or he might die to regret it, actually.
It's a damage race onto the Brawlers. Drop and 3Z both just being completely targeted here. But with Streak, having a pick that can midfield a little bit more, I think it's looking good for Bozo as he opened up the barriers first.
Oh yeah, certainly. Yeah, early barrier lead, and 3Z is still at level 1 here, being CC'd away by that Molten Bolt. But the barriers are traded there. Shapeshifting coming up, dropping down to Visolt to find that second barrier. So 3Z didn't die, neither did Dropletto, but he gets a strike war against Shapeshifting. That'll be point 1 for the Bozo Bunch.
And I do really like them on this map as well, right? And the comps both with a better midfielder and with a better map for it, it feels like. Kickoff, a lot more control on Bozo's side as well, but with one barrier going down, we gotta watch out for shapeshifting, I think. The main factor in this game. Needs to put on the damage as Vice needs to be able to defend good enough on Vice, but right now, it's not looking like enough as Dropletto just finishes off the KO so quickly, and Merchant will flip it away, but Grumella, what an interception. The goal ends up going in regardless, but it was a valiant attempt, but we're really seeing why this Bozo Bunch comp is activated here.
Yeah, that is one thing that's interesting. Well, I don't know that interesting is the right word to use. Unique about this patch. This is perhaps the most oaky viable patch in the history of Omega Strikers, because Brawlers are dishing out more damage than ever. There's less survivability than ever in the Awakening table. And there is only pauldrons for goalies to mitigate damage in terms of gear selection, whereas there's all sorts of ways to mitigate damage and to heal yourself as a forward. So I get the feeling that Dropletto is going to be KOing Shapeshifting quite a bit this game. And they do manage to even up the barriers here, but Grumella is dead for another couple seconds.
There's Streak setting up for Dropletto. Breezy Breezy also mostly taken out of the play here. Merchant, that's a risky clear, but it pans out just well enough here. Still a dangerous spot, but Streak gets it away. The Molten Bolt tags Grumella, and the midfield's being controlled by the Drakkar at the moment. Lock and load to Dropletto. They can't get a clean shot at it as a flip comes out from Shapeshifting. Almost sends it across the map for a goal, but there's Merchant sending it around the world, around to Dropletto, who's dribbling it forward. Not quite enough for the goal itself, but Streak has control, and Merchant to Streak. A lot of core speed coming out around the world, and Streak still there. So much presence on this Drakkar in the lanes at the moment, with Dropletto and 3Z this time to the bottom side, forcing the boost out of Merchant and punishing the dash forward. 3Z gets it done here. That's a point for the soon-to-be Strikers, but it's still a dangerous set for them.
Yeah, Merchant didn't have anything to respond to that on the other side. Just a few too many times going back to Grumella and 3Z. But I do want to point out another reason that I actually absolutely love this Bozo comp. I love it more than initially we were even talking about, is that this is, double melee on the forwards, which normally you would be worried about a more mobile comp like Sundubu's just rotating the core around both of your forwards and causing problems, right? But the thing is, as they get this power play here, Streak and Dropletto get to stack up here on one side. And if the core gets rotated down, Merchant has this Luna Dash. Here he comes, going down for that barrier. And that is a fantastic burst of pressure that they can put out essentially every single point. We saw it happen last point, even though they didn't score it. At this point, with 2 barriers up to their name, I think Bozo Bunch are looking quite strong.
Flip away. Streak's got to keep full control here to stall out the respawn, and he does so for a little bit here. It keeps getting sent to Streak, and he keeps making it just stuck in the midfield here. And Dropletto comes back right on time to make sure 0 barriers are dropped for the Bozo bunch. Finally, one goes down, and they got to be careful not to drop both here. As Dropletto continuing to try and help out, but that's 2 barriers gone. That's Threezy with the lingering hook hitbox, and Bozo just didn't convert on that point. They just didn't get too much out of the power play.
Yeah, Dropletto getting KO'd there was the big turning point, right? There was massive momentum gained on the power play from Sundubu. Even though they didn't get any barriers, they were whittling down the ability banks of both Merchant and Streak, and they didn't have anything by the time Dropletto was back alive, so the barriers were only a matter of time before they followed. Shapeshifting stays up here, has the flip, grabs it with the Supernova. Well played. That will secure set 1 for Sundubu. But certainly, we saw both of those teams put on quite a show that set. Bozo Bunch are still looking quite strong and have plenty of time to bring this one back.
Yeah, but this draft's a little awkward for them. There's still good awakenings for them, unlike the first set of the previous game, but Deadeye being denied here away from the Luna, and then 1-2 Punch also falling is a little rough, as Prize Fighter's also on the board, right? But that 1-2 Punch going to Kazan instead of the team of Bozo, and just getting Deadeye 1-2 on 2 of your damage members here, along with Explosive Entrance that's so comfortable on the IME, their draft is looking quite good, I gotta say, and they have a very good chance to just try and win the damage race, especially if they can erase that Prize Fighter early.
Yeah, that being said, Dropletto getting that first spark. At first, I was a little bit quizzical of it, but actually, I think it means that guaranteed any drafts moving forward, because Bozo Bunch are guaranteed at least one more draft, Dropletto is going to be undeniable, because he's got 3 other sparks that can show up. Oh my gosh, Streak gets KO'd invisible by Shapeshifting's Vice Primary there, and that is going to be a nail in the coffin, most likely.
1 second left till the respawn. Merchant with a miracle strike war. Has been very on point with the strike so far, but still an open net at the Luna's back. Shapeshifting, sending it around Streak, forcing out the evades. The Rocket to follow up, and Dropletto gets it past. Big breakaway for Dropletto, but can't keep up the possession. Interrupted by Grimella, who goes in for the goal with the Cyber Swipe. Dropletto being taken low at the moment. The Crater comes out. A huge burst of damage right past Shapeshifting, but the bounce does not score the goal just yet. Streak needs to make the difference here, and the lock and load just intercepted by 2. Merchant rotating the core around the entire world. It goes to Dropletto, but not to Dropletto enough, it feels like. But Streak buffers the lock and load past the top spin. What a shotgun from Streak across the map.
Yeah, very smart there. And even though he did lose his 1 Prize Fighter stack from that point, I think the Bozo Bunch are just happy to be up a point here after that point almost going so terribly. Wow, what a save there from Grimella. Nice strike war on the boost. But Dropletto once more looking worse for wear in the stagger department. Likely will get KO'd here. Staggered and then confirmed by Threezy. And this is almost 3 flips on the side of Sundubu, so they're likely going to come back with a vengeance here, tie up the set.
Wait a second. They have to spend multiple flips, and they don't even get a barrier, right? 2 flips gone, still a barrier remaining, and Merchant pushing forward, forcing out the last flip. It does take the barrier, but that's so much energy loss. They definitely could have won that point in a different universe without using any of that, and despite continuing the power play, they still haven't scored the goal here. It's looking inevitable, but with Dropletto dropping back to help defend, and Threezy Breezy in position, a good hit stun by Grimella will make sure the boost can't get out in time, and the Sundubu Strikers do score in the end, but that energy advantage is right back down to equal.
Yeah, that was an expensive point for them, and none of them have energy to start off this point. So Merchant gets a little bit of free chip damage right here at the start, with none of them having evade to respond. That being said, Streak is being beat up right now, has no evade of his own. I think it's almost not worth remarking on who's getting beat up, because everyone's getting beat up at all times. But that being said, the Bozo Bunch forwards are significantly closer to death than everyone else here, except maybe Threezy Breezy, because Kazan has no stagger.
Oh, Merchant with a self-pass forward, gets the barrier, and Dropletto tries to follow up here, but the strike wars are being won by Grimella. Dropletto putting on the damage though, and Grimella one hit away from death. One hit away though has not been enough so far this game. Merchant with a fancy dribble, not quite, and they can't confirm the KO onto Grimella. The Aimi stays alive still, and Grimella's in a perfect spot to try and put on some pressure. It's such a dangerous position for Bozo Bunch to be in, but 3Z can't catch the core just yet. There's the Supernova, and there's 3Z who mixes it up completely with the strike downwards. Merchant not ready, and Sundubu, even one behind, they find these little edges.
Yeah, that is one thing about the Bozo Bunch comp, is that the kill confirm potential is really hard. I would say that Streak is probably in the best position to confirm kills. But you might not even need kill confirms if you can get 8-second double barriers like that. That being said, it's only 15 seconds before Sundubu claps back with 2 barriers of their own, and with Streak breathing his last breath right now as Grimella swipes in. That's another set for Sundubu, just one away from ending this series early and sending the Bozo Bunch packing, likely into loser's bracket of playoffs.
Well, if Bozo lose here, their playoff dreams are not dashed, but they get a lot scarier. There are 3 teams currently at 3 and 4. And slipping into that 3 and 4 bracket is not what you want here, with the extra special going on shapeshifting as well. Denied away from the Luna. Hotshot, a pretty decent compensation as well as the spec training here, but it's going to be difficult for Bozo to really mount their comeback.
Yeah, there's nothing pivotal picked up here, especially very smart deny of the spark from Grimella, as, you know, possibly the one chance at snowballing back was, giving Dropletto some spark scaling there. He does get the spec training, but it means that there is nothing left at the back of the draft for Streak, and Streak's prize fighter stack has already been removed here, even with the traded KOs. Bozo Bunch still not looking good as both of their barriers go down.
Oh, and Grimella has possession, tries to mix up Merchant. There's the Crater as well. Streak's got to be the difference maker here, needs to find a way to find a little bit of consistency in either the KOing or the midfield, and both are looking too difficult at the moment here. Merchant with a long drive-by, unable to find the barrier on the other end, but there's the hot shot, there's the X Factor. Maybe could be a win condition here, but that's going to require Merchant to be a solo carry once again, or maybe Dropletto with the 3 strike wars in a row against the enemy midfielder.
Yeah, no, that'll put anybody in a good position to score, especially with shape-shifting needling in on Streak with the Supernova, which means Streak's life gets saved, and then they find a KO on kickoff here, but Dropletto is immediately shredded, has to burn the flip here just to stay alive to make sure that the maddening descent from 3Z doesn't take him out, which means that Bozo Bunch actually don't even get much off of that early point power play. Luckily though, Dropletto has plenty of stagger now, can stay alive, but with no siphoning wand procs there, it's only going to be a matter of time before he's down playing his life once more. The Firewall Sentry, plus an onslaught of abilities from the other 2 members of Sundubu, will take him out, and it seems like it's just a permanent power play for them, Saya.
Yeah, they're finding consistency here, but Streak and Merchant get enough hit stun to send it around, and Merchant, a perfect flip opportunity here, waits out 3Z as well, make sure that barrier isn't taken just yet, and the rocket to the other side of the world, not an angle to score, but an angle to stall out, and that's what Merchant needs, just a little bit of space at the moment. Dangerous spot to be in for Merchant, though, as the Luna with dash already gone, with rockets already gone, with barrier taken, and Grimella setting up. 3Z Breezy in position, not KO just yet, and those KOs are looking too difficult to find for the Bozo Bunch as a staggered 3Z soars in for the goal.
I'll say it, that was a clean point from Sundubu, through and through, from the consistent power plays into that closing play. I thought, sending it down on that lower border where 3Z Breezy gets all of the room in the world in the middle of the goal box was very smart. And as he confirms Dropletto off the side once more, it's quite possible that Sundubu are about to do a replication, an encore of their performance last point, as they get yet another power play.
What a rocket by Merchant, though, perfectly angled to find the barrier. All they need now is one good pass to Dropletto, who's in position as the X Maximus pops it a little early here and strikes a little early as well against the Supernova. There's the core once again. Dropletto setting it up, trying to find a way to streak, but the path is completely blocked. There's no road here. It's just not being found here for the Bozo Bunch. They aren't setting anything up. They need a miracle from Merchant. And there it is. Ego strike warring a 1v1. And it's 2-1 for Bozo Bunch. 1 point to keep their dreams afloat.
Yeah, once more, Merchant being the savior. The one thread holding on. I mean, we had such high hopes for this Bozo Bunch comp, but I mean, look at this. Drop Leto already completely torn to shreds. He's gonna die here shortly because 3Z is playing Kazan. Billion kill confirms here. Streak has no evade. It's once more Merchant's game to save. Luckily, no flips on the side of Sundubu. So he won't have to deal with any of those. But Merchant's actually just walking up to the midfield. He gets the barrier all on his own. He's boosting in. He has the core flip here. Rockets has the flip here. Both of his teammates are back. Sends it down to Streak. Streak dribbling up, trying to set up Drop Leto here. Shotguns it to the top. The Rocket can't find it quite. Glitch Pop saves it, but Drop Leto just strikes it right in. That's a set for the Bozo Bunch.
It's all Merchant. It's all Merchant. When Streak and Drop Leto are dead, when they're dying, when they can't find a play, it's all Merchant. First pick in the draft, and there's the adrenaline rush. There's the stinger. It's a very scary draft for everyone involved. Oh, and it feels so bad if you're the Luna, right? Because you're not the best supplier of stinger, but you... Oh, but stinger going to the Vice is gonna hurt. And if... Oh, it's heavy. Okay, well...
Yeah,
you know what?
It's not the worst draft.
I think this is a pretty good draft for Bozo, actually, honestly. Because even though it's heavy impact over device, even though that's an insane awakening, the way the awakenings pan out is not the worst. Definitely not the worst.
Yeah, definitely
It could have been worse.
That being said, those cyber swipes are going to hurt from Grimella. And 3Z getting extra survivability as well as being able to deny it away is unfortunate. But how much survivability really is it when this is a Stinger Siphoning Wand X? This might actually be the X scaling finally coming through for Drop Leto. If he can just land a few abilities, you get torn through as Sundubu. Even though they're in a power play right now, like, there goes 3Z, and that's an ad rush proc for Merchant. Bozo Bunch are actually looking like they have a real chance to bring this back.
But they need to find consistency is the main issue with them right now, right? They have very high highs. They have lots of bursts. They have that stinger damage. They have the Merchant highlights, but they do not have the consistency at the moment. Their KO confirming is not looking good, and take a look at Sundubu. They're confirming their KOs left and right. They got the Kazan, they got the Cyber Swipes, the Glitch Pops, they got everything, but they don't got Merchant, and Merchant's looking for the 1v3. Stalls out enough of the point for double respawn to come in, while all alone, it's all Merchant, all day.
I'm absolutely here for the Merchant show. I'm convinced of it that the value and the potential of the Bozo Bunch goes up tenfold when both Streak and Drop Leto are dead. See, look, they're alive and the point is lost. If Streak and Drop Leto are dead there, Merchant scores.
Yeah, it's so tough. It was so close too, right? Merchant saving the 1v3 situation. But the issue is they just don't have enough control. They're a comp that needs to be getting the KOs more frequently, but they're not getting the KOs more frequently. They're not finding the confirms. And of course, when it comes to pure scoring, of course you'll prefer Kazan and Ayami over X and Drakkar. And when that happens, your comp has been completely outclassed at the moment in the game itself. There's one barrier take at the very least. And Merchant looking for two, finds two. How does he do it?
How does he do it? He keeps finding the little momentary cracks, and with this hot shot, he's able to send it so fast that Grimella and Shapeshifting can't even respond to it. The Rockets once more sending it wide. Grimella looking worse for wear here, but 3Z gets the core, barely misses the corner there, goes for a second one, misses the corner again. Merchant's able to catch it. Streak coming up now, contesting Grimella. Grimella actually doing a little bit of a fear evade there, afraid for his life. The boost comes in, Merchant looking for another one here. The Rocket blocked by Grimella there. Nuke comes out, but 3Z eventually will find it in the corner. That's match point and series point for the Sundubu Strikers.
It's just not enough. They just don't have enough control. Maybe they should play triple defense and try to get Merchant just clip farming, because that's looking like a higher success rate right now. The Bozo Bunch, it's not working out, this composition for them. The control coming out from the Sundubu Strikers is making sure that the core is not in their hands. Not enough. for them to really get anything rolling here. And most importantly, they still don't have the kill confirms.
Yeah, the kill confirms are hard to come by. And 3Z, it seems, is marking Merchant a little bit in this final set. Really getting up in his face. We see him force out the flip there with the quick leverage. And if he continues to do that, Merchant is not going to get nearly as many of these insane opportunities. That being said, Merchant burns Shapeshifting's flip on the other side of the map. Dropletto okiing away Shapeshifting. If he can find the kill here, Bozo Bunch once more have a hope at finding another point. Shapeshifting evades the... Oh no, that's a barrier take from 3Z and Grimella. 3Z closing in here with the flip. He grabs it. Merchant Soren angles it. 3Z went for the ego strike, the reaction check, but you can't reaction check a legend like that. Merchant's here to respond, and they find the barrier.
A good shotgun by Streak, and Merchant's coming in. He's looking for the play, but the strikes just aren't there from Drop. There's the hot shot. Streak trying to send it forward, and Drop this time with the flick to the top side. Doesn't miss the second time around. And somehow Bozo are living, but it's feeling a little bit like false hope. I'm not a believer just yet.
Yeah, you know what? Show me one more point, and I'll get my hopes up. Show me one more Merchant clip, and I'll get my hopes up. Some nice little rotations there from Merchant and Streak, keeping it out of 3Z's hands and keeping both barriers alive. Grimella is at half stagger here, and with a Stinger and Siphoning Wand proc on him, he's not going to be at any semblance of stagger for much longer. Luckily, Shapeshifting has the orb back there. Dropletto in the center of them, exactly where this X wants to be. Finds the second barrier. Streak almost KO'd here. Gets taken out, tries to cockroach on the side there, but the boost! I'm a believer, Saya! I'm a believer!
He's scaling as the game goes on. He knows that he is the win condition, and Merchant is getting it done. The energy situation looking good for the Bozo Bunch as well, but Streak is dangerously low at the moment. Has an evade, but there's the crater. If they can get damage on Grimella, that could be the difference, but these Supernovas have gotten so much value. They take out Grimella. There's the power play, but Streak is so incredibly low. If they can convert the KO onto Shapeshifting, and Drop does, we're gonna head to another set unless 3Z finds a miracle, and he does not. Somehow we're on a fifth set. And it was all Merchant. And a little bit of Dropletto and a little bit of Streak, but all Merchant.
The Merchant show. I mean, I use the phrase well-deserved set MVP all the time. It doesn't do it justice. That's perhaps the most deserved set MVP of all time. Holy crap. And Twin Drive, he's going for even more clip farms. And I absolutely think that's the right play. Twin Drive here on Merchant's Luna is going to be so valuable. Unfortunately, once more, not too much left here for Streak at the back of the draft. Both brawlers will pick up some size. Grimella also picking up size in the form of Recovery Drone. Arguably the best size awakening this patch, because it prevents one power play, and power plays happen all the time here. But Streak will go for Team Player, which when comboed with that Drakkar secondary is going to be an extra burst of momentum that the Bozo Bunch did not have before. So even as Merchant gets OK'd here by 3Z, but
he pressed the button.
Merchant says, "You can't kill me, I'm gonna kill you!"
Wait, 3Z was in a bait state. He pressed the button way too early, I think. Oh, that is not a KO that you'd like if you're the soon-to-be Strikers, but 3Z's back and Merchant's in trouble. And there's Grimella to confirm the barrier take. There's Grimella in position with the passing plays with 3Z Breezy, but it's a Merchant when you need him most with the hot shot, with the Twin Drive. And what a disgusting combo for clip farming, right? It's hot shot and Twin Drive, everything that he needs to score.
He can't be stopped. How many of these goals have been scored by Merchant? How many of these barriers have been taken by Merchant? And he gets another one right off the bat. Oh, and he gets two more right off the bat.
His own barriers count too, because he
gets it!
The 3 for 4 on these barriers at this point. That's crazy right now as Dropletto is in there. Uh-oh, Merchant has the boost though. That's the power of the Twin Drive. That's the power of the hot shot. Has plenty of uptime on the boost. The one weakness of... Okay. Well. Man. Oh, good. Go next.
Unfortunate. But we're tied up. We're tied up here. And you know what? Streak still has one prize fighter stack, which is more than we can say about the rest of this game. That dude has not gotten any benefit from that awakening this entire match. 3Z has to burn the flip here in the Supernova. Smartly, both brawlers focusing pretty heavily on the enemy goalies this set, but Dropletto does get killed. Gets punished for it very hard, and as both barriers go down for the Bozo Bunch, it's looking scary here, Saya.
Yeah, and Shape's positioning a lot better against Merchant as well, but there's a good setup from Merchant to guarantee a barrier take, and Streaks in position a little bit too hasty on the shotgun. Merchant trying to find something on the other end of it, but not quite. There's Grimella in position with the extra long cyber swipe into the glitch pop. What a textbook goal from Grimella, and that's one goal away for the soon-to-be Strikers to advance to 4-3, to advance the Tide for second in the standings here.
Now, I glanced away from my screen for a second, and Streak used secondary, and I thought he died. But no, actually, it's 3Z that's dead right now. It's a power play for the Bozo Bunch. Once more, trying to hold on to their hopes here. One barrier each for them, and Dropletto is in there. This is the corner offense that Bozo Bunch really want right now. Looking like a reprisal of their former season versions. But oh no, Streak being KO'd once more. Dropletto finds a solo barrier though, and there's two flips here for Bozo Bunch to have an opportunity, and 3Z can't get through Dropletto. Here comes Merchant with the boost. Can't find the goal though.
Yeah, but they stall out perfectly, right? The barrier not taken just yet, and they don't even have to spend a flip to do it, but that might come back to bite them here. 3Z Breezy is looking scary to get it around him as Merchant goes in, flips for it, but blocked away by Grimella, and now Bozo are in full panic mode. Grimella has so much agency now, but they take out 3Z Breezy to the bottom side, accelerating the core forwards for the moment, and Streak to drop, okay, Streak to the air, to the top of the goal, perfectly placed for the goal with the team player. And now in this 5th point, I'm a little worried for the Bozo Bunch. They got no evades.
5th point, 5th set, but there's been so many miracles here. I'm not counting them out yet. They might be a little behind right here, but that Supernova doesn't hit any of them. They're looking fine for the time being. Grimella's flip burned there, and though Dropletto is dead, they've still got Merchant to get through.
Uh-oh, but there's the flip.
Uh-oh.
There's shapeshifting, and there's Grimella. Merchant on death's door, not long for this world, as 3Z Breezy goes in. The evade used, barely surviving his Merchant, and he's going to have to make a hero play. Has to boost forward, but is taken down, and without the hero goalie, they're going to be in a lot of trouble here. The barrier denied by Grimella. 3Z Breezy in position. Streak still making the saves, lock and load, but there's the timer running out. There's the Supernova, and the Sundubu Strikers will take this series.
I mean, I'm happy for Sundubu, but that is our tragic hero Merchant. I mean, we've got to give this guy props. I can't give him props enough for the incredible plays that game. But at the end of the day, Sundubu recognized the power of Merchant, and they realized that if they could remove that power, they could close out the game. So smart play by them, removing this 268, most redirects in the lobby, most saves in the lobby, scored 3 goals, probably had most of the barriers on his team, Merchant. Absolute insanity. But when you've got one Merchant versus a whole team of Dubus, what can you do?
Yep. And that was an incredible solo performance, but Sundubu Strikers, you talked about mid-season slump, right? They looked really coordinated. They looked on form.
They did.
They looked pretty good, I gotta say.
Yeah, I was impressed, especially that game. I felt like, they had cracks that Merchant was, taking advantage of, but for the overwhelming majority of those points, I agree. I think they felt really strong. I think Grimella was setting up fantastic spot stuns for 3Z and Shapeshifting to capitalize on. I liked most of Shapeshifting's teleports forward to support on the offense. I thought 3Z was doing his job wonderfully, marking the people that he needed to. I thought that, when the damage was being dished out by Shapeshifting and Grimella, he did a wonderful job confirming those KOs. Got 8 of them that game. So certainly a strong performance from Sundubu and a well-deserved win from them. And that puts them in pretty high hopes for finishing out the regular season strong before we head into playoffs.
Yeah, and with that, we're going to be headed on over to the post show before too long. It might have been an all-pro Merchant performance, but it was a Sundubu Strikers sweep in the end of it all. And we're gonna hear from some of the players that won in the post show. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the post show. We're here with the winners from today. First of all, most valuable sub, Frightfully Fresh. I guess you had a big win today over Showtime, and making a case for you as the most valuable sub. How does it feel?
It feels pretty good. I think I have more wins than the starter roster. I just want to start with that. And also, at some point in time during the drafting, Fudgy said, "Hey, what if I pick Era here?" And I told him that if he locks in Era, I'm just going to leave. And I was serious. If he locked in Era, I was just going to get up, turn my computer off, and walk away.
Yeah, I can definitely believe that. But speaking of teams that... Okay, well, I can't make this comparison. You know what? Grimella, you're up next. You just got off a win against the Bozo Bunch, and although Merchant was clip farming, your team looked like you were in control for basically all of it. How'd you do it?
We did a lot of prep this week. I scrimmed for like 2 or more hours of the patch every day since it dropped. I really, really wanted to know like the exact hierarchy of what was good and what was bad, and I think we had a better read than them. And so that let us always be in control of like the very pivotal damage battle that is going on in this patch. And we made some mistakes playing around Luna both games, but also Merchant, like he only could have punished those mistakes by playing kind of like perfectly in those situations, and he did every time. So we got clip farmed by that guy. He is so good. We have all the we were just like in there saying like, all right, like kill Drakkar, and then we would get beat by Luna. We say, wow, this guy's so good, and then we'd say kill Drakkar, and that was kind of like the whole match for us.
Yeah, and it ended up working out. Leo Leon, chosen by the wheel. Well, were you actually chosen by the wheel?
Like, yeah, like I got asked to be on, and just to make sure, just to like get the picture, because I gotta appease the wheel gods. Like, I did get chosen, sadly, but I have like 5 entries, bro. Like, if I don't get chosen, it's insane.
Yeah, I guess in your match, it went to a game 3 with a circumstance that was out of your hands. How'd you lock back in for that third game?
Yo, I'm not gonna lie. After I DC'd on Atlas Lab and I realized I couldn't come back, I just walked around. I ate some food, drank some water, pet my dog, and I'm like, all right, just whatever. It happens. It's chill. We get to play Amy's now. All good. But yeah, I mean, I just calmed down. I was really pissed because I've been having some internet issues. Gorilla knows Gorilla knows what's up. Gorilla knows what's up. But yeah, I've been having some internet issues. Hopefully, it clears up by next week. But yeah, I mean, if it happens, it happens. We lock back in. All good. Eat food, drink water, pet dog.
Yep. Well, and now Bells, 2-0 over Eris Kitten Club, where people were saying, oh, this is an EKC patch. But maybe when everyone does damage, EKC isn't so special. How'd you just get a dominant win there?
I'm not gonna lie, this patch just feels like whatever nasl 3 was, but everyone's slow and it takes a lot less skill to play. And I think Kainu back then was also really good at damage, so it just all was pretty natural to us. No matter how bad this patch is, I think if we continue to play on it, Hug's gonna be pretty dominant no matter what.
Mm-hmm. And I guess taking a look at the brawler picks on this map, on this patch so far, there's been a lot of different ones, right? The Drakkar, the Kazan. I guess starting with you, Grimella, taking a look at the Kazan on this patch, do you think that he's especially good with the siphoning changes?
Yeah, I think Kazan was already like had a place last patch. Like we just hadn't figured out what it was. But this patch, it's so obvious and so simple, like what is going to succeed for him. And since everyone's really slow, and since there's no like significant knockback KOs, the only way to KO people is to stagger them fully. And Kazan is the best character in the game at killing staggered targets because he has like a billion different kill confirms built into his kit. And then if he gets prime time, he's got a billion more. So with Wand, and as long as your teammates can stagger them, and then if you dump your cooldowns on people, you can also contribute to that, then you kind of just end up in game states like we ended up in today, where we would stagger someone, 3Z would just kind of chase them around for a while, and eventually they would die, and we would use the power play to try and score.
I guess Bells as well. What are your thoughts on the brawlers on this patch?
My thoughts on the brawlers this patch is that we need to stop giving brawler players places on the patch team. Get them out of there, please. Put Odyssey Wallaby back in there fast so that we can get a good patch again. I'm losing my mind playing these games. It's so bad. I hate this meta so much. I'd rather play Atlas now again.
All right, and as another brawler, Leo, any thoughts?
I mean, my boy said it the best. I have nothing else to say.
All right, and for a completely different topic, Fresh, can you make your case for most valuable substitute over Kainoob right now?
All right, so game one or week one, we played against Demons Raw, and you had Gumi playing in the net and Fudgy playing in midfield, and they got stomped. And then we swapped it up. Gumi played midfield, and I played goalie, and we won. And then Fudgy went into the net, and Gumi played midfield, and then they won their next week. So not only am I winning my games, but I also demonstrated to my team how to play better and win more. It's so simple. You know, Kainu, you expect him to win, but like I'm teaching players how to do better. So I think that's exactly why I should be most valuable sub.
All right, and with that, I guess a round of shoutouts, and then we'll disappear. Romella, any shoutouts?
Yeah, I want to shout out Boxcard for giving this Fresh guy so much confidence. You know, that guy's my favorite person on planet Earth. I brought it up on the pre-show today for those that are in the know. Shout out to Hungry Like Nephew for kind of abusing. Excited to see them maybe do that again in the future. Maybe not. We'll see how they're feeling. And shout out to the Soon Dubu Strikers. We're scaling. We're finally scaling.
All right, Leo, you're up next. Who are you shouting out?
All right. First of all, gotta shout out Hook. He was supposed to play today, but some scheduling issues, mostly on my end, kind of like messing things up. So, my bad, young Hookathy. Hopefully, he had a good day with some good food and a good night's sleep. Second, Moffin and Jay. I mean, those guys popped off so hard, especially Moffin on the Amy's game. Like it was just crazy. I was pretty confident going into Amy's app, and that guy just he just did Moffin things. But his birthday is in like a month, so he's gonna lose all his superpowers soon. He's not gonna be a young man anymore, unfortunately. And then yeah, everyone who scrimmed us, the people who rang for us, and a final shout out from Average Alex to Young Hungry Boy. That bastard left the moment his stupid awakenings became meta, and he's gonna come back and it's all gonna get nerfed. You know, so thank you, Hungry Boy, and make sure you guys tune in tomorrow, July 13th, 7 p.m. ET for Carat Clash. Woo!
Wahoo! Bells, any shoutouts?
Shout out my teammates for playing well in this awesome patch. Shout out Sindubu Strikers for putting a spy in the Odyssey team so we can have a horrendous patch. Shout out 3Z Breezy, that's you. Shout out Snake for trying to have a good time and filling in for Leo Leon yesterday after he was teleporting all the way across my screen. And shout out Caleb for the vibes. That's it.
All right, and Fresh. And any closing words and shoutouts?
Shout out Gumi's parents for enabling me to play this week, because that's all I want to do is I want to play this game. I'm looking for a team. Hit me up. That's it.
Right, and with that, thanks everyone for watching yet another week of the North American Strikers League. There's 2 more weeks left in the season, and then we'll be heading over to playoffs. Don't forget to check out Fresh's favorite game having a tournament tomorrow, Carat Clash, the Uma Musume tournament with over 130 entrants, but that's about it. Goodbye, everyone. Have a good night.